Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2852, 2852. Translator, 549-6903. After Jiang Fei entered the private room, he casually greeted Colonel Kono. He did not look like a junior in the military meeting his superior. Colonel Kono did not care about Jiang Fei's attitude. Jiang Fei nodded and sat across from Colonel Kono. Then, he casually picked up the breakfast on the table and started eating. Colonel Kono acted as if it was a daily conversation. Moreover, he made it sound as if the person who died was not an officer but an abandoned cat and dog. Yes, he shot me, so I killed him, Jiang Fei replied casually. At the same time, he did not slow down his eating speed. Chinook told me about this. Although I can't blame you, you were too ruthless. According to Chinook, you had the ability to subdue the officer without hurting his life, said Colonel Kono. His tone was very calm. It was hard to tell if he was blaming or discussing normally. I'm not a police officer. Catching bad guys is not my responsibility. I knew that he wanted to kill me, so I used the simplest way to solve this problem, Jiang Fei said with a shrug. Colonel Kono did not know what he was thinking, but he actually let Jiang Fei off so easily. He did not make too much fuss about the dead officer. This was even beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. In the beginning, although Jiang Fei knew that Colonel Kono would not do anything to him, he would not let him off so easily. Colonel Kono would definitely use this as a threat to make some conditions for Jiang Fei. However, he did not expect that Colonel Kono would not say anything and just suppress this matter. Regarding the dead instructor, you don't have to worry. During the rebellion of the security officers, the military and police suffered heavy casualties. As long as I add his name to the list of the dead soldiers, his family will also receive compensation. This matter will not cause any trouble, Colonel Kono said. Jiang Fei immediately understood that Colonel Kono was doing him a favor on purpose. Actually, it doesn't matter if it causes trouble. I was just defending myself. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, It's okay. This matter will not cause any trouble. I will take care of it, said Colonel Kono with a smile. Actually, Colonel Kono had a reason for doing so. Before he rushed back to the military camp, he had talked to the consul. The consul seemed to have high hopes for Ralph and had expressed his intention to use him. In this way, Kono was not a fool. Of course, he knew that the consul wanted to foster an existence that could stand against him among the powerful officials under him. The consul was worried that another consul would appear. Therefore, before Kono came to see Jiang Fei, he had thought about it. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Fei would definitely become his political enemy. This was what the consul wanted to see. Therefore, Kono had two choices now. The first was to find an opportunity to kill Jiang Fei. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Kono. Even if he killed Jiang Fei, the magistrate would also support another person. There would eventually be a strong enemy in front of Kono. Therefore, Kono was even more inclined to the second solution. That was to help Jiang Fei suppress this matter. This way, he could sell Jiang Fei to the magistrate and have a hold on Jiang Fei. Kono had been in the upper echelons of the Gamma Dimension for so long. What did he not understand? Right now, Jiang Fei really did not care about this matter. He thought that he had indeed killed someone in self-defense. At most, he could only say that his methods were too vicious. He could not even say that he had defended himself too much because that officer had a gun. If he could dodge the first shot, could you dodge the second and third shot? Therefore, it was reasonable and legal for him to directly kill the other party. However, it was not a problem to talk about it now. Jiang Fei's current identity was that of an officer, but he was actually a civilian. Kono had come to help Jiang Fei with the retirement formalities. For a civilian, he could only become a hero if he killed someone in self-defense. No one would say that he was cruel. However, what if Jiang Fei became a high-ranking official in the Gamma Dimension? If he became a high-ranking official below the Archon, he would be on par with Kono. When that happened, it would become a stain on his life. After all, to a person in a high position, he would be cruel and vicious. these were not good adjectives. When that time came, these would definitely become a stain on Jiang Fei. Colonel Kono could use these to do a lot of things. On one hand, he could kill Jiang Fei and then the Archon would support another opponent. On the other hand, he could sell it to Jiang Fei. At the same time, he could use it against him. Once he was supported by the Archon, he would be controlled by himself. Of course, Colonel Kono knew how to make a choice that was more in line with his own interests. When Jiang Fei saw that Kono said so, he naturally had no problem with it. As for the things that Kono was thinking about, Jiang Fei did not care at all. Kono had treated Jiang Fei as a person from the Gamma Dimension. Therefore, he was certain that Jiang Fei would become his political enemy in the future. As for Jiang Fei, he had no intention of staying in the Gamma Dimension for long. Was to find out the whereabouts of the Snow Beast. Now, to Jiang Fei, the development team of the game was meaningless. As long as he found the Snow Beast and killed it, the development team would lose the channel to communicate with the three-dimensional world. When that time came, the game that they had created would naturally be destroyed. Jiang Fei did not need to do anything. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not really care about Kono's thoughts. Then, let's talk about your retirement. Colonel Kono asked. Yes, I really have no interest in staying here. Jiang Fei nodded and said, if that's the case, I will fulfill my promise and help you get a high-level position in the Leviathan Company. Didn't you say that you want to work in the life building? Said Kono casually, as he knew that Jiang Fei would soon be recruited by the magistrate. It did not matter what kind of job he found for Jiang Fei. Sure. As for housing, there are a lot of controlled houses in Crystal Street. After the repairs, you can use them. Colonel Kono said. Although the houses in Crystal Street had been occupied before, after the rebellion, many of the residents there had died in the battle. Therefore, a lot of houses had been vacated. When the time came, it would not be a problem for Jiang Fei to choose one. Chapter 2853. Translator 549-6903. As for the amount of money you mentioned, give me a specific number, Colonel Kono said. Just 1 million. Jiang Fei said casually. It was not a lot, but it was enough for his daily expenses. So little. Kono was stunned. He had thought that Jiang Fei would ask for too much. It's good that you have enough. Jiang Fei shrugged and said, you really don't look like someone who came from the slums, Colonel Kono said as he looked at Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei asked. Colonel Kono said without hiding it. Jiang Fei smiled. After the poor became rich, there would indeed be a way for them to reach where they were today. They would eat as much as they could and buy as much as they could if they could not afford it. When they encountered a situation where they were poor before, they would try their best to avoid being poor again. They would try their best to earn money. This was the same in Jiang Fei's three-dimensional universe. This was especially true for those high-ranking officials who came from humble backgrounds. There were too few people who were not corrupt. The more such people were, the more serious the corruption was, even if they were able to persevere in the beginning. When their poor relatives came knocking on their door, they would open their mouths and shut up about the tuition fees that I had lent you back then. I had lent you the money to pay for your travel expenses. Without me, would you have gotten to where you are today? Now that you have become rich, you are ungrateful. No matter how strong-willed a person was, he was still a human. He would always face the demands of such relatives. Sooner or later, he would have to relent. However, once the opening was opened, it would be difficult to close it again. As time passed, the opening would become bigger and bigger. In the end, he would dare to do anything. Jiang Fei had seen this kind of thing too many times. Of course, not all of the high-ranking officials and the poor families were not good people. There were people who could persevere in their hearts, but there were too few of them. Therefore, he could understand why Colonel Kono was looking at Jiang Fei like that today. Colonel Kono looked at Jiang Fei for a long time. After making sure that Jiang Fei did not have any plans that he should pay attention to, he said so. Jiang Fei continued to eat at a leisurely pace. It was as if the breakfast was more attractive than the money. You're really different from normal people, Colonel Kono said. He who isn't. The exact same people are always by the side of the sheriff, Jiang Fei laughed. The exact same people that he mentioned were naturally the clones. Although the clones looked different, Their personalities and thinking patterns were all carved from the same mold. Therefore, they were exactly the same. Kono laughed out loud. Soon, breakfast was over. Jiang Fei and Colonel Kono had also come to an agreement. Kono, take Mr. Ralph to choose a house, Colonel Kono said to Kono, who was beside him. After agreeing on the terms, Jiang Fei's identity as a soldier came into contact with her. To a Mr. As Jiang Fei had been temporarily drafted into the army under special conditions, and at that time, Kono and the others did not expect him to survive, Jiang Fei's identity was not military. Therefore, he had left the army. It was only a matter of Colonel Chinook's words. Chinook saluted to Kono. Mr. Ralph, your money will be transferred to your account later. When the time comes, you just have to look into it. As for work, you can go to work tomorrow, Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Mr. Chinook also changed the way he addressed Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei followed Chinook out of the canteen. Then, Chinook drove Jiang Fei into Crystal Street in the central city. Chinook brought Jiang Fei to a temporary office. There were some military police officers who were counting the losses caused by the war. Although the security officers' troops had not been completely wiped out, they had been completely driven out of the city. Therefore, peace was restored in the city once again. The staff members also began to reorganize after the war. The statistics are out. A total of 12 houses have lost their owners. They're now owned by the public, said a military police officer who was in charge of the statistics. Chinook asked. He was Colonel Kono's trusted aide. Therefore, the military police officers naturally gave him face. A military police officer took out a map of the neighborhood. There were more than 10 houses marked on it. Mr. Ralph, please choose one, Chinook said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei chose the house closest to Natasha's house. It was only 2 small streets away from Natasha's house. It would take less than 2 minutes to walk there. Okay, this house is now under Mr. Chinook nodded at the military police officer. The military police officer immediately went through the procedures for Jiang Fei. The procedure was very simple. It was just a simple scan of the identity code on Jiang Fei's wrist. In the gamma space, without this identity code, it was practically impossible to move an inch. This included the bank account number that Colonel Kono had said he wanted to transfer money to Jiang Fei. In fact, it was also linked to this identity code. With this identity code, Jiang Fei could withdraw the money. Thank Colonel Kono for me, Jiang Fei said to Chinook with a smile. I will pass the message to you. Chinook nodded. Jiang Fei asked, if you want to go home now, of course, there is no problem. However, because the house needs to be repaired, I personally suggest that you stay in a hotel for a period of time. Colonel Kono said that during the time you stay in the hotel, all the expenses, including food and accommodation, will be borne by him, Chinook said. Jiang Fei asked. Chinook did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the military police officer who was in charge of the statistics. About 2 months. If you're in a hurry, we can arrange a fast passage for you. The repair will be completed in 3 days, the military police officer replied. 3 days then, Chinook said before Jiang Fei could say anything. The military police officer nodded. Mr. Ralph, if that's the case, please go to the hotel for 3 days. I can help you find a good hotel near the Life Building, Chinook said. Jiang Fei did not refuse and followed Chinook to the Life Building. This was definitely the core area of the Gamma space. Every inch of land was worth gold. The hotel here was not cheap. However, all the expenses were borne by Kino. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony. Chapter 2854. Translator 549-6903. After staying in the hotel, Chinook was very considerate. It could be said that he had good food and good treatment. Chinook even hinted to Jiang Fei that if he wanted a woman, Chinook would help him solve it. Although Jiang Fei asked for a lot of delicious food and other things to enjoy, he was still very restrained when it came to women. Jiang Fei knew that he was not Han Tianyu. He could not go through all kinds of things without touching a single leaf. If someone sent a spy, he might end up with a woman. Therefore, Jiang Fei was very self-aware. Under normal circumstances, he would not provoke a woman. Even if it was just a show or a casual marriage, he would not touch it if he could. After enjoying the night in luxury, Jiang Fei did not go to work the next morning. Although Colonel Kono had told him that he could go to the life building to work the next day, Jiang Fei did not intend to do so. He rested in the hotel for another day. During this day, Jiang Fei adjusted himself to his best condition. It was only on the third day that Jiang Fei, who was in a suit and tie, came out of the hotel and headed straight for the life building. As the hotel that Chinook had arranged for Jiang Fei was near the life building, Jiang Fei walked to his workplace. When Jiang Fei had just entered the life building, the girl at the front desk stopped him. Jiang Fei asked. The girl at the front desk was holding the phone and dialing a number. She gestured for Jiang Fei to wait. Mr. Donner, Ralph is here. Okay. The girl called Mr. Donner. Jiang Fei waited quietly at the front desk. Mr. Ralph, Mr. Donner would like to see you in his office, the girl at the front desk said. Where is Mr. Jiang Fei asked. How about this? Please follow me. The girl at the front desk said with a smile. Then, she handed the matters at the front desk to her companions and walked out of the front desk. She took Jiang Fei to the elevator. Jiang Fei followed behind the girl. The two of them entered the elevator one after another. Mr. Ralph, Mr. Donner asked us to keep an eye on you yesterday. He said to call him as soon as you come, the girl at the front desk said to Jiang Fei with a smile. In fact, Jiang Fei had met this girl before. It was just that the two of them did not have much interaction. After all, Jiang Fei was just a security guard at that time. How could the little girl pay attention to him? However, things were different now. Ralph, who came from the slums, had actually gained Mr. Donner's appreciation. It was only a matter of time before this guy rose to the top. Jiang Fei's appearance was not bad. He was the first batch of clone warriors created by the sheriff. Not only was he strong, but his face was also clean. He was the type to recruit little girls. He thought that his status was low, so he was ignored by the little girls at the front desk. However, things were different now. In the eyes of the little girls at the front desk, this Ralph had already become the best potential stock. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not interested in the little girl at the front desk trying to hit on him. The little girl was a little shy when she tried to hit on Jiang Fei. However, she did not expect to be splashed with cold water. This kind of disregard was worse than rejection. The little girl did not speak. Jiang Fei did not speak anymore. The two of them remained silent until the elevator opened. When they left the elevator, the little girl's face had already changed into the front desk's standard smile. Jiang Fei did not care about the little girl's change of attitude. Soon, under the guidance of the little girl at the front desk, Jiang Fei arrived outside Mr. Donner's office. The young lady had originally planned to bring Jiang Fei in. Now that she had brought Jiang Fei to the door, she turned around and left. Jiang Fei shook his head and smiled. Then, he knocked on the door himself. Mr. Donner's voice came from inside. Then, Jiang Fei pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Jiang Fei nodded at Donner. Hee, you're here. Donner pointed at the chair in front of him. Jiang Fei did not stand on ceremony and sat down opposite Donner. Colonel Kono has already told me about you. Young man, I did not misjudge you, Donner said with a smile. In fact, he did not pay much attention to Jiang Fei back then. Although the security guard named Ralph was very good at fighting, that was all. When Donner had transferred Jiang Fei to the Life Extension Center, he had actually used him as cannon fodder. Unexpectedly, Ralph had not only survived, he had also made a great contribution. Now, the military had asked him to arrange a very high-level position for Ralph. Although Donner did not think much of Jiang Fei back then, the situation was different now. Therefore, he could not say things like he did before. Mr. Jiang Fei knew that Donner was just being polite, so he did not take it to heart. I have already prepared the position of the head of security for you. Take this and go to the 7th underground floor to find Nicole to hand it over, Mr. Donner said as he handed a document to Jiang Fei. Okay, Mr. Jiang Fei asked. Mr. Donner waved his hand and said. Jiang Fei nodded and left with the document. After leaving Mr. Donner's office, Jiang Fei took the elevator directly to the 7th floor of the basement. He was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, he had worked as a security guard in the Life building for a period of time. After arriving at Nicole's office with ease, Jiang Fei knocked on the door. "Come in," Nicole's voice was heard. Jiang Fei smiled and sat opposite Nicole. Nicole glared at Jiang Fei. Of course, she knew what Jiang Fei was doing. Mr. Donner had already talked to her. Therefore, Nicole knew that her position had been replaced by this guy in front of her. Although Mr. Donner had arranged another position for Nicole, which was even higher than the head of the security department, it was an idle position. In Nicole's eyes, it was this Ralph who had pushed her away. Therefore, she naturally did not treat Jiang Fei well. "Instructor, don't be so angry," Jiang Fei said with a cheeky smile. When he saw the girl's angry face, Jiang Fei did not know why he was so happy. It was as if bullying this little girl would bring him pleasure. Chapter 2855, 2855. Translator, 549-6903, stop talking nonsense, Nicole said angrily. Jiang Fei handed the documents in his hand to Nicole. As she did not want to see Jiang Fei, Nicole was very efficient. In just a few minutes, she had completed all the procedures. "Okay, you are now the head of the security department. You need to finish these documents by tomorrow afternoon." Nicole's handover was very simple. She directly piled the stack of documents on the desk. Then she stood up and left. Ever since she was called by Mr. Donner to have a talk yesterday, Nicole knew that she would be replaced by that guy called Ralph. Therefore, she had stopped working since yesterday. All the documents were piled up there. Now, she threw them all to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at Nicole's back and smiled. Then, he began to read the documents. Back then, Jiang Fei was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. Although he was usually in charge of the Empire's fleet, almost all of the fleets were under the command of Aurelia. Jiang Fei would occasionally be on duty. The number of documents that he read was much more than this. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was dealing with documents, it could be said that it was a piece of cake. These documents that had been piled up for 2 days and would take 7 to 8 hours to complete were all finished by Jiang Fei in less than 3 hours. Everything was done in less than 3 hours. Sigh, all the work is done. Jiang Fei placed the documents on the table. Someone would come to send the documents away in a while. He did not have to deal with this personally. After coming out of the office on the 7th floor, Jiang Fei went straight upstairs. Although the subtop floor of the game development team was no longer of much significance to Jiang Fei was still very curious about it. Taking the elevator, Jiang Fei went straight to the subtop floor. Now, he was the head of the security department. His access card was very high. There was almost no place in the entire life building that he could not go. After arriving at the subtop floor, the elevator door opened. As soon as Jiang Fei came out, he saw a few security guards with unfamiliar faces. "Who are you?" One of the security guards came forward and said. Jiang Fei shook the work card on his chest. "Huh?" The security guard frowned. Then, he reached for the weapon on his waist. These people had not received any notice from Mr. Donner, so they had no idea that the head of the security department had changed. In their memories, the head of the security department was still Nicole. Now, a man had suddenly appeared. He was wearing the work card of the head of the security department. They subconsciously thought that this was a forged work card. This guy was a fake. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fei glared at these people. Then he roared, "I am a new security manager. Nicole has been transferred to another department. You can call Mr. Donner to confirm." Seeing that Jiang Fei was so certain, the two security guards hesitated. They did not immediately take control of Jiang Fei. Instead, one of them held a weapon and monitored Jiang Fei. The other person began to make a call to confirm. Very quickly, that person completed the confirmation of Jiang Fei's identity. As the higher-ups had already received the notice, a person named Ralph was recommended by the military to become the new head of security. Therefore, it was very easy to verify Jiang Fei's identity. Although the security guard could not contact Donna, after making a few calls to the heads of other departments, they confirmed that Jiang Fei was indeed the new head of security. "Nice to meet you, Chief." "Nice to meet you, Chief." After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, the attitude of the two security guards changed drastically. As the saying goes, a county official is better than a county official. As the head of the security department, Jiang Fei was directly responsible for the bonuses and attendance of the security guards. If the security guards offended him, the first thing that would be damaged would be his wallet. Therefore, after the two of them confirmed Jiang Fei's identity, their faces were filled with joy. Their smiles were as if they were about to bite someone. Jiang Fei asked in a fake manner. Supervisor, everything here has been normal recently. There are no signs of anything suspicious, the older security guard replied. You guys continue with your duties. I'll go in and take a look, Jiang Fei nodded. The two security guards did not ask any further. As the supervisor of the security department, it was normal for Jiang Fei to come and inspect the place. Previously, Nicole had often come to check on work. As this was the place with the strictest security in the entire life building, the supervisors naturally paid attention to it. Previously, Nicole had come to check on the place at most 3 times a day. The purpose was to let the security guards be on high alert and not let their guard down. Therefore, the two security guards did not ask much about Jiang Fei entering the building because they felt that it was very normal. If they were to say that they were worried, they were also worried for their companions. Then, the bonus for this month would be ruined. On the other hand, Jiang Fei walked along the corridor. The deeper he went, the more security guards there were. At this time, these guys had also received the notice that the supervisor of the security department had been replaced. Therefore, when they saw Jiang Fei, they were all in high spirits. They seemed to be very conscientious. After all, no one wanted to be the target of this new official. As he walked deeper, Jiang Fei soon approached the development team's office. However, at this time, he could not enter because the security guards in charge of security were no longer the security guards of the life building. Instead, it was the military police under the Archon's command. A military police officer refused Jiang Fei's request to continue entering. Jiang Fei did not waste any more time. He turned around and left the subtop floor. Damn it, the security here is even tighter than I thought. At this time, Jiang Fei was very glad that he had been transferred to the Life Extension Center. Otherwise, if he forced his way into the subtop floor, even if he met the development team and killed all the members of the development team, the administrator would be able to gather another wave of developers and let the game resume. After learning about the snow beast from Lena, Jiang Fei knew that killing the development team was meaningless. If he wanted to solve the problem, he had to kill the snow beast. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As Lena had never seen a snow beast before, she had no idea how big it was. The life building would definitely not be able to hide it. However, if it was only the size of a cat or dog, the snow beast would most likely be hidden on the top floor of the life building. Chapter 2856. Translator 549-6903. The security on the top floor is so strict this time. It's almost as strict as the Life Extension Center. If the development team is only working here, there's no need for such strict security, right? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Jiang Fei made up his mind. Although he had just been coaxed back by the military police, and to avoid suspicion, Jiang Fei had left the subtop floor. However, his current identity was still the security chief of the life building. If he wanted to go to the subtop floor again, he would have plenty of excuses. Jiang Fei thought to himself, all right, these members of the development team, they can't all eat and live inside, right? Doesn't Natasha's brother go to work every day? I'll go up later to take a look. Jiang Fei's eyes rolled, and he came up with an idea. After staying in his office for a while, because all the documents had been processed, Jiang Fei, the head of the security department, was still quite free, just as he was about to stay up until the evening to go to the next top floor. There was a knock on Jiang Fei's office door. Knock, knock, knock. When he heard the knock on the door, Jiang Fei shouted, "Come in." The door opened, and a young man in a security uniform walked in. Chief, The security guard was clearly not used to seeing Jiang Fei. After all, they had always been looking for Nicole. Now, there was a new man. Everyone was still a little confused. Jiang Fei asked. The security guard said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was very calm. There was a disturbance on the 6th floor. Our people went over, but they were all overturned on the ground, the security guard said. Jiang Fei was stunned. The life building was an office. Although there was a special underground place for the poor to play, there was no KTV upstairs. It was usually an office floor. In such a place, no one would easily cause trouble. The security guard nodded. Zhang Fei was not in a hurry to deal with the situation. Supervisor, I'm not sure either. I'm on the 12th floor. I just noticed the problem when I was changing shifts, said the security guard. At that moment, the door of Zhang Fei's office rang again. Come in, Zhang Fei shouted. The door opened. A security guard who was sweating profusely shouted, Supervisor, something's wrong. Zhang Fei asked. Supervisor. The security guard was stunned. Zhang Fei asked. The 6th floor is a company that produces game equipment. It seems to be used to make a gaming cabin for some high-level game, the security guard said. Poor people like them rarely came into contact with such games. Therefore, he was not very familiar with the details. Oh, Zhang Fei raised his eyebrows. Then he stood up and said, Let's go and have a look. The panting security guard led Zhang Fei in the direction of the elevator. Tell me the details, Zhang Fei asked as he walked. The security guard shrugged. Then he said to Zhang Fei, Previously, there were a few waves of troublemakers. However, they were all pacified. The reason was because they were playing some stupid game. In the end, it was as if they had finished a few people in a vegetative state. The family members of those people always came to the company that produced the gaming cabin to cause trouble. They were just asking for compensation. Zhang Fei nodded. Then he asked, Is it always like this? The security guard frowned. Then he said to Zhang Fei, Previously, although these people occasionally came to cause trouble, once we rushed them, they left. The worst-case scenario was that the company spent some money and they passed. However, this time was different. These guys seemed to have come prepared. They did not accept mediation at all. The amount of compensation offered was too large. The company that produced the game cabin could not accept it. Therefore, they started to cause trouble. When we drove them away, we were beaten up. Zhang Fei nodded and followed the security guard into the elevator. Soon, the elevator reached the 6th floor. As the elevator door opened, Zhang Fei heard a loud noise. Today, you have to give us an explanation. That's right. There's something wrong with the game cabin that you produced. Otherwise, why would our child be in a vegetative state? It's just a normal child. Shouldn't you be responsible for it? Madam, we have already compensated you previously. After you received the compensation, you came in and expressed that you had reconciled with us. Now, you're making trouble again. Don't you think it's too much? Too much. Our child is gone. Why would I be too much? Do you think that just a few dollars can buy the life of our child? Let me tell you, this is not over. If you don't compensate us with $1 billion in cash and 10 houses, this is not over. Are you kidding me? $1 billion in cash and 10 houses? You are extorting us. Do you understand? Extortion? Well, if you compensate us with our child's health, we will not take a single cent. You're forcing us to do this. Why don't you call your boss out? We'll beat him into a vegetable as well. That'll be the end of it. Zhang Fei listened briefly at the exit of the elevator. Very quickly, he confirmed the nature of the matter. These people were clearly here to cause trouble. Not to mention that they had already received the compensation and had expressed that they had reconciled. Just by listening to their demands, one could tell that they had no intention of reconciling. These people were either clearly here to extort money, or they were used by someone to cause trouble. After turning a corner, Zhang Fei saw a group of people gathered in front of a company. This group of people did not look like the family members of the victims. They were all full of confidence, except for the woman in front of them. Among the rest of the people, none of them looked sad. There were even a few burly men with fierce faces. Their faces were filled with smiles. Zhang Fei turned around and asked. The security guard who had just reported the news pointed to a corner. There were 3 security guards crouching there. In front of these 3 security guards stood 2 burly men. These 2 big men were covered with all kinds of mantis shrimp and fish tattoos. They didn't look like good people. Chapter 2857. 2857. Translator 549-6903. Zhang Fei's voice was not loud. He led the 2 security guards to the outside of the crowd. Jiang Fei's voice was still normal. However, the noise in front of him was very loud, so the two people in front of him did not hear him at all. "Excuse me," Jiang Fei said again. At that moment, the guy in front of Jiang Fei turned around and looked. He saw a guy in a suit coming from the opposite side. There were two security guards behind him. From the looks of it, he should be someone of some status, so he looked at Jiang Fei and asked, "What do you do?" "I am the head of security here," Jiang Fei said. "Stinky security." When the man heard that Jiang Fei was not the senior manager of the Life Building or the manager of the company that produced the game cabin, his face immediately fell. "You better watch your mouth," Jiang Fei said calmly. "My mouth is not clean. What did you do to me?" The man said as he poked Jiang Fei's chest with his finger. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Jiang Fei asked calmly. The man said disdainfully. Jiang Fei did not lie at all. The instructor who pointed at his nose and shouted at him was now cold. F***CK. The brawny man looked at Jiang Fei disdainfully, although the guy in front of him was quite strong. He looked like he was wearing a suit. He was probably trained at gym and could not fight at all. Moreover, the two security guards behind him were nothing to be afraid of. They were only relying on fighting for a living. It was not a problem for them to deal with a few security guards. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, everyone, including the strong man, did not put Jiang Fei, the security supervisor, in their eyes. They were just here to cause trouble. Moreover, the person who hired them had also said that they were free to cause trouble. After causing trouble, someone would take responsibility. "Are you done?" Jiang Fei still maintained his last restraint. The burly man said very arrogantly. Jiang Fei nodded. When he raised his head again, his entire aura had changed. At this moment, Jiang Fei was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people. The burly man in front of him was so scared that he could not help but take half a step back. F***CK. The brawny man was probably angry because he had been scared away. He was about to push Jiang Fei when Jiang Fei grabbed his wrist. Then, he moved forward and crashed into the brawny man's arms. As Jiang Fei roared, the moment he crashed into the brawny man's arms, he pushed his shoulder up. At the same time, he exerted strength with his arms. The brawny man was instantly lifted up by Jiang Fei. The burly man drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then, Jiang Fei landed heavily on the ground. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the burly man immediately fainted. His entire body was breathing more air than air. "You dare to hit me!" The other burly man immediately refused to accept it. As he roared angrily, the other burly men immediately surrounded him and attacked Jiang Fei without any explanation. Jiang Fei took out his lightsaber from his waist. Although he had turned in his weapon, he had secretly kept the lightsaber. Because this was the corridor of the building, the terrain was narrow and the opponent was fighting in a group. Even though Jiang Fei had rich combat experience, he was only using the body of an ordinary person. However, he saw that the enemy had secretly taken out a dagger. Once he was attacked by these people, Jiang Fei's body was still an ordinary body. If he died here, Jiang Fei would be at a great disadvantage. Therefore, he would rather make a big deal out of this and kill a few people. He did not want his carrier to be destroyed. Therefore, as soon as the group of people surrounded him, Jiang Fei immediately took out his lightsaber. Jiang Fei brandished his lightsaber. After experiencing so much, he had long understood a principle. Since he had already unsheathed his lightsaber, he had to see blood. Since the conflict had already escalated, he had to completely resolve it. It was not good to suppress it temporarily. Therefore, after Jiang Fei unsheathed his lightsaber, he immediately used a heavy blow. Although he did not injure anyone, in the blink of an eye, the corridor was filled with broken limbs. In an instant, the entire corridor was filled with the smell of meat. While the blazing lightsaber cut off the limbs of these strong men, it also burned their wounds and completed the operation to stop the bleeding. The wounds that were cut off by a thermal weapon like the lightsaber could not be reattached. This meant that these strong men were destined to be disabled for life. Mom, oh my God, it hurts so much. The entire 6th floor of the building was filled with screams. Not to mention the people who came to cause trouble. Even the staff of the company that developed the game cabin were shocked silly. When had they ever seen such a violent security chief? What's wrong? What's wrong? At this moment, a group of higher-ups of the life building arrived late. Send them to the hospital, Jiang Fei said calmly. Donner was the leader of the group of higher-ups of the life building. He did not expect that Ralph, who had just taken office, would cause such a big incident. 7 or 8 people had their limbs amputated. This was too cruel. Those who caused trouble, just send them to the hospital, Jiang Fei said indifferently. Let them pay for the medical fees themselves? An executive beside him muttered. Jiang Fei smiled. Then he walked up to the brawny men with broken limbs and asked, I'll get someone to send you to the hospital later. Do you plan to pay for the medical fees yourself? Or do you want me to pay for the funeral fees? The men were all scared out of their wits. As the saying went, gods and ghosts were afraid of the strong. This was a truth that had never changed since ancient times. Although these strong men were specifically in charge of causing trouble, they usually committed all kinds of evil deeds. They were even capable of bullying others. However, when they encountered a tyrant like Jiang Fei, they knew that they were afraid. The executives, including Donner, looked at each other. They did not know what to do. In the end, everyone turned to look at Mr. Donner. After all, he was the one who arranged for Ralph to be here. However, Donner was also feeling bitter. It was not as if he had accepted Jiang Fei's bribe. He was not very close to Jiang Fei. The reason why he was able to arrange for Jiang Fei to be the head of security was because of the pressure from the military. However, he could not tell anyone else about this, so he was really worried sick. Chapter 2858. Translator 549-6903. Several executives of the life building looked at each other. They finally looked at Mr. Donner. What's wrong with you? Donner came in front of Jiang Fei and asked in a low voice. Nothing much. They're just a bunch of hooligans, Jiang Fei said casually. Donna asked. Just throw them into the hospital, Jiang Fei said. Donna asked. If they call the police, just call the police. When the time comes, just get the military police to look for me, Jiang Fei said indifferently. Donna had been waiting for Jiang Fei to say that. All he needed was a scapegoat. As for the crippled hooligans, he did not care at all. Just now, he was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. It was not because he was afraid of what these hooligans would do, nor was it because he was afraid of taking responsibility. It was because he did not know how to deal with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was forced in by the military. Donner did not know what kind of background this guy had. Now that such a thing had happened, it was naturally not easy for him to make a decision. He was relieved. Soon, a group of security guards came up and carried these guys who were missing limbs out of the building. The rest of the troublemakers were also dumbfounded. They were all scared out of their wits. They did not dare to say anything else. One by one, they left the building of life with their tails between their legs. The security guards did as Jiang Fei had said. They left these thugs in a hospital and did not care about them. As for whether these people could afford the medical fees, that was not their concern. After the troublemakers confirmed that it was safe, they called the police. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss. How could they remain silent? Moreover, the troublemakers had another idea, which was to take the opportunity to blackmail the life building. If this could be done, they would have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. Speaking of which, these troublemakers were really capable. They had just saved their lives, and now they were thinking about extorting the life building. After calling the police, the military police quickly came over. The hoodlums added fuel to the fire. Of course, they could not admit that they had gone to the life building to cause trouble. These hoodlums simply explained the reason. They emphasized on Jiang Fei's cruelty and the ruthlessness of the life building's executives. The military police made a record. They did not care much about these hoodlums from the slums. Even when these hoodlums were disabled, they were happy because these hoodlums were disabled. It would not be so convenient for them to cause trouble in the future. This also saved the military police a lot of trouble. However, the military police still had to do their job. After all, this was their job. After taking notes, a military police officer brought a few people to the Life building to understand the situation. When the military police arrived at the Life building to investigate the situation, Donna asked someone to send them to Jiang Fei's side. Anyway, Jiang Fei had already said that he was responsible for this matter. Naturally, Donna was happy. When the military police arrived at Jiang Fei's office, Jiang Fei was sitting on the sofa at the side of the office, drinking tea with Chinook. "Mr. Ralph, we have something that we need your help with," the leading military police officer said straightforwardly after entering the office. At that moment, Chinook was facing away from the door of the office, so the military police did not recognize him. Cool me. Let's sit down and talk," said Jiang Fei calmly. He stood up and greeted the military police. The military police officer was still polite to Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's identity was from the slums, the military police would not know without checking his documents. At that moment, Jiang Fei was in a high position. Therefore, the military police subconsciously treated Jiang Fei as a rich man. Although Jiang Fei had hurt others maliciously and even maimed more than 10 people, the class barrier in the Gamma space was still quite strong. After the rich had hurt the poor, very few people were actually sentenced. Most of the time, they would just give some money to settle it privately. Some of them even simply dealt with the poor. Anyway, as long as they did it cleanly, the military police would not pursue the matter too much. Therefore, when the military police came, they did not plan to capture Jiang Fei. They just wanted to understand the situation and asked Jiang Fei to fork out a few money to settle the matter. Moreover, they could also earn some pocket money from it. Jiang Fei let the military police sit down and began to pour tea for them. "Sir?" Suddenly, the military police officers realized that Chinook was sitting with his back to the door. "I'm having tea with a friend," Chinook said. "This Mr. the leading military police officer asked. "Then I'll be climbing up the ladder." "He's a friend of Colonel Kono," Chinook said. The military police officers were dumbfounded. If this Ralph was a friend of Colonel Kono, then they would not be able to earn pocket money. Cool me. Jiang Fei handed them some tea. "Thank you." The few military police officers quickly stood up and took the tea. Although they had a good attitude when they came, it was to earn money. Now, their faces were filled with joy. Jiang Fei was just about to describe the situation. The military police officer immediately said, "Mr. Ralph, since you are Colonel Kono's friend, this is no longer a problem. Don't worry about it. We will go back and help you settle this matter." Jiang Fei asked, "What's wrong with that?" "It's just a few gangsters from the slums," said the military police officer in the lead. "Thank you very much. I have a cup of tea for you. You have come all the way here. Go back and buy a cup of water to quench your thirst," said Jiang Fei as he took out a stack of red packets. Each red packet contained $1,000 in cash. This was what he had taken out previously. The police officer in the lead did not dare to take the red packet. Instead, he looked at Chinook. Chinook nodded. The leader of the military police took the red packet with a smile. Then, he gave one to each of his brothers behind him. There were still 7 or 8 left in his hand. After deducting the few brothers who did not come, he could still have 3 or 4 left. Drink some water. Jiang Fei raised his teacup and said politely. The few military police officers took a sip of their tea. The leader of the group stood up and said, "Mr. Ralph, please continue chatting with the officer. We won't disturb you anymore. Don't worry about this matter. We'll settle it when we get back." Chapter 2859. Translator 549-6903. After the military police left, Jiang Fei smiled and said to Chinook, although they were all paid to do things, there was a big difference between having Chinook around and not having Chinook around. With Chinook around, Jiang Fei was rewarding the military police who helped him. It would be like the military police were extorting and blackmailing him. It's just a matter of words. Chinook smiled. He was Colonel Chinook's trusted aide. Therefore, he knew the Archon's intention. Therefore, he was naturally willing to sell him to Jiang Fei. After the two of them drank tea and chatted for a while, Chinook stood up and left. "All right, the troublesome matter has been resolved. I still have to go back to work," Chinook said with a smile. "If you have something to do, I won't keep you." Let's have a meal together another day, Jiang Fei said with a smile. No problem, Chinook said with a smile. After Chinook left, Jiang Fei sat back in his office chair. Then he looked at the ceiling and thought to himself, it seems that the gamma space is really corrupt. It's hard to say how the upper level is, but the bottom level is almost rotten. After what happened today, Jiang Fei realized that the society in the gamma space was not as good as he looked. However, he did not expect the social status of the poor to be so low. Being crippled or even beaten to death was actually something that could be done with money. Moreover, the military and police would cooperate to help you. The public security officer was also useless back then. What kind of clone did he do? He directly instigated the revolt of the poor in the slums and armed them. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. No matter what, Jiang Fei was the beneficiary of this matter. Although he had spent some money, the matter was settled. However, although the matter was suppressed, Jiang Fei's heart was not calm. This was because today's matter was clearly instigated by someone. These people who came to cause trouble were obviously under someone's command. The reason why Jiang Fei was so violent was to intimidate these people. He wanted to prevent them from coming back a few days later after today's matter was settled. That was why Jiang Fei had cruelly attacked those brawny men who were causing trouble. His goal was to let those guys know that there were people in the life building that they could not afford to offend. They should not come here to court death. Obviously, Jiang Fei's plan was effective. After a week, nothing happened in the life building. No one dared to come here to cause trouble anymore. However, everyone had a fear. Whether it was the families of the vegetative state or the hooligans, they finally knew the risk of coming to the life building to cause trouble. There was no one who dared to come to the life building to cause trouble. While the life building was safe and sound, Jiang Fei went to the top floor a few times. Sometimes, he even went there when the development team was off duty. However, he still did not get anything. He was behind the military police who were in charge of guarding the building. It was not just a password door. Although Jiang Fei took the opportunity to look inside, there was still a door behind the door. Therefore, he naturally did not find anything. Jiang Fei thought to himself. For this reason, Jiang Fei had even followed a few development team members. One of them even included Natasha's brother. After understanding the route of these people and confirming their residences, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. Just as Jiang Fei was about to pick an opportunity to kidnap a member of the development team, another person came from his office. "Are you Mr. Guy in a suit?" asked. Jiang Fei nodded. "I am an employee of the magistrate's office. My name is Alden." The guy introduced himself first. "Yes, please take a seat," said Jiang Fei as he pointed at the chair in front of him. Said Alden as he sat down opposite Jiang Fei. Asked Jiang Fei, "Well, the magistrate is very grateful for your help. He would like to have dinner with you to express his gratitude," said Alden. Jiang Fei was stunned. Alden nodded. Jiang Fei asked, "The night after tomorrow," Alden said. Jiang Fei asked, "Just try to dress as formally as possible," Alden said. Jiang Fei nodded. "All right, mister." Alden suddenly asked, "I'm Yufine." Jiang Fei was stunned. "Nothing much. The magistrate is more concerned about your life. He said that if you have any needs, we could try our best to meet them," Alden said. "I don't have any needs at the moment," Jiang Fei said. "Okay, that's good. If you have any needs, you can contact me. Here is my number," Alden said as he left a card with his personal number and the number of the magistrate's office. Jiang Fei smiled as he put away the card. "Then you can go on with your work. I won't disturb you anymore. The day after tomorrow night, I will send a car to pick you up," Alden said. Jiang Fei nodded. Alden stood up and Jiang Fei walked him to the elevator. After Alden left, Jiang Fei returned to his office. "Looks like the magistrate is planning to recruit me," Jiang Fei thought to himself. If he was recruited by the magistrate, he would definitely agree to it. After getting close to the console, he would be able to learn more about the snow beasts. However, if he was recruited by the consul, Jiang Fei would have to leave the building of life. By then, although he would become the consul's trusted aide, he would not have the authority to freely enter and exit the sub-top floor of the building of life. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to take advantage of the fact that he was still working in the building of life. Before he left, he would first search the subtop floor. Before that, he would have to kidnap a member of the development team to probe for information. Jiang Fei was very hesitant because he did not know much about the members of the development team. He also did not know who had more information. Finally, Jiang Fei made a decision. The next day, Jiang Fei stayed on the first floor of the Life building for a while. When he saw Natasha's brother get on the elevator, he left the Life building and drove straight to Natasha's home. Chapter 2860. Translator 549-6903. After confirming that Natasha's brother had gone upstairs, Jiang Fei drove to Natasha's house. Before going to Natasha's house, Jiang Fei went to a fast food restaurant and bought Natasha her favorite hamburgers and drinks. Jiang Fei knocked on Natasha's door with delicious food. There was no response in the house. "Natasha, it's me," Jiang Fei shouted from outside the door. There was still no response. Jiang Fei shouted again. At that moment, a small crack opened in the window on the third floor. A pair of big eyes looked out through the crack. Jiang Fei called out for the third time. "Does this girl not live here anymore?" Jiang Fei muttered and was about to turn around and leave. However, at that moment, Natasha's voice came from the window on the third floor. "Handsome, wait a moment." Immediately after, Jiang Fei heard the sound of fast footsteps on the wooden stairs. Then, the door was opened. Jiang Fei said with a smile, "Handsome." Natasha immediately threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms. "All right, be good. I'm here to see you." Jiang Fei smiled and comforted the crying little girl. After a long while, Natasha calmed down and pulled Jiang Fei into the house. As the door closed, Natasha jumped into Jiang Fei's arms again and cried loudly, "Handsome, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that I'll never see you again." "All right, it's all in the past." Jiang Fei gently stroked Natasha's little head and comforted her gently. The little girl raised her little face and said, at this time, there were still tears at the corner of her eyes, which made people feel sorry for her. "All right, Natasha, did you fall asleep just now?" Jiang Fei asked curiously. "I was afraid. Moreover, brother also told me that there are bad people outside now." When Natasha said this, there was still some fear in her eyes. Even now, she had not fully recovered. All right. Brother has already chased away those bad people. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Jiang Fei comforted her. He really treated Natasha as his own sister. He felt very sorry for her. Said Natasha as she crawled into Jiang Fei's arms again. Fortunately, she was a little girl in her teens. Otherwise, Jiang Fei might not have been able to withstand the pain if she had just crawled into his arms. Jiang Fei took out the delicious food that he had brought in order to distract Natasha from the unpleasant experience. Wow, delicious! Natasha was indeed a child. When she saw the delicious food, she immediately became excited. She first kissed Jiang Fei on the cheek, and then snatched the burger and drink away. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head. He really did not think that hamburgers were very delicious. However, these things were very popular among children. As he watched Natasha eat the burger in big bites, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. Jiang Fei sighed. Very soon, Natasha finished her burger and drank a lot of drinks. The little girl burped in satisfaction and then leaned against Jiang Fei's side to watch TV. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to ask Natasha about anything. Anyway, her brother would only be back in the afternoon when he went to work. It was not even noon yet. Jiang Fei had plenty of time. He patiently watched those boring cartoons on TV with her. Leisure time always passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 to 3 hours had passed. Natasha even leaned on Jiang Fei's shoulder and fell asleep. Jiang Fei adjusted his body slightly to make Natasha sleep more comfortably. As a result, the little girl slept so soundly that her saliva dripped onto Jiang Fei's arm. It was only until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Natasha finally had a full sleep. The little girl stretched herself and opened her eyes. Natasha cried out in surprise. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and said in embarrassment, "Handsome, why didn't you wake me up? What time is it now? If you're sleepy, you should sleep a little more. It's the time to grow your body. I'm Yufine." Jiang Fei smiled and then replied, It's almost 3 o'clock now. You wasted a lot of time. Handsome, it was not easy for you to come and see me. I actually fell asleep. What a pity, said Natasha with a pout. It's okay. Brother will come often in the future, said Jiang Fei. Said Natasha with her pinky. Jiang Fei pulled a pinky with Natasha, said Natasha as she leaned over and kissed Jiang Fei on the cheek. After that, Jiang Fei played with Natasha for a while. When it was almost time to get off work, he asked, Natasha, does your brother usually tell you about his work? Brother's work? Occasionally, he would talk about it, but not much, said Natasha as she tilted her little head. She was completely unwary of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, Colleague? I think he mentioned it a few times when he complained, said Natasha after thinking for a moment. Jiang Fei asked, Natasha shook her head and said, when her brother complained, she did not care much about it. Naturally, she could not remember all of it. Jiang Fei asked, I think so. Natasha tilted her little head and thought for a long time. Then she said to Jiang Fei, there seems to be a guy named Neru something or Pru something. Brother said that he was their supervisor and he did not seem to have a good relationship with Brother. Brother always complained about him. Jiang Fei said with a smile. Natasha asked curiously. Jiang Fei said vaguely. Chapter 2861, 2861. Translator, 549-6903, Natasha replied casually. She did not ask why Jiang Fei was looking for that person because she did not care at all. She was not interested. Anyway, in Natasha's eyes, Jiang Fei was definitely doing the right thing. As long as he could find time to play with her, that would be enough. After playing with Natasha for a while, Jiang Fei stood up and said, Natasha, your brother is about to get off work. I have to go. Natasha asked. In 2 days, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Natasha laughed. Jiang Fei nodded and left Natasha's house. Not long after Jiang Fei drove back to the Life building, the members of the development team on the subtop floor all got off work, including Natasha's brother. A group of people left the Life building one after another. Jiang Fei did not choose to do it on this day because he needed to confirm the identity of this person first. After returning to his office, Jiang Fei began to search for information. As the head of the security department of the Life building, Jiang Fei's authority was quite high. At the very least, he could search for everyone's identity card information. He could find this guy through the floor and the name that Natasha provided. There were not many people working on the subtop floor. Besides the members of the security department, there were also some military police who had ID cards. Otherwise, they would not be able to go up because the entrance and exit of the corridor were sealed from the inside of the subtop floor. There was no way to enter from the outside, so the only normal way to enter the subtop floor was the elevator, and the elevator had to use ID cards to go to the subtop floor. After eliminating all these people, the remaining 10 or so people were probably members of the development team. One of them was Natasha's brother. Jiang Fei carefully looked at the identity cards of these people. He looked for the person with the name of Nalu or Pulu. Soon, Jiang Fei found the person Natasha was talking about. Jiang Fei nodded. Among the 10 or so people, he was the only one with the name of Nalu or Pulu. This was a man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His specific position in the development team was ominous. As his identity card did not indicate this, Jiang Fei would not have needed to ask Natasha in the group. He would just have to find a supervisor and kidnap him. After confirming the target, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. As it was already after work today, it was too late for Jiang Fei to chase after the person. Therefore, he should eat, work, and go back to rest after he was done. He wanted to recuperate. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to the hall on the first floor under the name of patrolling. Soon, he saw the guy named Platonis. He looked a little fatter than the ID card. He was about 35 years old. He looked smart and capable. He was well-dressed, but his temperament was not very outstanding. However, the people in the development team were all semi-scientific researchers. They did not like to dress up. Therefore, none of them, including Natasha's brother, looked very handsome. Sir, Jiang Fei stepped forward and stopped Platonis. Platonis was stunned. He saw that Jiang Fei was wearing a suit with a badge from the security department. So he asked, It's like this, Jiang Fei said. Perdoni's nodded. As Jiang Fei was wearing the badge of the head of the security department and Perdoni's had done nothing wrong, he was not against this kind of check. Then, Jiang Fei took a device and scanned Perdoni's body twice. This device was used by the security department to check metal items. After a routine inspection, there were no prohibited items found on Perdoni's body. Therefore, Jiang Fei smiled and said to him, "I'm sorry, sir. Sorry to disturb you." "It's okay." Perdoni smiled and walked towards the elevator. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. During the inspection process, just now, he placed two small gadgets on Perdoni's body. One of them was a recording device, the other was a positioning device. These were the tools of the security department. Now, they were all used by Jiang Fei for personal use. As the saying goes, one had to put on a full show. For the next few hours, Jiang Fei stayed in the hall on the first floor. Then, he carried out random checks on the people who came to the Life building. After lunch, Jiang Fei did not go out again. He returned to his room and began to make preparations. After all, he was going to make a move tonight. Time passed by slowly. After Jiang Fei made his preparations, he began to rest. Perhaps only a person with a big heart like him could fall asleep at this time. At this time, they would not be able to match his eyes. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, Jiang Fei's condition had been completely adjusted. He came out of the Life building with a GPS in his hand. Then he sat in a car. This car was also part of the security department. Yesterday, Jiang Fei had driven it to Natasha's house. Soon, Jiang Fei found his target. Perdoni's came out of the Life building. As he was relatively rich, his home was near the Life building. This guy did not need to drive to and from work. He only needed to walk, and he would be home in 5 minutes. Jiang Fei drove the car and secretly followed Perdoni's. Soon, his car stopped across the road from Perdoni's house. Jiang Fei stayed in his car. He was not in a hurry to go out. He waited patiently. According to the data on the GPS, after Perdoni's return home, he never went out again. Jiang Fei was also waiting by his watch. He needed to wait until it was dark before he made his move. While he was waiting, time passed very slowly. Finally, when the sky turned dark, Jiang Fei finally opened his car door. When he arrived outside the courtyard wall of Perdoni's house, Jiang Fei took 2 steps back. Then, he suddenly accelerated. His feet stepped on the wall for a few steps before he rushed up. Then, Jiang Fei put his elbow on the top of the wall. Then he moved his legs and rode on the top of the wall. After he climbed up the wall, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to jump down. Who knew if the house had a dog? Therefore, Jiang Fei took out a treasure from his bag beside him. He had prepared this before. It was a ball the size of a child's fist. It was made of steamed sticky rice. It was mixed with minced meat and long hair of a woman. After the ball was done, he fried it with sesame oil and blew it under his nose. Chapter 2862, 2862. Translator, 549-6903. Jiang Fei threw the meatball into the yard. The purpose of this thing was to attract evil dogs and the like. If there were animals like dogs in the yard of this house, they would definitely come over and eat the meatball that had been fried and stuffed with meat. Once they ate it, the dog would be considered useless. This was because this thing was made of sticky rice. It was sticky to the teeth. Moreover, there was a woman's long hair in it. After the dog ate it, it would only take a few bites before the hair was stuffed into the gaps of its teeth. The dog would then feel uncomfortable. It could not care about anything else. Dogs did not know how to pick their teeth. By the time it figured it out, it would already be dawn. Jiang Fei would have finished his work and left. The meatballs were fried with sesame oil. Firstly, it would taste better and attract more dogs to eat them. Secondly, it was to prevent the surface of the food from sticking to the skin. Otherwise, a few sticky rice balls would be packed in a bag and would not even be used. It would become a big lump. The meatballs fell into the yard. Jiang Fei waited quietly on the wall for a while. As expected, a series of soft footsteps could be heard. Jiang Fei tilted his ear and heard that there was more than one dog. Therefore, he casually threw a few more meatballs. He had to make sure that every dog had something to eat. After smelling the fragrance of the meatballs, the 3 dogs in the yard surrounded him. Initially, the big dogs wanted to fight over it. However, Jiang Fei threw a few more in at this time. Therefore, the big dogs stopped fighting over it. One of the dogs held a meatball in its mouth and started eating it. Once the meatball entered the mouth, the taste was indeed indescribable. It was filled with meat, and it was fried in sesame oil. Not to mention the dogs, everyone loved to eat it. However, the problem was that the three big dogs realized that something was wrong after just 2 bites. The meatball, made of sticky rice, was sticky to the teeth. The woman's hair inside the meatball was even more so. The 3 dogs' mouths were wrapped up like rotten eggs by the long hair and sticky rice balls. If they were humans, they could reach into the buttons and vomit them all out. But dogs couldn't. They retched and wanted to vomit the balls out, but their hair was wrapped around their teeth. How could they vomit so easily? So the 3 big dogs didn't care about anything else. They all lay on the ground and whimpered softly. They were picking the things in their mouths, but if they just relied on the tip of their tongues, it would become more and more entangled. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 big dogs were lying on the ground. They could not care about anything else. Jiang Fei jumped into the yard. He walked past the 3 big dogs. The 3 big dogs did not even look at Jiang Fei as they continued to lie on the ground and clean the rotten eggs in their mouths. Jiang Fei easily passed through the lawn in the yard. He came to the outside of the house and pushed the door lightly. The door was locked. Jiang Fei did not choose to break the door violently. Instead, he walked around the house. Very soon, Jiang Fei noticed that a window on the 2nd floor was open. This was clearly the best place to enter. After taking a few steps back, Jiang Fei accelerated and ran up. Then, he leaped up with all his might. He took a few steps on a wall and jumped up 3 to 4 meters high. Then he grabbed the bottom edge of the windowsill with both hands and pressed down with his arms. He jumped 1 meter high again and stood on the windowsill. Jiang Fei pulled out the dagger from his waist and cut open the window screen. He entered the house through the window. Jiang Fei looked around. As the sky had just turned dark, Plutonus had not rested yet, so the lights were still on. Jiang Fei listened for a moment. There was no sound upstairs. He could hear the sound of a television coming from downstairs. It seemed that the person was still in the living room downstairs. Jiang Fei tiptoed through the corridor and quietly went down the stairs to the 1st floor. When he was still on the stairs, Jiang Fei found his target. Plutonus was watching television. This was a sports show. The competition was very close, so he was very engrossed in watching it. After quietly walking down the stairs, Jiang Fei came to the back of Plutonus. This guy did not even notice. After all, it was his home. Most people would be very relaxed. This was not a ghost movie, who would always be on high alert in their own home. Therefore, it was normal for Jiang Fei to quietly sneak up behind Plutonus. After taking out a hood and putting it on his head, Jiang Fei patted Plutonus on the shoulder. Plutonus subconsciously hit Jiang Fei's hand. Then, he suddenly realized that he was not in the office but at home. There was no one else in his house except for himself. There was no one else. Who is it? As he shouted, Plutonus turned around and saw Jiang Fei wearing a black hood. You? Plutonus asked in fear. Don't be afraid. I have something to ask you, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Plutonus urged him. At this time, even if he recognized the other party, he had to pretend that he did not know him. The other party was wearing a hood because he did not want to expose his identity. Wasn't he asking the other party to kill him to silence him? Let me ask you a few questions. Jiang Fei ignored Plutonus' doubts. You, Plutonus asked. About your work, Jiang Fei said. You don't have to say any more. I signed a confidentiality agreement, so I won't tell you anything. Plutonus refused flatly. Jiang Fei smiled. Ask Plutonus. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just telling you a fact, said Jiang Fei. Said Plutonus. Jiang Fei smiled. Then he took 2 steps and arrived in front of Plutonus. The kid wanted to resist, but was defeated by Jiang Fei in 1 move. After subduing Plutonus, Jiang Fei did not continue to talk nonsense with the kid. He did not have a good impression of all the members of the development team. After all, Jiang Fei had been forced by these guys before. There were a few times when his life and his family's lives were threatened. Therefore, when Jiang Fei faced these guys, he did not show any mercy. Jiang Fei grabbed Perdoni's collar and brought him to the bathroom. Have you thought about it? Jiang Fei asked. Before Perdoni's could finish his words, Jiang Fei grabbed his collar and pressed him into the toilet. The water in the toilet made the boy unable to breathe. He struggled crazily. However, in front of Jiang Fei's strength, this fellow who was doing scientific research could not resist at all. Chapter 2863, 2863. Translator 549-6903. Perdoni's choked on the water and drank several mouthfuls. He even choked on the water into his windpipe. After being pulled out of the water by Jiang Fei, Perdoni's coughed and panted heavily. He really felt like he was going to die just now. Have you recovered? Jiang Fei let Perdoni's catch his breath and pressed him down again. The water in the toilet began to bubble again. Perdoni's was also struggling desperately. However, under Jiang Fei's powerful strength, his struggle was futile. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Fei pulled Perdoni's out again. How is it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Perdoni's cried out. You're not going to tell me, are you? Jiang Fei had no sympathy for the members of the development team. He pushed Perdoni's head into the toilet water again. Perdoni's drank a few more mouthfuls of water. The crazy suffocation had tortured him to the point that he was going crazy. Jiang Fei asked after pulling Perdoni's out. Say it. I wanted to tell you just now. Perdoni's was on the verge of tears. He could not take it anymore. He wanted to say everything. However, he had just sighed. In the end, he was pressed down by Jiang Fei. You should have said it earlier. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He knew that this kid would not be able to hold on for long. Perdoni's was speechless. To be honest, he really wanted to die rather than surrender. However, the feeling of dying just now was too unbearable. His ideals were fulfilled, but reality was cruel. Perdoni's did not expect that being tortured would be so terrifying. In fact, Perdoni's did not know that the waterboarding was just the beginning. If he could really hold on, Jiang Fei still had more tricks up his sleeve. If I ask you anything, just tell me honestly, Jiang Fei said as he glanced at the toilet beside him. At this moment, Perdoni's was almost having a toilet phobia. The moment he saw the toilet, his entire body trembled. Let's talk about your identity first, Jiang Fei asked calmly. Perdoni's hesitated for a moment. He was considering whether or not to lie. If he hid his identity, the other party might not ask him too many confidential questions. Perdoni's gave up on the idea of lying. Since the other party spoiled him, it was likely that they had already figured out his identity. If he lied about this, he would definitely be exposed instantly. Then, he would definitely be punished again. After thinking about this, Perdoni's said honestly, my name is Perdoni's. I am the executive team leader of Plan Z. Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that Natasha's information was indeed correct. This guy was really a leader. Big brother, what I said is true, Perdoni's quickly said. He was really afraid of being pressed into the toilet again. At least you were sensible. Jiang Fei nodded and said, then, please introduce Plan Z. Perdoni's thought for a moment. He did not intend to lie about this question, because in his opinion, if the other party did not understand Plan Z, then why did he come to him? Therefore, if he lied about this issue, it would be very easy to be exposed. Therefore, after slightly organizing his words, Perdoni said to Jiang Fei, Plan Z is a population increase plan personally supervised by the Grand Council. Because with the development of technology, our ability to reproduce the population has become lower and lower. Naturally born babies are more and more likely to die. In order to continue the race, we have to start increasing the number of newborns in the Life Extension Center. To produce clone babies, we need souls. Therefore, we have used the power of the Snow Beast to develop a game that can connect to the three-dimensional world. When people have fun, they can also release more souls in the three-dimensional world. Perdoni spoke briefly, but the content was not much different from what Lena had said. Snow Beast? Jiang Fei asked, pretending to be confused. Perdoni's was also stunned. If he had known that the other party did not know about the Snow Beast, he would have just lied. Now that the Snow Beast was mentioned, he had no choice but to explain. You better answer the question, Jiang Fei said coldly. I'll talk. When he heard Jiang Fei's unfriendly tone, Perdoni's immediately gave in. He said to Jiang Fei, "This snow beast is the only strange beast in our gamma dimension. I don't know how long it has lived. It seems to have existed since the beginning of our dimension." Jiang Fei asked, "We did not capture it. It was captured a long time ago. One of the important duties of the previous consuls was to lock it up and feed it." Perdoni's paused for a moment. Then he continued, "We only used its huge spiritual power to open a new channel. Through this channel, not only did we complete the transmission of consciousness, but we could also directly influence the three-dimensional world. Can we control the three-dimensional world at will? Slaughter them at will?" Jiang Fei asked. "In theory, we can do that, but the price is too high. According to the spatial compensation mechanism, if we directly use the suppression of the high-dimensional space to kill the creatures in the low-dimensional space, then we will be punished accordingly. If it's serious, we might die," said Prudence. Oh, this was the first time Jiang Fei had heard of this spatial compensation mechanism. Previously, he had always thought that the development team could easily influence the three-dimensional world. The spatial law was fair. Although we were in a higher dimension and could easily change everything in the three-dimensional world, the law limited our abilities. If we forcefully killed the creatures in low-level space or destroyed their space, we would also be punished horribly. In order to deduce the spatial compensation mechanism, we have already lost several of our colleagues, said Platones with a sigh. That's not right. Since we can't kill people at will, why don't we slaughter the three-dimensional creatures in the game and let them release their souls? Jiang Fei asked. Chapter 2864, 2864. Translator, 549-6903. That's because it was done by their own people. Through the transfer of consciousness, we allowed those people's souls to ascend. Meanwhile, we entered the three-dimensional world as players. Although it was our will that was killing people, it was the creatures in the three-dimensional space that completed the killing action. Therefore, we would not be punished. This might be considered a loophole, said Prudence. Jiang Fei nodded. Now, he was finally getting to know the things that he wanted to know. From Perdoni's words, Jiang Fei could tell that this spatial compensation mechanism was quite powerful. At least, the people in the development team were very afraid of it. However, there was a loophole in this rule. Therefore, they used this loophole to achieve their goal. This way, they could avoid being punished. But why did you let those apostles destroy the three-dimensional world? Isn't the three-dimensional world the source of your souls? If you completely destroy the three-dimensional world, wouldn't that be the same as fishing in a pond? Jiang Fei asked. Initially, there were apostles who wanted to create a bunch of black holes and destroy the three-dimensional world. After hearing Jiang Fei's question, Prudence sighed and said to Jiang Fei, "Those apostles were not created by us." Jiang Fei asked, "We were not the ones who bribed them. It was the people of the sheriff. There was a traitor in our development team. It was that kid who was manipulating these things. When we discovered it, it was already too late. Fortunately, that apostle was killed. If he really destroyed the three-dimensional world, we would really be sinners," said Prudence. Jiang Fei asked, "The apostles that you mentioned are a bunch of guys with cheats. We still don't know where their cheats came from. However, we can be sure that that person must be related to our development team. Otherwise, he would not be able to get the data interface," said Prudence. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew the source of these cheats. It was Natasha's brother. However, Natasha's brother did not develop the cheats because he had defected to the sheriff. Instead, he simply wanted to help his sister realize her dream. However, Natasha was too naive. She easily gave these cheats to a group of people in the slums. She initially thought that they could join her in the game to stop the evil players. In the end, the naive Natasha lost control of the apostles. In fact, Natasha's idea was also good. She learned from Jiang Fei that many players were doing evil in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, she wanted to build her own army and help her handsome brother to stop the players. On the other hand, Natasha's brother was a spoilsport. Under his sister's persuasion, he used his position to develop a series of cheats and gave them to Natasha. Then, the little girl organized the apostles. In the end, Natasha's idea was very good. However, in the end, the people who really went to complete her quest were the two sisters, Aisha and Lorna. They were the only ones who did not use the power of cheats to do evil. In the end, they were taken in by Han Tianyu. The other apostles, either because of their own selfishness or because they were used by the subordinates of the sheriff. In the end, without exception, they all used the cheat in their hands to destroy the three-dimensional world, and this was completely contrary to Natasha's idea. After these cheaters appeared, we tried to clean them up, but soon found out that their cheat was actually directly connected to the data interface. Unless we seal the data interface, completely take the game offline, and cut off the three-dimensional world, there was no way to stop them. In the end, we had to arrange for a powerhouse from the three-dimensional world to kill them, said Prudence. However, what he did not know was that the three-dimensional world's powerhouse was right in front of him. Jiang Fei nodded. As for how to eliminate these apostles, there was no need for Prudence to explain. He had done all of this himself. And then, that three-dimensional world's powerhouse was indeed powerful. He almost killed all of those cheaters, said Prudence. Jiang Fei asked. That was something that happened after that. After the incident with the sheriff was exposed, we also conducted an internal investigation and found out that Chica was actually one of the sheriff's men. Those apostles were not discovered in time because he helped them to cover up their tracks, said Prudence. Jiang Fei asked. Prudence said, they massacred wantonly in the three-dimensional world and created a panic. This way, many people would choose to sacrifice their bodies in despair and their souls would ascend. Jiang Fei only now knew how the clone warriors under the magistrate came about. Now, it seemed that he had sold the magistrate to the right person. He was also exploiting the three-dimensional world. Even this game was created by him. However, compared to the methods of the magistrate was more gentle. All right, these things are in the past. Now, I want to know about the snow beast. Jiang Fei finally asked the crucial question. Perdones was a little hesitant. He was the confidant of the magistrate, and the snow beast was the top secret. Therefore, he really did not want to say anything. You've already said so much. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Platones sighed. Jiang Fei's previous words had completely defeated him. He had already revealed too many secrets. With his current crime, he was already enough to be shot to death. That was it. Say it. Otherwise, you will still have to suffer, Jiang Fei said. Sigh. Perdones had already thought it through. He had said so many secrets. There was no way he could survive. Even if the guy in front of him did not kill him, he would still be executed. Although it was a death sentence, if Perdones did not say it, Jiang Fei would torture him. Therefore, in order to avoid physical pain, Perdones could only tell him everything he knew. Chapter 2865, 2865. Translator, 549-6903. Jiang Fei nodded. Perdones took a deep breath and he said, Actually, I don't know much about the snow beast. In our office, there are only a few data interfaces. We don't know how these excuses are connected to the snow beast. Jiang Fei was stunned. However, there's one thing that I am sure of. The snow beast is in this city, said Prudence. Oh, Jiang Fei asked, because the data transmission of this kind of mental excuse is limited. The transmission of the special cable cannot be too long. At most, it cannot be more than a kilometer. Therefore, I am sure that the snow beast is in the center of our office. The distance in a straight line is not more than a kilometer. Then, I will refer to the surrounding environment, said Prudence. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. The Life Building and the Life Extension Center were next to each other. They were located in the center of the entire gamma space. Other than these two buildings, there were also many tall buildings around them. However, those buildings were all ordinary companies. Therefore, Platonis' analysis was very reasonable. The snow beast hiding under the ground of these two buildings was the most reasonable explanation. However, when it came to these two places, Jiang Fei had more or less understood them. Currently, he lived and worked on the 7 floors of the Life Building. The Life Building's underground building had a total of 10 floors. The 3 floors below were used to store materials and dangerous equipment. Of course, the 10 floors were only public information. As for whether there was a secret underground 11 floors, that was not something Jiang Fei could come into contact with. Jiang Fei had once worked in the Life Extension Center. He had even managed to get to the core of the Life Extension Center. There, he had personally witnessed the sheriff's men catalyzing the clone. Although he had reached the core of the Life Extension Center, the situation was very chaotic. Moreover, the situation was urgent. Jiang Fei did not have the time to observe. Therefore, he did not dare to confirm if there were any buildings underground in the Life Extension Center. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to explore. Jiang Fei made up his mind. I have told you everything I know. Just kill me, said Platonis. Jiang Fei nodded. Although Platonis did not have a personal grudge against him. As the person in charge of the development team, he was responsible for the evil deeds that the players had committed in the three-dimensional world. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not feel any psychological burden in killing Platonis. Jiang Fei asked. Platonis asked. Jiang Fei picked up the wine glass on the table and personally filled a glass for Platonis. Platonis drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Jiang Fei said, "As expected, it's exactly as I guessed." "All right, let's do it. It's time to pay the price for my evil deeds," said Platonis calmly. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. At this moment, he had really moved on. Jiang Fei pulled a ribbon from the sofa and strangled Platonis to death. Then, he disguised the scene as a suicide hanging. After everything was done, Jiang Fei left Platonis' house. After driving back to the Life building, Jiang Fei went straight to the 7th floor. Although he had the intention to explore the 10th floor, Jiang Fei knew that he could not be anxious. As the saying goes, when in a hurry, there will be chaos. Jiang Fei did not want to let his previous efforts go to waste just because he was anxious. Therefore, after returning to the 7th floor, he went straight to his office. Then, he began to use his authority to search for information. There was not much information about the 8th to 10th floor underground. Although Jiang Fei was already the head of the security department, the information he could find was still very limited. Among the limited information, Jiang Fei only knew that the 8th floor underground was used to store all kinds of conventional items. The underground floor was used by the security department to store all kinds of equipment, including firearms and other dangerous weapons. The information about the 10th floor underground was more vague. There were only 4 words: material warehouse. There were no other introductions. Very soon, Jiang Fei was stunned again. As the head of the security department, he could go almost anywhere in the entire Life building. Even the heavily guarded subtop floor was the only underground floor that he could not go to. "Forget it. I'll go to the 9th floor tomorrow," said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. As the 9th floor was a warehouse that belonged to the security department, there was no need for Jiang Fei to go there. After making the decision, Jiang Fei returned to his own residence. After a night of rest, Jiang Fei went to work the next day, as usual. However, today was destined to be an extraordinary day because the project manager of the development team had skipped work. If it was an ordinary person who was absent from work, they would at most be fined. However, Prudence's identity was extraordinary. After trying to contact him, but there was no news, a large number of military police officers immediately came to Prudence's home. Then, they found that he had hanged himself in the living room. When the military police arrived, everything was as usual at Prudence's home. Even the television was still on. However, the scene was fixed on the result of a sports game. The huge headline on the screen was, "Manchester United had lost." Prudence, the confidant of the governor, the project manager of the development team, and the elite of society, had actually hanged himself because his favorite team had lost. No one was willing to believe this conclusion. However, after the military police investigated 3 times, they did not find any suspicious signs. Therefore, although they did not believe it themselves, they could only make this conclusion. The military police found out about the death of Prudence and their investigation. This was within Jiang Fei's expectations. After all, if such a person suddenly did not come to work, he would definitely be the center of attention. However, Jiang Fei had done it in a hurry. He did not leave any traces. Therefore, he was not afraid that someone would investigate. While the military police were investigating at Prudence's home, Jiang Fei had already used his authority to go down to the warehouse of the security department on the 9th underground floor. There were many light weapons stored there. After all, the security guards did not usually need big things like energy cannons. Jiang Fei's focus was not on the pistols or batons. He carefully looked at the structure of the warehouse. Under normal circumstances, the main structure of the building was fixed. What would the 9th floor look like? What would the 10th floor look like? If it was different again, there must be something fishy going on. Chapter 2866. 2866. Translator 549-6903. After wandering around the warehouse on the 9th floor, Jiang Fei secretly drew a rough map in his mind. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. If he were to forcefully enter, Jiang Fei had many ways. The simplest way was to use his lightsaber to forcefully break the ground or destroy the elevator, and then go down the elevator shaft. However, if he did that, he would definitely alert the people of the life building. Moreover, they could tell with one look that someone had gone down from the 9th floor. There were only so many people who could legally enter the 9th floor. It would be very easy for Jiang Fei to get himself into trouble. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Fei was not willing to take this risk. Unless he could confirm that the snow beast was down there, Jiang Fei did not care. He would just go down and kill the snow beast. Then he could go home. However, what if the snow beast was not there? With his identity exposed in advance and his purpose exposed, he probably would not be able to get close to the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei stayed on the 9th floor for almost 3 hours. He wanted to know how to go down to the 10th floor without alerting anyone. Unfortunately, there was no safe passage from the 8th floor. The elevator was the only way to get to these floors. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to either dig a hole on the 9th floor to get to the 10th floor or use the elevator shaft. There was no other choice. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As the head of the security department, he was already considered to be a middle-level manager. However, he could only get to the 9th floor. Moreover, this was because the 9th floor belonged to the security department. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the 10th floor, he would have to be an executive of the life building. When he thought of this, a face appeared in Jiang Fei's mind. Mr. Donner. He was an executive of the life building. He should have the authority to enter the 10th floor underground. If he could get his identity card, Jiang Fei might be able to sneak in. Moreover, he used Mr. Donner's identity card. Therefore, even if the incident happened later, Mr. Donner would still be the one being investigated. After Jiang Fei made his decision, he turned around and took the elevator back to the 7th floor underground. Sitting in his office, Jiang Fei took out his identity card and looked at it carefully. Then, he thought for a moment and came out of his office. Then, he went straight to the elevator. After entering the elevator, Jiang Fei directly chose the floor where Mr. Donner's office was located. "Mr. Ralph, are you looking for Mr. Donner's secretary?" asked with a smile. At this time, Jiang Fei had already become the management of the life building, so he naturally received sufficient respect. Jiang Fei nodded. The secretary smiled at Jiang Fei. Then, he spoke into the communicator. "Mr. Donner, Mr. Ralph wants to see you." "Let him in," Donner replied. He thought that Jiang Fei was here to talk about those troublemakers. Previously, Jiang Fei had crippled those troublemakers. Although the matter was quite big, it was quickly suppressed. This made Mr. Donner even more convinced that Jiang Fei had a considerable background in the military. In fact, Jiang Fei had only spent a little money on this matter. Of course, he had also borrowed the name of Colonel Kono. "Mr. Dona," Jiang Fei greeted after entering. "Yes, you're here." Mr. Dona nodded. Mr. Jiang Fei was also trying to find something to talk about. "Okay, take your time," said Dona as he looked at Jiang Fei. "This time, I'm here to intimidate those troublemakers. If they compromise every time, they will never stop. I'm from the slums. I know these people too well," said Jiang Fei. "That's right. Previously, we always try to keep the peace. However, these people always make things worse," said Mr. Dona as he nodded. "As for those guys who are beaten up, they have all been dealt with. The military and police have already suppressed this matter. Public opinion will also be guided well," said Jiang Fei. "Duninu did." In the past, they did not use such violent means. The main reason was that no one wanted to take on this responsibility. Everyone knew that those gangsters from the slums would take an inch and take a mile. However, those who were heavy-handed would definitely follow suit. Therefore, no one took the initiative to bring up this matter. Now that Jiang Fei had taken action and solved the problem in one go, everyone was naturally very happy. Mr. Jiang Fei said as he moved forward. At the same time, he used his left jacket pocket to point at the identity card on Mr. Donner's chest. In Jiang Fei's jacket pocket, there was a miniature camera. Jiang Fei had brought it up from the 9th floor underground. It belonged to the security department. Jiang Fei had brought it out. The main reason was to take a picture of Mr. Donner's chest card. Sure. Mr. Donner nodded. Jiang Fei asked, in the future, you better take it easy on this kind of thing. Sometimes, it's very difficult to deal with public opinion, Mr. Donner said. Jiang Fei nodded. Mr. Donner smiled. Mr. Jiang Fei had already achieved his goal. He had already secretly taken a photo of Mr. Donner's chest card, so he got up and left. Mr. Donner nodded. Then, Jiang Fei got up and left his office. After returning to his office, Jiang Fei took out the miniature camera from his pocket. Then, he pulled out the image inside and captured a clear image. The content of the image was Mr. Donner's chest card. Jiang Fei smiled in satisfaction and printed out the image. With this image, Jiang Fei left the 7th floor underground. After leaving the life building, he drove straight to the slums. An hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the slums. Oh, there's a big shot here. Jiang Fei's arrival caused the people in the slums to discuss animatedly. As Jiang Fei was driving a car that was assigned to him by the life building, as he was a middle-level manager, Jiang Fei's car was indeed not bad. However, when he arrived at the slums, it was very eye-catching. Jiang Fei drove around the slums. The poor people who had seen him twice were always looking at him. Jiang Fei was also looking for his target. Chapter 2867. 2867. Translator 549-6903. Very quickly, Jiang Fei found the person he was looking for. Not far in front of Jiang Fei's car, in a small alley, a few kids were wandering around. These people all had their shoulders slanted. They did not even lift their shoes. They just stepped on the heels of their shoes. When they walked, they lifted their hands up. When they walked, these kids all had their hands half clenched into fists, and their palms were slightly held outward. Moreover, they were clearly not injured, but they were all dragging their legs as they walked. It was as if one of their legs was disabled. It was as if they wanted to be beaten up as much as possible. After seeing these kids, Jiang Fei knew that he had found his target. He directly drove to the front of these kids and rolled down the car window. Jiang Fei said rudely. The leader of the gang glared at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. As soon as Jiang Fei said that, the eyes of these guys lit up. For these gangsters, they would be happy to earn money, but they still had to put on airs. Therefore, the leader of the punks put on a nonchalant look and asked. Jiang Fei asked, "That's against the law?" The leader of the punks said, "It's none of your business. Just take me to earn some money," Jiang Fei said bluntly. The punks asked. Jiang Fei said casually. The thug said unhappily. He had 7 or 8 underlings under him. 200 was not enough to split it. 200 each, Jiang Fei said. Oh. The eyes of these thugs lit up. $200 might not even be enough for a meal for the people in the rich district. However, in the poor district, this money was enough to live for half a month. After all, the people here usually work for only $1,800 a month. Jiang Fei asked. The leader of the gangsters wanted to stretch it further. What if he could get more money? After all, it was very embarrassing for people from the rich district to come out and make fake IDs. Therefore, the gangster concluded that it was unlikely that Jiang Fei would ask for directions from someone else. Cut the crap. In the end, Jiang Fei did not fall for his trick. All right. The gangster rolled his eyes. From a car, he could tell that the guy inside was rich. If he could rob him, it would be more than a few $100s. These gangsters were also desperate. They had nothing better to do than to turn their attention to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not get out of the car. He drove the car slowly to follow these people. At the same time, he did not let them get into the car. This was not because Jiang Fei was wary of them. He was afraid that they would have any bad thoughts. Instead, Jiang Fei simply thought that letting these guys get into the car would dirty his car. Although Jiang Fei was not a car lover, the car was still his. He felt uncomfortable if someone dirtied it. After following these guys for a while, Jiang Fei found that the alley was getting narrower and darker. Although it was impossible to get a fake license in an open and above-board place, Jiang Fei could tell that these guys were up to no good. However, Jiang Fei did not care at all. If these unlucky guys were looking for trouble, Jiang Fei would be happy to help them. "This is the place," the leader of the gangsters said as he turned around. Jiang Fei got out of the car and took out a handful of money from his wallet. "This is your reward." Jiang Fei handed the money to the leader of the gangsters. "Give us the rest as well," the gangster leader said. "I have no intention of doing that," Jiang Fei replied calmly. "But now I want you to give me the rest as well. Then you can drive your car and get out of here." The gangster leader threatened. He had never thought of snatching Jiang Fei's car because he had nowhere to sell it. Moreover, he did not dare to drive it. Once the other party went back and reported it to the police, he would be courting death by driving the car. Therefore, the gangster leader had never thought of stealing the semi-luxury car. Moreover, he had never thought of making a big deal out of it. In the gangster leader's opinion, as long as he threatened them, these rich people would definitely be afraid of being beaten up. In the end, he handed over the money. However, he did not expect that Jiang Fei would not fall for their tricks. Jiang Fei sighed and kept the money. When they saw Jiang Fei put the money away again, the hooligans became anxious. Jiang Fei laughed. F***ck. These hooligans were ultimately a group of hooligans. They did not have a good temper. Although they did not want to hurt Jiang Fei in order to avoid getting into trouble, Jiang Fei's attitude instantly made them angry. Once they were angry, who would be able to remain rational? Therefore, a group of gangsters swarmed forward. They took out pickaxes, sticks, and other weapons from God knows where, and started to attack Jiang Fei directly. "You dare to mess with my car?" Jiang Fei shouted and rushed up to the gangsters. In the blink of an eye, these gangsters were lying on the ground. If one had to describe it, it would be called a flash of recognition. It was like a person holding a needle in his left hand and a thread in his right hand, waiting in the dark night. At that moment, there was a flash in the sky. This person found the needle and the thread went through it. The entire process was so fast. Jiang Fei's speed in defeating these hooligans was just that fast. Think about it. What did Jiang Fei do? He was a professional at beating people up. The lowest level of battle he had experienced was a true immortal level expert. Although he had changed carriers, his consciousness and skills were still there. This carrier was also the strength of a special forces soldier. These local hooligans might not even be able to eat their fill. The difference between the two sides was definitely not something that a few wooden sticks could make up for. Therefore, in just one exchange of blows, these hooligans did not even understand what was going on. They were all knocked to the ground. At that moment, they either felt a sharp pain in their arms or felt a sharp pain in their chest. One by one, they fell to the ground and wailed nonstop. Only two of them did not scream. However, these two guys did not do it because they were stubborn. Instead, they were knocked unconscious. "I say, why do you have to do this?" Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. "Ouch, it hurts so much." At that moment, these hooligans did not have the time to answer Jiang Fei's words. All they had left was ouch. Chapter 2868, 2868. Translator, 549-6903. Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile. Okay. The gangsters were scared. Jiang Fei had been quite ruthless just now. Although these people did not leave behind any major disabilities, each and every one of them had broken bones and broken tendons. If they did not take care of them for 2 to 3 months, they would not be able to come out again. Jiang Fei sneered and returned to his car. "Big brother, what should we do?" One of the gangsters asked in a low voice. "Nonsense. Can we not go?" The leader of the gangsters glared at the kid. Another gangster suddenly said. The gangster leader was stunned. "I haven't seen him before, but I heard my second brother mention that they went to life building to extort money." The little gangster hadn't finished his sentence. A few guys at the side echoed. That's right, I also heard about it. It is said that that guy is the newly appointed head of the security department of Life Building. He is not just any ordinary ruthless person. Moreover, he has a very strong backing. After crippling several bosses, not only did they not get a single cent, they were even warned by the military police. They said that whoever dares to say anything, I guarantee that they will die without a complete corpse. A few hooligans who were not very well informed asked, "Of course it's true." The hooligan from before added, "From my second brother's description, this guy is very similar to that violent security chief." Then why didn't you King tell us earlier? The head of the hooligans was anxious at that moment. If they had known that the person in the car was that demon, they would not have bothered to look for trouble. Fortunately, this master was in a good mood today. Otherwise, they might have been crippled. Although they were gangsters who fought fiercely, these people usually relied on their physical strength to earn a living. When they did not have money, they had to go to the station or somewhere to carry big bags. If they were crippled, then they would have no way to earn money at that time. It was inevitable that they would freeze and starve to death. The people above would not care about the lives of these poor people. After helping each other to get up, these gangsters limped forward. Jiang Fei continued to follow them in his car. After about half an hour, these gangsters stopped in another alley. The leader of the gangsters pointed at a dark cell door and said, "Come with me," said Jiang Fei. Said the leader, as he did not want to spend any more time with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's face darkened. The leader immediately changed his words. "Sir, come with me. I'll take you up," said Jiang Fei in a bad mood. These hooligans were so mean. If they did not walk, they would be forced to retreat. After that, Jiang Fei followed the hoodlum into the unit's door. Then, they walked up the dark corridor. This kind of old-fashioned house did not even have an elevator. These poor people could not afford to pay for the maintenance of the elevator. Soon, the head of the hoodlum brought Jiang Fei to a door. The door was covered with small advertisements. It looked messy. Moreover, the door was already covered in rust. One look, and one could tell that it had been in disrepair for a long time. Jiang Fei asked. The leader of the gangsters said. Jiang Fei nodded. The leader of the gangsters knocked on the door. There was no movement inside. Jiang Fei said, "Sir, we can't knock anymore. If we knock again, this door will not open," the leader of the gangsters said. Jiang Fei was stunned. What he did was illegal. Of course, we have to be careful. If an ordinary person comes to knock, he won't open the door. Only when a regular customer comes and knocks on the right password will he open the door, said the leader of the gangsters. Jiang Fei nodded. When the leader of the gangsters knocked on the door just now, it was a special rhythm. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the door opened. An old man stuck out half of his head. The hooligans said. The old man did not say anything and was about to close the door. However, at this time, the hooligan took a step forward and shoved his arm into the crack of the door. "Second uncle, it hurts," the hooligan shouted loudly. The old man sighed and opened the door. "Second uncle, I'm bringing you a client." The head of the hooligan complained as soon as he entered the door. The old man did not even look at the head of the hooligan. He walked straight into the room. Jiang Fei looked around. This place was no different from an ordinary pauper's house. It was messy and gave off an unpleasant smell. "Second uncle, I really brought you a big client this time. Look at this gentleman. He's from the wealthy district. He has something to ask of you," said the gangster leader. "Sai, this gentleman, my nephew, is not good. He lied to you. I'm just an old man. I don't have much ability. I can't help you." The old man ignored the gangster leader and said to Jiang Fei, "You didn't even ask me what I want to do, but you said you can't help me." Jiang Fei said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary old man. I don't know anything. I definitely can't help you," the old man said, shaking his head. "Here's $10,000. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and took out a stack of cash from his pocket. Jiang Fei knew that to a poor person, even if you told him to transfer $1 million to him, it would be better to take out $20,000 and throw it in front of him. Poverty had already limited the imagination of these people. It was not that they did not know that $1 million was more than $20,000. However, $10,000 was an astronomical figure to them. It was actually no different from $1 million because these two numbers were things that they would never earn in their entire lives. So how much money you told them would not be very effective because they simply could not imagine what kind of concept it was. But if you threw a stack of money directly in front of him, the real thing would instantly stimulate his senses, let him understand that this was a huge sum of money. Second uncle. The gangster's eyes were wide open. The old man is still unmoved. Chapter 2869. 2869. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. When Jiang Fei reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "Old sir, the remnants of the sheriff usually do not end well." When the old man heard Jiang Fei's words, he was stunned. At that moment, Jiang Fei opened the door and was about to walk out. The old man called out to Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei was not in a hurry. The old man asked, "Hee, what do you mean used to be? You must be loyal to the sheriff now." After Jiang Fei closed the door, he went to the corner of the living room. There were some small gadgets. Jiang Fei picked out a medal from among them. This medal was awarded to the most core members of the magistrate. This was the information that Jiang Fei had obtained from Lina. When he had assassinated the magistrate, Jiang Fei had talked to Lina about a lot of things. This medal was one of them. Previously, when they were chatting, Jiang Fei had inadvertently asked about the medal that Lina was wearing. Lina said that it was the identity certificate of their core members. Only the most core members would be awarded this thing. Therefore, after finding this thing in the old man's house, Jiang Fei immediately concluded that the old man was a direct descendant of the sheriff. Now that the sheriff's faction had collapsed, the sheriff and Lina had been arrested and were awaiting trial. It was impossible for the sheriff's faction to turn the tables. The old man did not get rid of the medal. Instead, he carefully placed it in a relatively secret place. From this, it could be seen that he was very loyal to the sheriff. "Then what do you want?" the old man asked. "No, I'm just here to ask for a favor," Jiang Fei said. The old man asked straightforwardly. His weakness had been grasped by the other party. He had no choice but to help. The head of the gangsters was still thinking about the money. The old man went up and gave the head of the gangsters a slap. If this guy didn't bring him here, would he be in such a passive situation? Would he have a good ending? "Second uncle, why did you hit me? If I had not brought him here, would you have transferred so much money?" The gangster leader cried out with an aggrieved look. The old man beat and scolded the gangster leader until he chased him out. At the same time, he hated this kid to death in his heart. Jiang Fei took out his identity card. The old man looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked. The old man nodded. Jiang Fei showed the old man the picture he had taken earlier. "The appearance can definitely be done, but I can't do anything about the information recorded inside. After all, you did not bring out the original card. If you must, I can copy the contents of your card into this new card," the old man said. "No need. I just need to make it look exactly the same," said Jiang Fei. After the old man said that, he turned around and entered a room. He then locked the door. He did not even bring the picture that Jiang Fei had taken in. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei waited patiently in the living room. During this time, he went through the plan that he had previously thought of in his mind. He began to walk around the living room. About 3 to 4 hours after he entered the room, the door to the room opened. The old man walked out with a card. He asked Jiang Fei, "Is that what you said?" Jiang Fei took the card and compared it with his own card. Whether it was the texture, the lines, or the texture, it was almost identical. Jiang Fei could not tell the difference anyway. After that, Jiang Fei took out the picture and compared it. The contents of the two cards were exactly the same. Even if he used a magnifying glass, he could not see anything unusual. "This is your reward," Jiang Fei said as he left the $10,000 on the old man's table. "I have helped you," the old man said to Jiang Fei. "Don't worry. I will keep the matter of the sheriff in my heart. However, I have a piece of advice for you. Although this thing is a dream, it is also a time bomb, especially that nephew of yours." Jiang Fei said. The old man nodded. He had just made a decision. After Jiang Fei left, he would bury the medal. Jiang Fei took the new identity card and left the old man's house. After returning to the car, Jiang Fei left. The gangster leader who was squatting beside him quietly went upstairs. When the gangster leader came to the old man's house, the old man was stroking the metal. He was about to bury it. The old man really could not bear to part with it. However, just as Jiang Fei said, keeping this thing was a ticking time bomb, especially since his nephew was such a good-for-nothing. If this thing was exposed, because of him, the old man would be dead. Just as the old man was stroking the metal with a reluctant look, the thug leader went straight to the pile of money that Jiang Fei had left behind. When the thug leader picked up the pile of money, he initially stuffed it into his pocket. However, for some unknown reason, he actually took it out and took out half of the stack of money. Then, he put the other half back on the table. "Second uncle, I brought this client here," the gangster leader said and left with the money. From the beginning to the end, the old man did not even look at him. His eyes were always on the metal. When Jiang Fei drove back to the life building, it was already late. Jiang Fei looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work. After parking the car, Jiang Fei arrived at a place that Mr. Donner had to pass on his way home. Because Mr. Donner lived nearby, he did not need to drive home. This was the middle of the entire road. It was relatively dark. Time passed by slowly. Jiang Fei hid in the dark and waited attentively. Of course, he did not want to use this fake card to open the door. Because the card did not record any information, there was no way to open the elevator door. Therefore, Jiang Fei only had one thing to do at that moment: switch. Chapter 2870. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei chose this time to make his move. The main reason was that Donna had already left work. He had taken the fake card back home. He did not need to swipe the card at home. Therefore, he would definitely not notice that there was something wrong with the card. Before he went to work the next morning, Jiang Fei would have one night to make full use of. If it was stealing the card during the day, as long as Donna left his office, he would be able to find out that there was something wrong with his identity card. He would find that there was something wrong with his identity card. After a while, Donna, who had just gotten off work, walked over. Jiang Fei walked out from the back and walked up to him. Mr. Jiang Fei smiled and greeted him. Donna said casually. "I just went out to do something," Jiang Fei said. Donna nodded and did not ask much. Although Jiang Fei was promoted by him, it was because of Colonel Kono. He was not very close to Jiang Fei. The two of them did not have much to say. After they greeted each other, they did not speak anymore. At this time, Jiang Fei and Donna were almost face to face. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. The place that Jiang Fei chose was perfect. There was no surveillance equipment around. Just as he was about to pass Donna, Jiang Fei's spiritual power suddenly began to circulate rapidly. Time barrier. Jiang Fei immediately activated his ability. Although this skill consumed a lot of spiritual power, a few seconds of time freeze was enough for him to do a lot of things. With one step, Jiang Fei arrived in front of Donna. Then, Jiang Fei quickly swapped the forged identity card on his body with the real card on Donna's chest. Then, he took a step back and returned to his previous position. Then, he removed the time barrier. As time was frozen, Donna did not feel anything unusual. He did not feel any pause between Jiang Fei and himself. In Donna's mind, Jiang Fei had just greeted him. Then, the two of them were about a meter apart. They crossed each other and had zero contact with each other. After crossing each other, Jiang Fei did not look back. He walked forward. However, at that moment, he had a real executive identity card in his hand. With this identity card, Jiang Fei would have no problem entering the 10th underground floor. After returning to the life building, Jiang Fei was relaxed. He first went to eat, then went back to sleep. When he woke up, his mental state had already recovered a lot. Although his mental state was still not at its peak, it was enough to deal with some unexpected situations. Looking at the time, it was already about 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fei nodded secretly. Then he found a set of ordinary security guard's clothes and put in his bag. Then he found a black cloth that covered his face and stuffed it into it. After coming out of the room, Jiang Fei went around a few corners. After finding a blind spot in the camera, he changed into the set of ordinary security guard's clothes. Then, He covered his face with a black cloth. Then, Jiang Fei went straight to the elevator. When he got into the elevator, Jiang Fei swiped Mr. Donner's ID card. Therefore, when the elevator opened, the button on the 10th underground floor was already lit up. This meant that Jiang Fei already had the authority to go down to the 10th underground floor. After pressing the button, Jiang Fei quietly waited for the elevator to slowly descend. With a pleasant ring, the elevator door opened and Jiang Fei arrived at the 10th underground floor. The 10th underground floor was also a warehouse. Its structure was similar to the 9th floor, but there were some differences in the details. Jiang Fei could tell at a glance that this floor had been secretly modified. Jiang Fei was not in a hurry to find anything. He first took a simple tour around the 10th underground floor. Most of the things piled up here were strange things. They looked like antiques and relics. However, because Jiang Fei was not from this space, he did not know anything about these things. After a simple tour around, Jiang Fei began to look for the difference between the 10 floors and the 9 floors. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived in front of a wall. There was no wall in the 9 floors underground. On the contrary, there was a lot of space behind it. Jiang Fei reached out and knocked on the wall. The sound was like a solid wall. It did not seem to be an empty partition. After that, Jiang Fei knocked on the entire wall. It was all solid walls. Moreover, there was no sign of any hidden door. Jiang Fei frowned. Logically speaking, the structure of the 10 underground floors should be the same as the 9 underground floors. However, why would there be such a large space here that had disappeared? Forget it. It's a one-time deal anyway. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. After he realized that he could not understand it, he chose the simplest and most brutal way to deal with it. The lightsaber leaped into Jiang Fei's hand, and the lightsaber bounced out. Swish! Swish! Jiang Fei waved the lightsaber. The blazing lightsaber easily cut into the wall like a hot knife cutting into butter. As the lightsaber danced in Jiang Fei's hand, Jiang Fei quickly dug a large hole in the opposite wall. The thickness of the wall was about 50 centimeters. With such a thick wall, it was impossible to crack it. It was impossible. However, when Jiang Fei dug through the wall, he found a hidden space. *MN. There must be a hidden door here. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, it was meaningless now because he had already dug through the wall. Jiang Fei leaped into the space behind the wall. As he was still holding the light blade in his hand, although the space was dark, it was still illuminated by the red light of the light blade. Jiang Fei took out a handheld searchlight and lit up. In an instant, the entire space was as bright as day. It's very clean. With just a glance, Jiang Fei knew that this was definitely a secret passage. As he walked along the passage, Jiang Fei quickly found a door that led to the underground. However, the door had already been locked. Break the door? Jiang Fei took 2 steps back. Normally, such a door would be equipped with a damage alarm device. If one were to break the door and enter, they would definitely be alerted. However, Jiang Fei was good at digging walls. He was not someone who would take the usual route. After taking a few steps back, he waved his light blade and started digging the ground. Speaking of which, it was unfortunate that the light blade landed in Jiang Fei's hands. After only a few battles, he had cleaned up some of the work done by shovels. Chapter 2871. 2871. Translator 549-6903. As there was a hidden door not far ahead, Jiang Fei was certain that there was an 11th floor below the 10th floor. As for whether there was a deeper floor, that would depend on the situation. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei was quite persistent in digging. Even though the depth of the digging was already more than a meter, and he could even see rocks and soil, Jiang Fei did not give up. After digging more than 2 meters deep, Jiang Fei stabbed again and finally pierced through the ceiling of the 11th floor. After a few strikes, Jiang Fei dug a hole with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. This hole was enough for him to pass through the ceiling of the 11th floor. As usual, he threw a sticky rice ball down in case he was attacked by any strange creatures. The area below was quiet. There was no movement. Jiang Fei then extended his spiritual power. Although his spiritual power was greatly suppressed in the gamma space, it was not a problem for him to explore the area. Soon, Jiang Fei confirmed that the area below was safe. Then, he jumped down from the round hole and entered the 11th underground floor. It was dark all around. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had a searchlight in his hand. He used the searchlight to look around and saw that there were password cabinets everywhere. Damn! Jiang Fei suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu swish. Swish! Jiang Fei swung his sword a few times. Jiang Fei hacked open a few safes. Inside were some gemstones that were shining brightly. Jiang Fei knew a little about these things. This thing was called the Moon Spirit Crystal. It could be used in some of the Gamma Space's technological products. However, their greatest value was as an equivalent item, which was equivalent to the gold on Earth. This was clearly the Gamma Dimension's central bank's vault. These moon crystals were the collateral for the bank's currency. Get some and leave. Although Jiang Fei was not interested in these moon crystals, he still wanted to get some. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain his reason for entering the 11th underground level. If Jiang Fei had stolen a large number of moon crystals, when Donner found out that his identity card had been stolen and traced to the 11th underground level, he would naturally blame the robbers at that time. Even if someone suspected Jiang Fei, they would only think that he was greedy. They would not think that his real purpose was actually the legendary snow beast. Jiang Fei waved the lightsaber in his hand. One by one, the safes were opened. Then, Jiang Fei began to throw the moon spirit crystals into the inheritance space. When throwing a living person into the inheritance space, the consumption was doubled. Fortunately, these moon spirit crystals were not living things and did not contain much energy. Therefore, although there were a lot of them, the consumption of mental strength was still within Jiang Fei's acceptable range. Very quickly, Jiang Fei had looted more than a third of the moon's spirit crystals that were stored here. When he saw that there was almost enough, Jiang Fei stopped. He did not want to waste his mental strength on these moon spirit crystals that were no different from glass balls to him. After collecting the moon spirit crystals, Jiang Fei checked the 11th underground floor again. After confirming that there was no 12th underground floor and that there was no sign of the snow beasts, Jiang Fei prepared to leave. On the way back, Jiang Fei was quite fast. After entering the elevator from the 10th underground floor, Jiang Fei did not go directly to the 7th underground floor. Instead, he took the elevator directly to the 1st underground floor. Then he left the house. Outside the Life building, Jiang Fei found a place that was empty. Then, he changed out of his normal security uniform and the black scarf on his face. After changing back into his own clothes, Jiang Fei found a cafe and sat there for half a night before returning to the Building of Life. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already thrown Donna's ID card away. He used his own ID card to enter the elevator, then returned to the dormitory on the 7th floor of the basement. After returning to his room, Jiang Fei immediately laid down on his bed. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had used up a lot of his mental strength this time, he had at least confirmed one thing. The snow beast was not underground in the Building of Life. In that case, its possible location could only be underground in the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. If he did not accept the recruitment of the sheriff, he would have no power or influence. It was almost impossible for him to enter the Life Extension Center again. It was the same even if he was the head of the security department of the Life Extension Center. However, if Jiang Fei could make a meteoric rise by the side of the sheriff and could even take over the task of rebuilding the Life Extension Center, then Jiang Fei would be able to enter the Life Extension Center in a legitimate manner. He would be able to investigate what he wanted to know. After that, he took out a moon spirit crystal from his body. Jiang Fei held in his hand and played with it continuously. He had put all of these things into the inheritance space. He only kept this one as a toy in his hand. This thing was really useless to him. Although he could exchange for a large amount of cash, Jiang Fei was not really in need of money. He did not spend money even if he had the money. He did not have the time to spend it. Although these little things were not of much use to Jiang Fei, he had made a big mess by stealing them. The central bank of the Gamma Space had lost more than 1/3 of the currency collateral. Then, there would be the phenomenon of the common people running against each other. if one did not rush to exchange for them. Then when the bank's lunar crystals were all exchanged, the banknotes in one's hand would become useless. With this kind of thinking, the common people would definitely run against each other like crazy. When the bank issued the currency, he did not just give $1 as collateral. He had leverage. He might issue $2 or $3 as collateral for $1. Usually, the common people trusted the bank. Everyone used paper money. No one cared about the collateral, so it didn't matter even if the bank added leverage. However, once a bank run appeared, it would be over. If the bank didn't restrict it, the common people would be able to exchange all the moon spirit crystals very quickly. They wouldn't have more moon spirit crystals to pay for the remaining paper money. However, if the bank refused to pay, then the value would immediately depreciate, and the rate of depreciation would be very fast. At that time, the entire Gamma Space's financial system would collapse along with it. As for Jiang Darren, he did not think about how big of a mess he had made. If he could think of it, he would definitely be more ruthless, because the more chaotic the Gamma Space was, the easier it would be for him to strike. If the Gamma Space was peaceful, he would have to attract a large number of military police. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not lack thoughts of revenge. After all, the people of the Gamma Space had done a lot of evil in the three-dimensional world. If he came to cause trouble, it would be an eye for an eye. Chapter 2872. 2872. Translator 549-6903. Jiang Fei had a good night's sleep. The next morning, he went to work as usual. However, when Mr. Donner arrived at the Life Building, he was dumbfounded because his ID card could not open the elevator door. What happened? Donner was stunned for a moment. Then, he could only let the security guard open the elevator door for him. Then, he pressed the button to go to the floor where his office was located. Because Mr. Dona was a senior executive of the Life Building, the security guards knew him. That was how he arrived at his office successfully. Not long after, the phone in Jiang Fei's office rang. Jiang Fei asked, Dona, my identity card has failed. I need a replacement card, Dona said to Jiang Fei. All right, I'll be right there, Jiang Fei replied. Then he smiled. With a few simple items, Jiang Fei left his office and went straight to the elevator. When he arrived at Mr. Dona's office, the secretary was already waiting for him. Mr. Ralph, Mr. Dona is already waiting for you, the secretary said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he pushed the door open and entered Donner's office. Mr. Jiang Fei pretended to ask, It should be invalid. I'm not sure about the details, Donner said. Please give me your identity card. I'll check it, Jiang Fei said. Although the security department could not produce an identity card, they could verify the authenticity of the identity card and the condition of the malfunction. Then, Jiang Fei, the head of the security department, would have to destroy the card and report it to the higher-ups. The department that produced the ID cards would then send Dona a new card. Dona handed his own ID card to Jiang Fei. After receiving the ID card, Jiang Fei first pretended to check it. Then, he inserted the card into the instrument. The device sounded an alarm. Jiang Fei took the card out, wiped it, and then inserted it into the device. The device called the alarm again. Jiang Fei repeated it again. When the device called the alarm for the third time, Jiang Fei's face fell. He said to Mr. Donner, Mr. Donner, that's not right. Your card is fake. Fake. Donner was completely stunned. This card had never left his body. Mr. Donner, I checked 3 times. When Jiang Fei said this, he did not blush at all. Mr. Donner still did not believe it. He took the identity card from Jiang Fei's hand. After wiping and wiping it, he inserted the device again. As expected, the device called the police again. How is this possible? All of a sudden, Donner cried out. Then, he immediately said to Jiang Fei, Give me all the surveillance records. Jiang Fei was deliberately stunned. Donner almost shouted out these words. Oh! Jiang Fei pretended to jog out of Donner's office. He ran straight to the surveillance room. He had already checked all the surveillance cameras. He had gotten rid of any mistakes. He had too many ways to clean up his mess. Just as Jiang Fei left Mr. Donner's office, Donner immediately picked up his phone and frantically contacted the other senior executives of the Life Building. Soon, A few other executives who were not often in the life building gathered in Donner's office. As Donner's tone was quite anxious, these people put down the things in their hands and rushed over. Mr. Donner said with a serious expression, "Huh?" One of the executives asked. Donner said, "What?" "Swapped." The other executives immediately became nervous. If it was just lost, then they still had a chance to get lucky. However, if it was swapped, then it meant that they had a purpose. Another executive shouted. Donna led the executives straight to the elevator. At the same time, Jiang Fei came back with a handheld computer. Mr. Jiang Fei said. Donna led the people to the elevator in a hurry. Jiang Fei followed him. Donna and the others were panicking, so they did not care if Jiang Fei had enough authority. They took the elevator and quickly arrived at the 10th underground floor. Although Donna had lost his identity card, there were still many executives here. Among them, there was no lack of people who had authority to go to the 10th underground floor. As soon as they entered the 10th underground floor, everyone was dumbfounded. A big hole had been punched in the wall. Needless to say, someone must have been here. Donner and the other executives muttered. However, they knew that this prayer was just a lie. Since they had already found the location, how could they not find the hidden door? "I'll go and open the door," said one of the executives. "Why open the door?" said another executive snappily. The group of people went through the hole in the wall and entered the tunnel. Someone turned on the lights in the tunnel, and immediately, everyone saw the big hole in the floor in front of them. Donner felt his vision go black. He almost fainted. This was a big mess. "Open the door." The group of executives did not have the ability to jump down from the hole. This place was more than 3 meters above the ground. If they jumped down, they would definitely break it. One of the executives opened the secret door. Jiang Fei had looked for the switch of the secret door, but he could not find it. Its location was very hidden. After the secret door was opened, a folding ladder extended to the ground of the 11th underground floor. A few executives went down one after another. Jiang Fei followed them down. What is this place?" Jiang Fei finally spoke. Why are you here?" One of the executives questioned. "Forget it. He has already come down. Moreover, he is from the security department. He has to know about this," another executive said. The other executives nodded. "There are a few safe deposit boxes here that have been damaged," Jiang Fei said as he pointed to the other side. "Where?" A few executives quickly ran over. However, when they looked over, they saw that a bunch of safes had been violently opened. "It's over." Donner could not hold on any longer and fainted immediately. Chapter 2873. 2873. Translator. 5.496.903. Duna. Save him first. Save him first. Several executives rushed to Donner's side. They rubbed their chests and patted their backs. It took them quite a while to wake Donner up. "It's over." This was all Donner had left after he woke up. Although he didn't know how many months' worth of crystals he had lost, it was all because he had lost his identity card. Therefore, he definitely couldn't escape this responsibility. Come. The senior executives had to make a simple calculation so that they had a clear idea. Therefore, the senior executives checked the secret vault and finally found that more than 1/3 of the safes were broken, and all the moon's spirit crystals in these broken safes were gone. A few executives looked at each other. Each of them had a bad look on their faces. Although the responsibility was Donna's, and it had nothing to do with them, the impact of this incident was too terrifying. Once the financial crisis broke out, none of them would have a good ending. The few executives looked at each other and then looked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei pretended to be confused. One of the executives asked. At this time, Donner could not speak. He was completely dumbfounded. "I lost something," Jiang Fei said with a shrug. Another executive asked, "What university?" "I didn't even finish middle school," Jiang Fei said according to Ralph's identity. The executive was stunned by Jiang Fei's high education. Then, he said helplessly, "It's okay." As for what happened here, the executive could not explain it to a guy who had not even graduated from middle school. The head of the security department, who came from the slums, could not understand the significance of the theft of the moon crystal. What happened here must be kept a secret. You're not allowed to tell anyone. Once you do, you will be fired immediately and rushed back to the slums. Another executive said to Jiang Fei. It was good that Jiang Fei did not understand. This way, he would not spread the news about the stolen moon crystal. Although 1/3 of the moon crystal had been lost, as long as the news did not spread and the people outside did not know about it, there would naturally not be a stampede. The impact of the loss of the moon crystal would not be visible. During this period of time, if the security department of the Life building cooperated with the military and police to seize the time to investigate, they might be able to catch the suspect and recover the stolen moon crystal before the impact of the incident broke out. An executive suddenly remembered what he had said when he met Jiang Fei previously. Jiang Fei nodded and said, "Mr. Donner asked me to prepare it." "Take it out and have a look," said the executive. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he took out his handheld computer and began to play the surveillance footage. Jiang Fei had specially brought all the surveillance footage in the elevator so that the person could watch it for a while longer. "It's useless to look at these. Just look at the ones coming from the 10th underground floor," said one of the executives. Jiang Fei nodded and then pulled up the video. In the day yesterday, there were only 2 people who came to the 10th underground floor. The first one was Donner. He should have entered the 10th underground floor as a routine patrol. However, at this time, it seemed a little suspicious. The second time was at night. A guy wearing a security uniform and a black mask came to the 10th underground floor. Because the security department could not monitor the contents of the 10th and 11th underground floors, therefore, after getting out of the elevator, the security department surveillance video was gone. A normal security uniform. This thing is too easy to get. A senior executive frowned. The other party's face was covered. It was impossible to see his face clearly. "Go and ask Donna." There was no clue in the surveillance. Therefore, these executives placed the breakthrough point on Donna's body. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. He had deleted all the surveillance cameras that were suspicious. It would be useless. An executive came over and asked, "I don't know. I only found it when I came to work this morning." Donna had a blank look on his face. He was carefully recalling the events that happened the day before. Even if he had made physical contact with someone, he did not find anything suspicious. Donner had never thought about Jiang Fei. Although he had met Jiang Fei when he got off work yesterday, the distance between the two of them was about 2 meters. Jiang Fei could not have changed his identity card out of thin air, right? What Donner did not expect was that Jiang Fei had really changed his identity card. "Let's lock down this place for now." A few executives looked at each other and finally made a decision. After that, the group returned to Donegan's office upstairs. The 10th underground floor was locked down. Even those with authority could not get down the elevator. "Report to Colonel Kono in the console." "We can't suppress this matter anymore," said one of the executives. Donner looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he would definitely be unlucky if he reported it, this matter could not be suppressed at all. Soon, the matter was reported to the consul and Colonel Kono. The consul was furious at that moment. He ordered Colonel Kono to do his best to investigate this case. If it was just a loss of some money, it would not alarm him. However, the stability of the entire gamma space was threatened. Once the financial system was in trouble, it would cause the people to rebel. After more than an hour, Colonel Kono personally brought people to the Life building. The people around him were all experts in criminal investigation. When these people arrived at the Life building, the first thing they did was to go to the 11th underground floor. After investigating the scene, they returned to Mr. Donner's office and made a statement to everyone who had gone to the 11th underground floor. This included the executives and Jiang Fei. Kono smiled when he saw Jiang Fei. "Isn't it just a little thing that was lost?" Jiang Fei continued to act like he was illiterate. Therefore, his face remained indifferent as if nothing had happened at all. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 2874, 2874. Translator, 549-6903. Yes, something is missing. Colonel Kono asked. "I'm not sure about the details. It seems to be something important or valuable." Jiang Fei said casually. Colonel Kono nodded and then changed the topic to something else. Colonel Kono asked. Jiang Fei nodded. If he did not know that the consul was planning to recruit him, he would not be in such a hurry to go down to the 11th underground floor. Although the adventure this time had yielded nothing, Jiang Fei had at least eliminated one suspicious location. Now, it seemed that the most likely place for the snow beast to exist was underground in the Life Extension Center. Actually, it made sense. In the beginning, there was no development team. When there was no such game, the Life Extension Center was the only place to communicate with the three-dimensional world. However, it was also achieved through the snow beasts. Therefore, it was very reasonable for the snow beasts to be in the Life Extension Center. Now that he had eliminated a suspicious location, Jiang Fei's goal became clearer. Colonel Kono asked after a moment of silence. Who knows why the Archon is looking for me? Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid. Let's not beat around the bush. Although you are from a poor family, I know that you are a smart person. Colonel Kono did not want to beat around the bush with Jiang Fei anymore. Jiang Fei laughed, but he did not continue the conversation. Colonel Kono shook his head helplessly. Then he said to Jiang Fei, I don't care if you are really ignorant or pretending to be ignorant. Anyway, the Archon wants to see you tomorrow. He definitely wants to recruit you. The purpose of his recruitment of you is very simple. That is to help you to balance me. Jiang Fei replied foolishly. Although the consul is playing the game of balance, I hope you can understand that we are not enemies, Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei laughed. That's right. We are not enemies. However, the consul wants us to be able to fight against him. Therefore, we have to give him face. On the surface, we have to fight head-on. However, in private, I hope that if we have any conflicts, we can communicate with each other first to avoid unnecessary conflicts, Colonel Kono said. Jiang Fei nodded. Since Kono had already said so much, if he continued to play dumb, he would be looked down upon. Then it's a deal. You have just started. If there's anything you need, you can tell me, Colonel Kono said to Jiang Fei. Because the magistrate would definitely not sit idly by and watch Colonel Kono take over. This was the balance of power of a ruler. Especially after he had suffered at the hands of the magistrate would pay more attention to balancing the strength of his subordinates. This was to prevent them from threatening his own rule. Therefore, even without Jiang Fei, the Archon would still groom another person to be his opponent to prevent Colonel Kono from taking over. Under such circumstances, Colonel Kono was of course willing to sell Jiang Fei out in advance. If the two of them just acted out their discord in front of the Archon, their lives would be much better. After a simple verbal agreement, Colonel Kono chatted with Jiang Fei for a while. The two of them did not sign any agreement. After all, this was something that could only be understood in the dark. The two of them would be in big trouble. All right, I still have some matters to attend to. The underground 11th floor is very troublesome. I have to focus on this matter for the time being. If you have any needs, let Chinook come to me. Colonel Kono finally stood up and said, All right, go and do your thing, said Jiang Fei with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Kono did not ask Jiang Fei much about the underground 11th floor robbery, because in his eyes, Jiang Fei was not capable at all. There was no reason for him to do such a thing. It was impossible for a country bumpkin like Jiang Fei to know the secret of the underground 11th floor. Actually, it was not only Kono who had such thoughts. It was the same for everyone else. Jiang Fei's identity as a member of the slums had actually made him the first person to be eliminated as a suspect. After all, he was from the slums. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not even have the qualifications to enter the 10th underground floor. It was even more impossible for him to know about the existence of the 11th underground floor. After sending Colonel Kono away, Jiang Fei's lips curled into a smile. This result was within his expectations. Moreover, he had stolen these moon spirit crystals in order to make the gamma dimension chaotic. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to spread the news of the moon spirit crystals being stolen in 2 days. He would find an opportunity to spread the news that the moon crystals had been stolen. This was so that the citizens of the gamma dimension would panic. They would then rush to the bank and withdraw the moon crystals in their inventory. This way, All the eyes of the ruling class, including the magistrate, would be focused on this place. This way, Jiang Fei would have a chance to sneak into the Life Extension Center. Of course, Jiang Fei would not blindly release the news. After all, the lunar crystals had been stored in the inheritance space. Even if these people went to the heavens, they would not be able to find them again. Therefore, it was impossible for them to make up for the deficit of the lunar crystals this month. The only thing the ruling class of the Gamma space could do was to keep this secret. Only then would society remain stable. Then there would be chaos. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not have to worry at all. The initiative had already fallen into his hands. He could first talk to the magistrate. Moreover, he had the right to freely enter and exit the core of the Life Extension Center. Then, he could immediately release the news and create chaos. If he could not obtain the authority for the time being, then Jiang Fei could slowly run the business. He could gain the trust of the magistrate. When he obtained these rights, Jiang Fei released the news. Anyway, the moon crystals would never be recovered. Therefore, the remote control bomb in Jiang Fei's hand would never lose its effect. He had the right to detonate it at any time. On the other hand, Colonel Kono had brought his men to investigate everywhere. They had almost turned the entire life building upside down. However, they had not found anything. This was because Jiang Fei had long used the rights in his hands to clean up the traces that he had left behind. Now that Colonel Kono had brought his men over, what else could they find? Therefore, Colonel Kono and the higher-ups of the Building of Life were all anxious like ants on a hot pan. However, Jiang Fei was happy. He should eat and work. He was a country bumpkin who did not know anything. Ignorance made him fearless. Chapter 2875. Translator 549-6903. With his identity as a country bumpkin as a cover, Jiang Fei's days were very comfortable. A day passed quickly. Everyone, including Colonel Kono, was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Only Jiang Fei was in a good mood. Of course, the one who was most anxious was Donner, who had lost his identity card. This guy was really tricked by Jiang Fei. Even if the person who stole the Moon Spirit Crystal was caught, the lost Moon Spirit Crystal would be recovered. He would not be able to escape the blame. However, if the Moon Crystal could not be recovered, Dono would be even worse off. With so many Moon Crystals, he would not be able to make up for the loss, even if he tried. Although all the higher-ups were focused on the missing Moon Crystals, the consul still sent a car to pick Jiang Fei up as promised. Mr. Ralph, I am the Archon's administrative secretary. A young man came to Jiang Fei's office. Jiang Fei nodded. He had deliberately dressed more formally today. After all, he was going to meet the Archon. He was the highest ruler of the Gamma space. Moreover, Jiang Fei also hoped to leave a good impression in front of the Archon. If he was not highly valued by the Archon, it would be very difficult for him to get close to the Life Extension Center and enter the depths of the underground core. Then, please follow me, the young man said with a smile. He was a person beside the Archon, so of course he knew what the Archon was thinking. However, it was almost inevitable that he would be highly valued by the Archon. Therefore, this guy's meteoric rise was just around the corner. As an administrative secretary, was his brain not good? Therefore, the young man was very polite to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei was also very polite to the young man. As the saying went, a seventh-grade official was in front of the prime minister. Although the administrative secretary was not an official, he was a close relative of the magistrate. A person like him who was not an official usually had more power than some high-ranking officials. Soon, Jiang Fei followed the young man out of the life building and got into a hover car. Unlike what Jiang Fei had initially thought, the magistrate did not work in the administrative building in the center of the city. Normally, he would stay at home. However, things were different now because of the assassination attempt on Lena. The magistrate's mansion was already in ruins. Therefore, the magistrate now lived in a different villa. The administrative secretary drove Jiang Fei out of the city center and into the suburbs. The car stopped in front of a mansion. Jiang Fei asked curiously. During the previous assassination attempt, the consul was shocked, so he needed to rest. This is his private mansion. Most officials are rarely summoned here, the administrative secretary said. Oh, I see. Jiang Fei smiled. You could say that, Jiang Fei said politely. He did not expect the administrative secretary to take it seriously. When the car stopped, Jiang Fei got out of the car and followed the administrative secretary into the villa. Under the guidance of the administrative secretary, Jiang Fei came to a room on the second floor. Please wait a moment. I will report to the magistrate, the administrative secretary said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and sat down on the sofa. 2 minutes later, a waiter walked in. He brought Jiang Fei a cup of coffee and some desserts. After the waiter put down his things, he turned around and left. Jiang Fei was in the living room. He was drinking coffee and eating snacks. Then, he quietly waited for the arrival of the magistrate. In the end, he did not come. He waited and waited. 2 hours passed. What do you mean? It's been so long, and you still haven't come? Jiang Fei frowned. Forget it. Although he was a little angry at first, Jiang Fei quickly calmed himself down. Then, he leaned on the sofa and waited quietly. He did not even drink coffee. It was not too late to eat the pastries. After about an hour, the magistrate finally arrived. He apologized to Jiang Fei. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I had something to take care of just now, so I was delayed. It's okay, Consul. You have a lot of things to take care of every day. Of course, you'll be very busy. It's okay for me to wait here for a while, said Jiang Fei humbly. He had a favor to ask of the consul, so he naturally had to behave himself. As long as Jiang Fei could gain access to the Life Extension Center and find an opportunity to kill the Snow Beast, he would not care about the Bulsh * T Archon at all. I'm a little busy, but I don't have a lot of things to attend to. Although the Archon was humble, he looked very happy. Clearly, Jiang Fei's flattery was just right. You're too humble, sir, Jiang Fei said with a smile. The consul laughed happily. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, speaking of which, it was you who saved me last time. It's been so many days, and I haven't had the chance to thank you. Sir, please don't make fun of me. My brain was also in a daze at that time. I was bewitched by them and almost made a big mistake. Jiang Fei's words were really not blushing at all. Don't say that. Young people will always be tempted by all kinds of temptations. As the consul wanted to recruit Jiang Fei, he had a high opinion of him. In order to gain the consul's trust, Jiang Fei had to keep his attitude low. All right, enough with the pleasantries. The Archon smiled and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said, It's like this. The last time we met, I found out that you were a talent. Although you were bewitched, you were able to stop yourself in time. This shows that you have a good nature. Therefore, I hope that you can stay by my side and help me manage some things. The Archon said with a smile. Thank you, sir, for not abandoning me. Jiang Fei said immediately. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Chapter 2876, 2876. Translator, 549-6903. Very good. When the consul saw that Jiang Fei had accepted his offer, he immediately laughed out loud. After that, Jiang Fei and the consul exchanged a few more polite words. Then, the consul said to him, Ralph, I want you to be my captain of the guards. What do you think? Jiang Fei lowered his attitude. Although the captain of the guards did not sound like a high-ranking official, the problem was that he was a close relative of the consul. Therefore, the position of captain of the guards was not a high position. He had a lot of power. Moreover, he would always be by the Archon's side. That was someone who could influence the Archon's decision-making. Therefore, Jiang Fei was naturally not dissatisfied. Most importantly, Jiang Fei did not come to the Gamma Space to get promoted and get rich. His goal was to kill the Snow Beast. He wanted to know more about the Snow Beast's secrets and determine its location. There was no better way than to stay by the Archon's side. The Archon understood very well that Ralph had a chance to kill him before. If Ralph really wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. He would not have waited until now. Although Ralph had tried to assassinate him before, he was the safest person. It was also because of this that the magistrate had chosen Jiang Fei to be his guard captain. Firstly, Jiang Fei was someone he could trust. Secondly, he had seen Jiang Fei's skills with his own eyes. As long as Jiang Fei did not want to kill him, no one would be able to kill him with him by his side. Both the magistrate and Jiang Fei could be said to have gotten what they wanted. Therefore, when a magistrate made this request, Jiang Fei immediately agreed to it. Although being able to become the manager of the Life Extension Center was the best position for Jiang Fei, how could he make such a request to the consul? To directly say that he wanted to go to the Life Extension Center? Wasn't his goal too obvious? When that time came, it would cause unnecessary suspicion. It would be even more troublesome. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose to agree to the consul's request and become the chief of his guards. Then, he would use a period of time to gain the consul's trust. He would also use indirect methods to find out the exact location of the snow beast. As for whether or not there were any traps there, once he obtained all the information, he would attack the snow beast. At that time, there would be absolutely no mistakes. Then, go and complete the formalities now. You can come to work tomorrow, the magistrate said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded and then left the magistrate's office. The secretary brought Jiang Fei to go through the formalities. Soon, Jiang Fei received his new identity card, a series of equipment, and a room card. This room card corresponded to the consul's room card. Whether it was in the official residence or in other temporary residences, Jiang Fei's room was always next to the consul's. He needed to protect the consul's safety at all times. Once the administrator was in danger, he had to rush to the scene immediately. After completing all the formalities, Jiang Fei was sent back to the life building. He needed to go through the resignation procedures and bring his personal belongings with him. Then, he would go to the administrator's villa to take up his post. The resignation procedures were very smooth. After all, Jiang Fei had been chosen by the administrator. The people of the life building might be in a mess now, but it was clearly not the right time to ask the head of the security department to resign. However, the magistrate's orders were as big as the sky. Therefore, they could only give priority to Jiang Fei's departure. After the formalities were done, Jiang Fei did not have any personal items to bring with him. He could buy clothes and toiletries anywhere. As for personal items, Jiang Fei did not have anything at all. He only had a lightsaber with him. Jiang Fei could be said to have nothing in the Gamma dimension. After the procedures were completed, Jiang Fei saw that it was just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had nothing to do, and the development team was still working. Therefore, he bought some snacks. Then, he went straight to Natasha's home. Natasha was naturally very happy to see Jiang Fei. Since Jiang Fei had nothing to do in the afternoon, he simply took Natasha out. Since Jiang Fei had a car now, it was convenient for him to go anywhere. He took Natasha directly to the amusement park. The two of them played crazily for the whole afternoon. When the development team was about to get off work, Jiang Fei sent Natasha home. After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei touched his nose. However, it was not nice to always look for her behind her brother's back. However, when he thought of Natasha's happy smile that afternoon, Jiang Fei made up his mind. Even if the snow beast dropped, he would still come to look for Natasha. To Jiang Fei, Natasha was never a person to be used. He would still treat Natasha as his sister. After leaving Natasha's house, Jiang Fei drove straight back to the magistrate's villa in the countryside. Although the magistrate told him to come to work tomorrow, Jiang Fei was welcome to stay here in advance. After all, he was such a good bodyguard. If he stayed by his side, he would feel much safer, especially after the assassination attempt led by Lena. The magistrate had always felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. If it was not for the shocking robbery at the life building, the magistrate and his men would have been put on trial right now. The next morning, Jiang Fei went to report to the magistrate. Jiang Fei bowed to the consul. "You don't have to be so polite. From now on, you will be by my side. All the guards will be under your command. If you find anything suspicious, you can ask for instructions." This time, the consul was taking a big gamble. He gave Jiang Fei considerable authority. He was betting that Jiang Fei would not betray him. The reason why the magistrate had invested so much was firstly because he valued Jiang Fei's strength. Secondly, it was because he believed in his own judgment of people. Thirdly, it was because Jiang Fei had been able to kill him previously that he did not kill him. Therefore, he believed that as long as he was worthy of Jiang Fei would have no reason to kill him. Jiang Fei bowed to the magistrate once again. This guy really knew how to use people. He was truly able to use people without suspecting others. Then, he would really be moved by the consul's sincerity and focus on helping him. Chapter 2877. 2877. Translator, 549-6903. Come, have a seat. I have nothing to do today. Let's chat, the consul said to Jiang Fei with a smile. Jiang Fei sat on the sofa opposite the consul. He tried to sit as respectfully as possible, but he did not sit by much standards. After all, he was from the slums. It was normal for him to be a little reserved when sitting opposite the consul. It would not make sense if he looked like an old bureaucrat. The consul asked with a smile. My parents died when I was young. I have been living on the streets ever since I was young, Jiang Fei said. Ralph's background was indeed quite tragic. Sigh. The consul sighed and began to chat with Jiang Fei about family matters. As they chatted, the conversation was over. As the consul spoke, he changed the topic to current affairs. The consul asked casually. He really did not intend for Jiang Fei to say anything. He just chatted and casually brought it up. To be honest, I do not know much about it. Although I was the head of the security department of the Life building at the time, the floor structure map in my hands only went to the 10th floor. Moreover, the contents of the 10th floor were hidden. Therefore, I did not know that there was an underground 11th floor, Jiang Fei said. Then, when I heard that something happened, you went too, the consul asked. Yes, I went too. There were many safes on the 11th floor. I don't know what was stored in them. It seemed to be very important. About a third of the safes were opened, Jiang Fei said honestly, because these things were too easy to find out. If he lied here, he would be making himself uncomfortable. The magistrate asked, I don't know. It seems to be very important. However, they did not tell me. They also told me not to tell anyone about the theft, Jiang Fei said. The magistrate did not know what he was thinking. Perhaps he really trusted Jiang Fei very much. Perhaps it was because he wanted to nurture Jiang Fei to fight against Colonel Kono. Therefore, he actually mentioned the moon crystal to Jiang Fei. I know. This thing is very valuable. It can be exchanged at the bank at any time, Jiang Fei said. That's right. Generally speaking, it is like this. The bank relies on a large number of moon crystal as a base to issue paper money. If there is no moon crystal as a guarantee, they will only issue waste paper. No one will admit it, the administrator said. Jiang Fei pretended to be dumb. Think about it. If the bank guarantees that you can bring the notes over any time, and it can exchange them for moon crystals any time, would you think that the notes and moon crystals are equivalent? Moreover, it would be more convenient to use the notes. He had never been to school before. However, in order to nurture him, he patiently explained to Jiang Fei. That's right. It's very inconvenient to buy things with the moon spirit crystal. Jiang Fei continued to play his role. The consul continued to persuade him patiently. Of course, I have to find a bank quickly. I have to exchange as much as I can, Jiang Fei said. The consul asked. Usually, the bank has enough moon crystals. When I go, when he has it, then why would I exchange it? But if he doesn't have that much, if I don't exchange it, wouldn't everyone else have already exchanged it? Jiang Fei said. That's right. The administrator asked. How is that possible? Jiang Fei continued to play dumb. Sigh, you really need to read more books. When the bank issues notes, they don't issue the corresponding notes with just one moon crystal. The administrator said. Isn't that cheating? Jiang Fei asked deliberately. What did you say just now? As long as they promise to exchange at any time, you won't go to exchange. Even if someone is willing to exchange, the bank can give it to them. However, after a few days, once you realize that the bank has always been able to fulfill its promise, you will find it troublesome to use the Moon Spirit Princess. You will also exchange them back into notes. Therefore, as long as the bank promises to be able to handle a certain level of exchange, they will be able to issue more notes without a problem, said the consul. Jiang Fei continued to ask. Now 1/3 of the moon crystals in the bank have been stolen. If this were to spread out, wouldn't the people go crazy? Everyone was afraid that they would be too late and not be able to exchange for the moon crystals. Therefore, they would definitely go to the bank to run a bank run. The bank itself was already overissuing the money. Now that they have lost 1/3 of the moon crystals in the bank, they would definitely not be able to cash in, said the consul. Jiang Fei asked. Then, the bank only has two choices. The first is to continue to redeem the money. When all the moon crystals have been exchanged, they will be bankrupt. The remaining notes will all become waste paper, said the consul. Jiang Fei asked again. The second choice is to refuse to exchange or to limit the exchange. This way, although the notes will not immediately become waste paper, they will still depreciate crazily, said the consul. Said Jiang Fei. That's right, asked the magistrate. Asked Jiang Fei. The most important thing now is to suppress the news. However, there is no such thing as an airtight wall. Sooner or later, the news will spread out. Therefore, we must take this time to capture the robbers and summon the lunar crystals. When this news is released, the people will be at ease. If they do not focus on the bank run, the bank will be able to continue operating, said the magistrate. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. Actually, other than this method, there were other ways to solve this problem. However, those were the ideas of the financial experts in the three-dimensional world. The gamma space was relatively too small. The financial world here was relatively stable. Therefore, they had never experienced a crisis. It was already very good that they could think of these two possibilities. Chapter 2878, 2878. Translator, 549-6903. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Jiang Fei was considered highly regarded by the Archon. As he had been by the Archon's side all day, the Archon would teach Jiang Fei some knowledge when he was free. Although Jiang Fei was more proficient than the Archon in the knowledge that the Archon spoke of, Jiang Fei still pretended to be enlightened. The Archon seemed to be very good at being a teacher. Therefore, Jiang Fei's cooperation made him happy. Naturally, he liked and trusted Jiang Fei even more. Although he had gained the Archon's trust, Jiang Fei had not heard any news about the snow beasts in the past few days. This was not because the Archon was wary of him, but because he had nothing to say about the snow beasts. The snow beast was the biggest secret in the Gamma Dimension. Only the previous Archon and his team would know about it. The new Archon would immediately order the secret police under him to clean up the place. When that happened, whether it was the person who leaked the secret or the person who was told the secret, they would be quietly cleaned up. Therefore, for so many years, the snow beast was still the top secret in the Gamma Dimension. Other than a few people, no one knew about the existence of the snow beast. Other than the Archon himself and a few other members of the Elder Council, no one else knew about it. As there were very few people who knew about the snow beast, the Archon could not possibly be talking to himself, right? This caused Jiang Fei to be unable to find out anything about the snow beasts, even though he was by the consul's side. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, as the days passed, Jiang Fei could not take the initiative to ask the consul about the snow beasts. Therefore, he could only wait for an opportunity. However, an opportunity was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Under such circumstances, Jiang Fei had to think of a way to create an opportunity. Jiang Fei felt that it was time to release the news of the stolen moon spirit crystal. After that, Jiang Fei found an opportunity to take a vacation. He quietly went to the slums alone. After putting on a little disguise, Jiang Fei found a group of hooligans. Jiang Fei said as he lifted the thugs with his chin, "Of course I want to make a fortune. What's the matter?" A few of the thugs came over while shaking their arms. The group of thugs, even faintly, surrounded Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei said, "Listen? To who?" The leader of the thugs asked disdainfully. Jiang Fei said. The leader of the thugs said, "Now, you guys go and get as much money as you can." Jiang Fei said, "Why exchange it? It's quite inconvenient." A thug asked, "If you want to make money, you have to listen to me. There's $100,000 in cash here. After you exchange it for moon spirit crystals, it's all yours." Jiang Fei said, $100,000? The gangsters were dumbfounded. They had never even seen $10,000, let alone $100,000. Jiang Fei said, when they heard that there was $100,000 to be earned, the gangsters' eyes were wide open. Now, let alone Jiang Fei asking them to do something, they could even call him father. After you have exchanged all these moon spirit crystals, release a message. The bank's moon spirit crystal reserves have been stolen. Now, they are unable to exchange all the paper money for moon spirit crystals. Jiang Fei said, "What? Really?" The gangsters were dumbfounded. "That's why I asked you to get as much money as possible and then exchange it for moon crystals," Jiang Fei said. The gangsters asked, "Once we're done, we'll wait." When everyone goes to the bank to exchange, because the bank will definitely not have enough moon crystals, they will definitely limit the exchange. At this time, it's your turn. You guys exchange the moon crystals in your hands. Originally, a month's worth of moon crystals could be exchanged for $1,000, but you want $2,000. In order to not let the money in your hands become useless paper, the commoners will definitely exchange it. Jiang Fei said, "That money is useless now." The leader of the thugs asked, "Are you stupid? Isn't the bank still trading? Even though it's limited, what do you do?" Jiang Fei said, "That's right." The thug's eyes lit up. "So, this 100,000 is the capital I gave you." Jiang Fei said, "Hee, I think 50 to 50 is not necessary." The head of the gangsters smiled coldly. "What are you doing?" Jiang Fei asked. At this moment, he was also thinking about whether he should take this opportunity to run away or beat these gangsters down. If Jiang Fei took this opportunity to run away, it would be equivalent to him throwing away $100,000. However, it would cause chaos in the Gamma dimension. Moreover, even if these hooligans were eventually caught, they would not be able to expose Jiang Fei because Jiang Fei was wearing a mask. These hooligans had also paid attention to who he was. If Jiang Fei beat up these hooligans, then he would have some control over these hooligans. Moreover, he could also take back the $100,000. However, as he came into contact with these hooligans, the chances of him being exposed would also increase. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei chose to leave the box and run away. The $100,000 from Gamma Space was not very meaningful to Jiang Fei. Moreover, these hooligans were not high-level people. They could only play a leading role. Soon, the big hooligans who found business opportunities would chase away the guys in front of Jiang Fei and monopolize the exchange of the moon's spiritual crystals. Therefore, Jiang Fei's control over these small hooligans was not very meaningful. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Fei chose to leave. He had already set up the plan and did not close his eyes to personally participate in it. When Jiang Fei left, the gangsters started to take action. These guys were crazily getting money everywhere, either borrowing or robbing. In just 2 short days, these guys were really not soft-hearted. In the end, they still managed to gather $50,000. With $150,000 in cash, these hoodlums went to the bank and requested to exchange for the moon spirit crystals. Such a large amount of exchange quickly attracted the attention of the bank. However, before the news was confirmed, the bank's people still gave them the money to exchange. Chapter 2879, 2879. Translator 549-6903. After exchanging for the moon spirit crystals, these hooligans were very happy because their first step of making money had been successfully completed. As for the bank, because they still didn't know the purpose of these hooligans, it wasn't easy for them to stop them. Because once they stopped them, as long as they didn't give a reasonable reason, they would definitely trigger a wave of bank runs. In comparison, a mere 100,000 yuan worth of moon spiritual crystals was nothing to the bank. But 100,000 yuan worth of moon spiritual crystals was still a drop in the bucket for the bank. But when these hooligans got their hands on the moon spiritual crystals, they immediately released the news. That afternoon, a large number of commoners poured into the bank to request to exchange for the crystals. As the news gradually spread, more and more people came to run for the crystals. At first, it was because they were all commoners. Even the majority of the people in the slums did not request to exchange for a large number of crystals. However, it was obviously abnormal for so many people to exchange for the crystals at the same time. Therefore, the bank reported the matter to the higher-ups while they were exchanging for the moon spirit crystals. Soon, the higher-ups were alerted. What? Did the news get out? What should we do? We still have no clue about the moon spirit crystal robbery. If we let them run wild, the bank will soon collapse. Let's try to hold on for a few days. If we refuse to exchange now, the financial system and the monetary system will collapse. We can only do this. Fortunately, only the poor are exchanging now, so the quantity is not very large. At this time, because the news was only spread in the slums, although there were many people exchanging, everyone was very poor. Each family could not exchange for 2 or 3, so for the banks, they could totally support themselves. Moreover, the higher-ups of the banks had another idea, which was that they would always keep the exchange open. This would increase the credibility of the banks in the hearts of the common people. Then the common people would feel that the bank could completely pay for the moon spirit crystal, and it was inconvenient for them to use the moon spirit crystal. At that time, they would deposit the moon spirit crystal back and change it into banknotes. The bank's idea was beautiful, but when the news spread to the wealthy district, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Although the number of wealthy people was relatively small, they controlled the vast majority of the wealth. These guys were also afraid that the cash in their hands would turn into waste paper, so they all ran to the bank. They requested to exchange the money they had into moon spirit crystals. This way, the pressure on the bank instantly increased. No, we must restrict the rich people from exchanging. If this continues, in less than 3 days, all of our moon spirit crystals will be exchanged out. At that time, if we can't continue to pay, the bank's collapse will be small, and the entire Gamma Space's financial system will collapse. Other than the bank's higher-ups, who were restless, the news was also reported to the administrator. Damn it! The administrator cursed angrily. Jiang Fei, who was beside him, was laughing in his heart. Although Jiang Fei was happy in his heart, his face showed that he did not know what to do. The consul pondered for a moment. He had been trying to come up with a solution for the past few days. Although there was no effective solution, he had come up with a way to temporarily stop the pain. Tell the higher-ups of the life building to gather some moon crystals and lend them to the bank first. Then, tell the bank to exchange a limited amount of moon crystals for 50 million each day, the consul ordered. After receiving the order, the consul passed the order to those people. Soon, the higher-ups of the life building gathered some moon spirit crystals with unhappy faces. Because they were the ones who made the mistake, they had to lend the money. However, even if the life building borrowed money, it was just a drop in the bucket. They had said before that when the bank issued notes, they would exceed the limit according to the ratio. When everything was normal, the common people would not run against them. Therefore, everything was normal. However, once the people ran against it, everything would be gone. Even if the 1/3 of the moon spirit crystals were not stolen, they would not be able to pay in full because the amount of moon spirit crystals they had in reserve was not as much as the amount of notes issued. In fact, it was only 1/3 of the amount of notes issued, or even less. After hearing the order of the consul, Jiang Fei nodded secretly. The other party had no choice but to choose to exchange limited amounts of money in the end. As a result, the common people became even crazier. The limited exchange by the bank had undoubtedly proved the accuracy of the rumors. The bank was no longer able to pay all the money. Now, they had to seize the money, otherwise, the money in their hands would become useless paper. More and more people crowded around the bank. After the day's limited exchange, the remaining common people did not leave at all. They surrounded the bank's door. The next day, when the bank opened, they squeezed in. Everyone hoped that they would be lucky enough to exchange all the money they had into moon crystals. As a result, the moment the bank opened, the limit for the day would be emptied out by a few people. The people outside could not enter, and that would not be far from a riot. Under such circumstances, the magistrate could only give another order. The bank not only limited the total amount of exchange, but also limited everyone to only 1 moon crystal per day. This seemed to have eased the situation slightly. However, this balance was quickly ended. Everything was as Jiang Fei had expected. Ever since the bank began to restrict the exchange, the Gamma Space's currency had started to depreciate. At first, the black market price had changed from $1,000 per moon crystal to $1,200. Then, The price of 1,314,000 moon crystals was almost on a rise. 2 days later, it turned into a lunar crystal that cost 2,000 yuan. This meant that the currency of the Gamma space had depreciated by 50% in 2 days. It was not just the lunar crystals that had gone up in price. Everything else had gone up in price. Because the currency in their hands could turn into waste paper at any time, the merchants were not willing to accept it. Now, they were all demanding to pay for the lunar crystals. They were even willing to barter and were not willing to accept paper currency. When the bank started to restrict each person to exchange 1 moon spirit crystal per day, those gangsters appeared again. They sold the moon spirit crystals in their hands on the black market and earned double the difference in price. Then, they violently chased away the people who were queuing at the bank's entrance and hired people from the slums to queue for them to exchange. The people from the slums were hit even more miserably by the economic crisis. They were now willing to risk their lives for a cake, not to mention lining up for the gangsters. So these gangsters instantly became big shots. One by one, they made a lot of money. Chapter 2880-2880. Translator 549-6903. Although the gangsters were awakened by Jiang Fei had indeed made a large sum of money in the past 2 days, they were only small gangsters after all. Moreover, the methods they used were not top secret. A bigger gangster organization took over from them. These people had more funds and also had more power. After they defeated the gangsters that Jiang Fei had awakened, they occupied the entrance of the bank. What happened next was the same as before. These gangsters went into the bank to exchange for moon crystals. Then, they took out the money in the hands of the common people. Although the common people knew that they would be robbed, they could not enter the bank. If they did not exchange the money in their hands to these gangsters, it would be a piece of waste paper. Because most merchants no longer accepted paper money. Therefore, the commoners at the bottom had no choice. They could only give more than half of their assets to these hooligans and exchange them for a small amount of moon spirit crystals. The hooligans became more and more greedy. In the beginning, they still maintained the exchange rate and collected the banknotes at a price of 2,000 to 1. However, towards the end, the greedy hooligans even offered 500, 3,000, or even 4,000 to 1. This could no longer be considered as extortion. This was robbery. Colonel Kono also sent out military police, but it was useless. As soon as the military police arrived, the hooligans swarmed forward. They blended into the crowd and could not find out who was who. The common people wanted to report them. However, they were afraid of being taken revenge, so they could only pinch their noses and admit defeat. The military police were also ordinary people after work. They and their families were also afraid of the revenge of these hooligans, so no one dared to go too far during the encirclement and suppression. In addition, the leader of these hooligans was very good at playing. Although he made a lot of profits through the financial crisis, he did not take it all for himself. He bribed everyone, from Colonel Kono to the ordinary military police officers, so that no one would bother with the gangsters. When society was in turmoil, the darkness in it was something that ordinary people could never imagine. Only when they experienced it themselves could they understand the cruelty in it. In the financial crisis, the rich people were badly hurt, but they only lost their property. The poor people were miserable. There was a time when the ignorant poor people were looking forward to the financial crisis. They felt that as a result, the money in the hands of the rich people was worthless, and they had no money in their hands, so the loss was negligible. But when the financial crisis came, the ignorant poor found themselves too naive. The rich did lose more than 2/3 of their wealth, but at least they could still eat. The poor quickly ran out of what little money they had, and then they found that if they wanted to eat, they had to sell what little assets they had. But because of the severe devaluation of the currency, the difficulty and cost of trading rose sharply. When you bought things, everything was expensive, but when you sold things, you found that the things in your hands were all worthless. Under this impact, the poor quickly sold all their possessions to eat, to survive, and in the end, they could only sell their children. When the financial crisis reached such a stage, the whole society was in turmoil. The common people could accept the poverty, but they could not accept the outcome of being starved to death. If the government could not solve this problem, they had to think of a way themselves. And the poor people who did not have any resources in their hands, in order to eat, they could only think of one way: robbery. For a moment, there were fewer pedestrians on the street. The shops were closed one after another. The doors were locked tightly. The warehouses were welded shut to prevent people from entering and stealing or robbing them. Under such circumstances, everyone was in a panic. No one knew what would happen next. Perhaps it would be a riot, or perhaps it would be the end of the world. Damn it, the Archon frowned. Beside him, Jiang Fei was also thinking. However, Jiang Fei was not thinking about how to pacify the people. Instead, he was thinking about how to obtain sufficient benefits for himself during this chaos. Although he had been by the Archon's side for a period of time, Jiang Fei had not heard any news about the snow beast. This made him feel a little anxious because he could not stay here forever. If it took 3 to 5 years to gain enough trust, Jiang Fei really could not afford to wait. Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this moment, the Archon asked Jiang Fei casually. In fact, he did not expect Jiang Fei to come up with any good suggestions. He only asked this question when he was anxious. After all, in the eyes of the magistrate, Jiang Fei was just a country bumpkin from the slums who was relatively skilled. Although he could be trusted, he could only be a bodyguard. The magistrate did not expect Jiang Fei at all. It was just that the people under the magistrate were at their wits' end. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask this question casually. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Fei finally decided to use this chaos to make himself the Magister's confidant. He would also show off his abilities and let the Magister use him. Only then would he be able to gain access to top-notch secrets. Instead of being a bodyguard like he was now, he would only be able to get in touch with the Magister's mistresses. Oh, you have another idea? The governor did not mind. He did not believe that Jiang Fei, this country bumpkin, would be able to solve this problem. Jiang Fei said casually, "Cripple it? That's not bad. Now, it's just a devaluation and the world is already in chaos." The governor pursed his lips when he heard that. Although he trusted Jiang Fei, he did not think that he had the administrative ability, especially in the financial field. This was a very professional field. Now it's almost crippled. Almost no one will accept this thing anymore. Moreover, more than half of the bank's only moon spirit crystals have been exchanged. If this continues, it won't be long before the bank goes bankrupt. The currency will still be crippled, Jiang Fei said. That's right, said the consul. Therefore, I suggest that you directly scrap it and issue a new currency. Use the new currency to exchange for the old one. Let the bank exchange it one by one. The new currency will not be linked to the moon crystals. In this way, the bank will be able to avoid the danger of being unable to pay, said Jiang Fei. Chapter 2881. Translator 549-6903. However, even if we destroy the existing currency, what's the use of reissuing a new currency? Without the support of the lunar crystals, the common people will not admit to it. Asked the consul. That's the key. You have to decouple the currency from the lunar crystals in order to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, even if the robbed lunar crystals are recovered, the banks will not be able to complete the exchange because of the overissue of paper currency, said Jiang Fei. Understand the logic, said the consul. That is simple, said Jiang Fei. The consul was stunned by Jiang Fei's words. Look, your government wants to collect all kinds of taxes and fees from the gamma space. This is a very stable wealth. As long as the government exists, this income will increase steadily. Therefore, it is more valuable than the moon's spirit crystal. In addition to the authority and credibility of the government, as long as you stand up and endorse the new currency, the people are willing to admit it. Because when you collect taxes, you accept the new currency. Therefore, the merchants will recognize it and use it when they buy and sell things. Once the merchants recognize the new currency, the ordinary people can spend the money to preserve the value of the currency. Jiang Fei said. The Archon's eyes lit up. Although Jiang Fei's explanation was more general, he, who was in a high position, quickly understood the essence of it. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The transition from the gold standard currency to the era of the French currency had already been experienced on Earth. As long as the ruler did not go crazy printing money, the monetary system was relatively stable. After all, as long as the government existed in a stable and healthy manner, the currency endorsed by the government would definitely remain stable. All right. The magistrate immediately summoned his staff. Then, he told everyone about Jiang Fei's plan. After having the plan, these staff members did not give it to him for free. Very soon, everyone had filled up Jiang Fei's sloppy plan. One day later, the consul gave an order to abolish the original currency. However, everyone could go to the bank to exchange for the newly issued currency at a ratio of 1-to-1. The newly issued currency could not be directly exchanged for moon spirit crystals. However, this currency was recognized by the government. In the future, the government's taxes, fines, and the costs of various public services would all be settled in the new currency. The salaries of the government's personnel would also be settled in this new currency. On the day the order was issued, the common people still didn't quite believe it. However, there were still people who would be the first to try it. After buying things in the government-operated shops, the common people flocked to the banks. They all began to exchange for the new currency. After all, with a new currency that was recognized by the government 1-to-1, who would be willing to spend 4 or even 5 times the price to buy a moon crystal? Most importantly, the government no longer recognized the status of the moon spirit crystal as the basic currency. This meant that you could no longer use the moon spirit crystal as a normal equivalent to trade goods. The moon spirit crystal itself didn't have much use. It was like a gemstone, and its value began to depreciate rapidly. The people who held the most moon spirit crystal were undoubtedly those gangsters. The bank took this opportunity to recycle a lot of old notes. With the government's endorsement, these old notes were converted into new notes. Then, they became the bank's reserves. This time, the bank had money again. Although the people suffered heavy losses in the financial crisis, the crisis was past in time. At least they were pulled back from the point where they couldn't live anymore. The people were actually very easy to appease. When they were cornered and had no food to eat, they would definitely rebel. However, as long as they were given half a stick, they could make do with their lives. The vast majority of the people were still willing to live in peace. With the issuance of the new currency, the society in the gamma space quickly stabilized. However, the problem was not completely solved. After all, after the crisis, the wealth of the people had generally decreased significantly. Although a few people had made huge profits during this period, most people had fallen below the poverty line. Ralph, not bad. Although the Archon still had many problems to solve, he had at least managed to resolve the imminent problem. Naturally, the person he was most grateful for was Jiang Fei. Hee, it was just a whim of mine, Jiang Fei said with a silly smile. Actually, there was a big flaw in his plan. However, he did not say that because the gamma space was too stable, it was not a good thing for him. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally had to leave something in his hands. The magistrate smiled and continued. This time, it's all thanks to you. What reward do you want? Jiang Fei deliberately pondered for a moment and then said to the consul, Sir, it's boring for me to stay by your side all day. You're quite safe now. I want to find something to do. Oh, the consul frowned. He knew that Jiang Fei was asking him to become an official. Jiang Fei had just made a great contribution, so he should be rewarded. Therefore, it was not good to reject him directly. However, the problem was that the magistrate also felt that Jiang Fei had met a dead rat. He might not have the ability to do so. If Jiang Fei placed him in an important position, he would mess things up, then he would have to clean up his own mess. Therefore, to be fair, although the magistrate trusted Jiang Fei, he did not believe in his ability. Therefore, he would rather give more money and more treatment. However, he did not want to give Jiang Fei an important position so that he would not be ignorant. He would cause trouble. The magistrate thought for a long time, but he was too embarrassed to directly reject Jiang Fei. After all, Jiang Fei had made a great contribution this time. Therefore, he thought of a way to make Jiang Fei back down. Look, because of the previous crisis, the people are now living in poverty. Although the new currency has stabilized society, many people have returned to the poverty line because of this crisis. Do you have a way to solve it? The consul was deliberately making things difficult for the people. His government now had nothing, and the people were even poorer. Although the new currency had been issued, the little money that the people had was cheated by the hooligans, so it was impossible to exchange for the new currency. To put it bluntly, no one had money. Chapter 2882, 2882. Translator, 549-6903. All right. Sir, leave this to me, Jiang Fei said after a moment of silence. The consul was stunned. He and his staff had been worried for days. They did not expect Ralph to agree to it so easily. I have a plan, Jiang Fei said. The magistrate asked. Jiang Fei said. The magistrate was confused. Sir, the reason the people can't eat is because they don't have money. Jiang Fei asked. The magistrate nodded. Because the financial crisis had only happened for a short period of time, it was not enough to affect the production of food. Therefore, the grain merchants had food in their hands. Moreover, the crops in the fields were growing well. However, the problem was that the gamma space was not highly centralized. Although the consul looked like he was dictating, he could not order the grain merchants to confiscate the grain in their hands and distribute it to the hungry people. If they wanted to provide disaster relief, then the government could sell grain from the grain merchants and distribute it to the hungry people. However, the problem was that the government did not have money in their hands now, and you always gave the people free grain. This was a bottomless pit, and there was no end to it. That was why the magistrate and the others were worried. Although the last step was to force the grain merchants to open the grain storehouse to release the food, if that was the case, the wealthy class would definitely unite to boycott the magistrate. When the time came, he would not be replaced by the magistrate. Instead, he would be kicked out by the wealthy class. That would not be worth it. This was also the reason why the magistrate was reluctant to take action. Jiang Fei laughed. The magistrate said, "Why should we give it to them for free?" Jiang Fei laughed. The Archon seemed to have thought of something. We are not giving them money for free. We are giving them work. You see, after the previous two riots, the entire city has suffered great losses. This Life Extension Center will definitely have to be rebuilt. Many of the houses in the rich areas have also been destroyed. That place will also have to be rebuilt. In addition to the other things that have suffered losses, we have a lot of reconstruction tasks. However, reconstruction requires people. People need to work. Jiang Fei laughed. The consul was enlightened. Jiang Fei said. The consul spread his hands. Although they had agreed to fight the war against the sheriff, the consul and his government were now in a tight financial situation. Isn't it easy if we don't have the money? Let the bank print more paper money, and then we'll have the money, right? We'll use this money to pay the workers. Then, they'll definitely buy food and eat. Then, we'll use the tax money to pay the workers next month's wages. Jiang Fei laughed. The Archon's eyes lit up. This Ralph's idea could be said to be empty-handed. The bank would print out more money and distribute it to the working workers. The workers would buy food and supplies, and the shops would pay taxes. After the taxes were collected, the government would be able to pay the workers again. Although there would still be some losses, the government did not suffer any losses. A large amount of infrastructure construction would have been completed. If this were any other time, the government would have spent even more money. Because the government itself has the budget to rebuild the infrastructure, this money has to be spent no matter what. Instead, by using this method of work for relief, it not only saves money, but also let the entire market's financial trade to return to normal. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Asked the consul as he looked at Jiang Fei. He felt that Wu Fu from the slums was too talented. How could he come up with such a genius idea? I just had a sudden thought, Jiang Fei said vaguely. He had learned these things from history textbooks when he was on Earth. He just took them here and used them. You are really a genius. Okay, the magistrate said on the spot. Jiang Fei was very happy. Other than gaining the trust of the magistrate, he was also happy because he had unknowingly dug a big hole for the magistrate. The law currency was endorsed by the government. It did not require any real high value. high-value items as collateral. Its normal operation depended on the government's reputation. If the government knew how to play and was willing to play, everything would go smoothly. However, if the government did not know how to play or did not intend to play, the law currency was the best weapon to plunder the people. As there was no need for something like the moon spirit crystal as collateral, it seemed that the people who printed the paper currency did not even need to consider the leverage that was several times the amount of the moon spirit crystal as collateral. Instead, they could simply print the paper currency at will. This caused the government to be responsible. This would limit the amount of paper money that could be issued. This would make it conform to the laws of finance and maintain the stability of the currency. However, if the government wanted to plunder the wealth of the people, they could just simply print whatever they wanted. They could just print as many as they wanted. If the government ran out of money, they could just start printing money. The result would be inflation. The currency would depreciate crazily. In the end, the value of the currency would not even be as valuable as the paper that printed the currency. This had happened more than once on Earth. Jiang Fei was well aware of this. Therefore, Jiang Fei had inadvertently revealed a piece of information to the consul. If there was no money, he could just turn on the printing machine and print some money. However, he did not say that this matter could not be messed with. If there was no money, he could print it. In the end, there would be trouble. This foreshadowing was equivalent to Jiang Fei planting a big bomb in the Gamma Dimension. The previous financial crisis was easily averted. That was because the Gamma Dimension had a strong government backing it. It was endorsed by the government. The new currency was quickly recognized. However, if the government overissued the currency and caused a new round of financial crisis, the financial system would not be the only one to collapse. The government's credibility would also collapse. No matter what currency they issued, the common people would not approve. Therefore, at that time, the Gamma Dimension would be in complete chaos. Jiang Fei had left this foreshadowing behind, just in case. If he could successfully kill the Snow Beast, Jiang Fei did not mind giving the Archon a warning in advance. He did not want the Archon to issue too many banknotes. This foreshadowing would be his way out. Once the Gamma Dimension was in complete chaos, who would care about him? Chapter 2883, 2883. Translator 549-6903. After receiving authorization from the Archon, Jiang Fei began to build things in the Gamma space. Whether it was the destroyed streets or the Archon's mansion, they all needed to be repaired or rebuilt. In these projects, a large number of the poor became the labor force. During the financial crisis, the unemployment wave had not yet subsided. Most of the people had no jobs and could not support their families. Therefore, although the income that Jiang Fei provided was not particularly high, it was still better than nothing. In order to be able to eat, a large number of poor people joined in enthusiastically. In this way, the poor people received their wages after working. They were able to buy food and daily necessities so that their families could survive. Meanwhile, the government quickly completed a large number of infrastructure repairs and reconstruction. Under the instructions of the governor, the bank printed a batch of currency as the initial capital that the government had invested. As the government was not short of money for the time being, the currency did not need to be printed anymore. As long as it was printed according to the normal demand, the small amount of additional currency did not cause too much of an impact on the financial system. It was quickly digested by the market. Therefore, after Jiang Fei took over the baton, the entire Gamma space instantly became prosperous. Although it could not repair the damage caused by the financial crisis in a short period of time, at least it gave everyone hope. The people's request was actually very simple. Sometimes just a little bit of hope was enough for them to struggle through the hardships. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Jiang Fei's relief work had gone very smoothly. However, the magistrate had never approved the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. This made Jiang Fei very unhappy. Jiang Fei had done so much because he wanted to take the opportunity to rebuild the Life Extension Center to see if there was a hidden space underground and if the Snow Beast was there. Unfortunately, the Archon had approved all the other reconstruction projects. However, the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center had been temporarily suppressed. In fact, The Archon had suppressed the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center not because he was deliberately wary of Jiang Fei. Instead, he was worried that some evil people would take the opportunity to infiltrate the migrant workers and cause damage to the Life Extension Center. Therefore, he had never made up his mind about the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. However, the Life Extension Center was very important to the entire Gamma space. Now that the Archon's clone factory had been destroyed, the Life Extension Center became the only way to replenish the population. If this place continued to be abandoned, the human population in the Gamma space would fall into negative growth. If this continued for a long time, the survival of the entire Gamma space would be threatened. However, the more the Archon refused to approve the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, the more Jiang Fei was convinced that the Snow Beast was underground. Time passed day by day. As there were not many streets that had been destroyed, a large number of poor people joined the project to provide food for the needy. The reconstruction of the streets was very fast. It took about 2 weeks. The destroyed streets had been completely rebuilt. Jiang Fei even had the poor renovate the newly built houses under the guidance of professional workers. Even so, 2 weeks later, Jiang Fei faced the first problem. The workers had no more work to do. After all, the Gamma space could not compare to the advanced civilizations in the three-dimensional universe. It could not even be compared to Earth. This place was only the size of a palm. It could be counted as such a city. It was just a large area around it. The size of the Gamma space made it so that there were not many projects that could be done here. However, using work as relief was not something that could change the fate of the poor in a short period of time. Once the project was stopped, the workers would lose their jobs again, then they would return to their previous poor state. Sir, the workers have no more work now. If you do not approve the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, we will have to find other jobs for them. Jiang Fei said to the magistrate, "Do we have to continue like this forever? If that is the case, so what if we rebuild the Life Extension Center?" The consul asked. "For a short period of time, we have to provide them with jobs. We can only stop the project after they have accumulated some initial wealth," Jiang Fei said. The magistrate asked, "At least 2 to 3 years." Jiang Fei replied. The magistrate frowned. "Unless you want to let one of the ghettos exist and one of them struggle on the food and clothing line." To be honest, the magistrate had always been short-sighted. If he could mobilize these poor people, it would be difficult to say anything, Jiang Fei said. The magistrate was speechless. He knew that Jiang Fei was not lying. At that time, it was really not difficult for the magistrate to incite these poor people. He did not even have to pay much. These people would play the name game with him. Moreover, most of the poor people in the Gamma space. Once these people rebelled, it would be a huge threat to the magistrate. The magistrate asked, "Of course. Sir, haven't you heard of it?" Jiang Fei said. The consul had never heard of it before. "Sir, you also know that there are costs involved in a rebellion. For example, the magistrate. If he failed in his rebellion, the outcome would be predictable. The same goes for the common people. As long as they could survive, who would be willing to risk their lives for a rebellion? If they followed the rebellion, it could only mean that they were really desperate," Jiang Fei said. The consul asked thoughtfully, "So, as I said earlier, those who have property have perseverance. You told the common people that being loyal to the king and the country is nonsense. He can't even afford to eat. Why would he care so much? In comparison, if he had a certain amount of assets, would he support the revolution of others?" Jiang Fei said. The consul nodded. "My lord, this is just a little idea of mine. If you think it's useful, just listen," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The consul nodded. Chapter 2884, 2884. Translator, 549-6903. 3 days later, Jiang Fei was summoned by the consul. "I have thought about it. What you said makes sense. The Life Extension Center indeed needs to be rebuilt. Moreover, those poor people also need to work," the consul said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was delighted. It seemed that the consul was going to allow him to rebuild the Life Extension Center. Let's begin the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. However, we must strictly select those who participate in the reconstruction. We must not make any mistakes. That place is very important to our world. The Archon said. Yes, I know. Jiang Fei nodded. As long as the Archon allowed him to lead the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, everything else was not important. All right, I'll leave this matter to you, said the Archon. Sir, although the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center is a huge project, it cannot be built forever. However, these poor people cannot lose their jobs for a long period of time. Therefore, during this period of time, you and your staff should think of a way to find something to do. When the construction of the Life Extension Center is completed, you could arrange a new job for them, said Jiang Fei. The consul nodded. At that moment, the consul had an unusual amount of trust in Jiang Fei. In his opinion, although this guy named Ralph was born in the slums, he was a super genius. He could actually think of a perfect solution to the financial crisis. Moreover, he could instantly solve the problem of the poor eating. Sometimes, the consul wondered how he came up with such a genius idea. The Archon already felt that Jiang Fei was loyal. Now that Jiang Fei had shown his superhuman administrative ability, why would the Archon not trust him? Therefore, after some consideration and discussion with the core staff, the Archon finally decided to hand over the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center to Jiang Fei. This time, he had handed over the entire Gamma Space's lifeblood to a foreign guest who hated this place. After receiving the Archon's authorization, Jiang Fei left the Archon's country villa. He took a car and arrived at the administrative hall in the city center. This was where he currently worked. Not bad, brother. In the administrative hall, Jiang Fei met Colonel Kono. Jiang Fei smiled. He was now on the same level as Kono. One of them was in charge of the army, and the other was in charge of the people. Now, he was the right-hand man of the magistrate. Brother, you are too kind. Kono was a little sarcastic. He also knew that the magistrate wanted to support Jiang Fei to fight against him. However, Colonel Kono was still very uncomfortable with Jiang Fei's promotion speed. He did not expect that Jiang Fei had only used a few weeks to climb to this position. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. Because he was about to carry out an on-site investigation and then break the ground to start construction, there was no way to hide this matter. All right, Kono was even more upset after hearing that. After all, the Life Extension Center was the lifeblood of the Gamma Space. As the core leader, Kono was very clear about this. The magistrate had given the reconstruction of the place to Jiang Fei. From this, it could be seen how much trust the magistrate had in him. However, Kono could understand that Jiang Fei could gain such trust. After all, Jiang Fei had used a strange trick to solve the two biggest problems that the magistrate faced. Not only did he manage to get the entire Gamma Dimension through the terrifying financial crisis in a short period of time, but he also managed to solve the hundreds of thousands of starving people. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Seeing Kono leave with an expression that said that he had eaten a dead fly, Jiang Fei shrugged. He could actually understand Kono's feelings. Although he had long known that the Archon wanted to nurture new people to fight against him, he definitely did not expect it to be so soon. Moreover, Kono had not only put in a lot of effort, but he had also spent decades to get to this position. However, Jiang Fei had almost arrived on a rocket. Although he had solved the two major problems that troubled the Archon, it was hard for anyone to accept the fact that he had landed on the same level as Kono. Actually, Kono was not the one who felt the most uncomfortable. After all, he was still on the same level as Jiang Fei. Moreover, he was still in charge of the army. However, the bureaucrats under Jiang Fei were different. This guy, Ralph, was still fighting in the slums. How did he become the leader of the bureaucrats in the blink of an eye? This was the most infuriating thing. In the beginning, it was not that these bureaucrats did not want to put Jiang Fei in his place. They had also tried to use Jiang Fei as an excuse. However, who was Jiang Fei? Did he spoil you? Jiang Fei was not a bureaucrat who had risen from level to level. He relied on the trust of the magistrate and did not play by the rules at all. The few bureaucrats who had led the trouble were directly fired by him. The one who had caused the most trouble was even sent to prison by him. Normally, Jiang Fei's actions were against the rules and were also against the law. However, one could not resist the support of the consul. In order for Jiang Fei to continue his policies, the consul had acquiesced to Jiang Fei's tyranny. When the bureaucrats saw that the consul was so supportive of Jiang Fei, who would dare to provoke him for their official titles? With his authority, Jiang Fei was able to carry out his decree much more easily. The officials below knew that the newly appointed Lord Ralph was extremely cruel. Therefore, they did not even dare to cut corners. They did not even dare to deduct public funds. That was why Jiang Fei's policy was carried out so smoothly. Lord Ralph, sir, you're here. When Jiang Fei arrived at his office, all the officials greeted him respectfully. No one wanted to offend this tyrant. You, and you. Call the people from the construction department. Jiang Fei did not waste any time. Now that he had obtained the authority, of course, he had to go straight to the Life Extension Center. As for bringing these administrative staff, they were just a cover for him. After all, if Jiang Fei went to the Life Extension Center himself, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of others. Then, no one would be able to find fault with him. A few bureaucrats immediately nodded. Then, they handed over a few people from the construction department and followed Jiang Fei. Chapter 2885. Translator 549-6903. As the administrative office was not too far away from the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei and the rest walked over. After entering the Life Extension Center, Jiang Fei realized that this place was completely different from the previous time he went to work. At this time, the Life Extension Center could be said to be in a complete mess. The buildings on the ground were already half destroyed. There were signs of the energy cannons collapsing everywhere. There were bullet holes everywhere. Jiang Fei took the lead and walked into the building. Is this place going to collapse? Yeah, it looks like it's on the verge of collapse. A few of the officials muttered as they walked. All of them, as officials, cherished their lives very much. These people believed that a gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. They really did not want to go in. However, these people understood Jiang Fei's temper too well. They knew very well that if they dared not come in from the outside, the official hat on their heads would be worn to the end. Moreover, they might even be hated by this violent boss. They might even be sent to prison. Therefore, because of Jiang Fei's tyrannical power, although these people were a little afraid, they gritted their teeth and followed Jiang Fei into the building. After entering the building, Jiang Fei walked up the stairs. Other than the obvious signs of battle on the first floor, everything upstairs was fine because the security officers' troops had gone straight underground. Therefore, the parts upstairs did not suffer any damage. Although there was no damage, the main structure of the building had been damaged. Although it had not collapsed, its sturdiness was not up to standard. Therefore, it was necessary to demolish and rebuild it. After pretending to patrol the building twice, Jiang Fei led a group of people into the underground building. This is too scary. Good God, how fierce the fight will be. Once they entered the underground building, the bureaucrats around Jiang Fei curled their lips. Although the corpses had been cleared away, the traces of the battle were still very obvious. There were craters everywhere. Bullet holes were everywhere. A few of the pillars that were responsible for supporting the underground building had been destroyed. The entire underground building seemed to be unstable. Go back and call a team of government construction workers over. Have them reinforce the supporting pillars first, Jiang Fei said to an official from the construction department. The official felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He could also see that the underground building was full of hidden dangers. It was a great thing to be able to escape from here. Therefore, after receiving the order, the kid ran all the way back to the surface. Jiang Fei took the lead and went down to the second underground floor from the entrance. The officials behind him looked at each other. Although they were not willing to take the risk, they did not dare to say anything. They had no choice but to follow him down. The battle on the second underground floor was equally intense. There were bullet holes everywhere. Moreover, there were some parts of the mech that had not been cleaned out in time. There must have been a lot of casualties in the battle here, an official said as he looked at the large pool of blood at his feet. It's more intense than you can imagine, Jiang Fei said at the front. The military police and security guards who were in charge of guarding the Life Extension Center were almost completely wiped out. At that time, Jiang Fei could be said to be the only survivor. Everyone was killed by the clones who broke in. "These security guards are really brave," said a female official. "There's no way out," said Jiang Fei. The security guards did not have as strong a fighting spirit as the official military police. However, the problem was that the clones did not accept surrender. There was only one exit to the underground building in the Life Extension Center. That was the entrance to the attack of the clones. Under such circumstances, the security guards had no choice but to fight to the death. They had no choice but to retreat. The other party would not accept surrender. If they did not fight to the death, they would be slaughtered with their hands raised. Who would not resist? During the battle, some people were not very brave. Instead, they had no other choice. "No matter what, they are also protecting the lifeline of our gamma dimension," said the female official. Jiang Fei nodded. He was a little sad when he said that because his companions had also died in the battle here. As they walked down, they could clearly feel that the intensity of the battle was decreasing with each level down. The clone warriors that broke in were alone. They were also constantly suffering losses, so their combat strength was also decreasing. If the underground structure of the Life Extension Center was 2 levels deeper, if there were more security guards and military police stationed here, the clone warriors might have failed. They would have no chance to break into the core of the Life Extension Center, and they would have no chance to activate the clones. However, there were not that many ifs in reality. The clone warriors had succeeded. They had successfully activated a large number of clones and brought them out through the portal. Unfortunately, the magistrate had made a mistake in his decision. Then, everything was hard to say. However, a series of mistakes in his decision-making had led to the magistrate's victory. The magistrate was forced to take a risky move and had Nicole lead people to assassinate the magistrate. In the end, Jiang Fei had even switched sides at the last minute. In the end, everything was lost. Jiang Fei asked casually, "He's still locked up, right? I heard that there's going to be a public trial. Most of the evidence has already been collected. If it wasn't for the mess that happened, he would have been tried already," said an official. Jiang Fei laughed. Everyone knew that collecting evidence and conducting a public trial was just a formality. Since ancient times, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Now that the sheriff had lost, it naturally meant that he was guilty of something. He had to be guilty of something. As for the evidence, wasn't it just a formality? Moreover, Jiang Fei also felt that the public trial of the magistrate and Lena was coming soon, because the magistrate really needed to divert the people's emotions. Now that the gamma space had suffered a catastrophe, all the people had suffered losses, whether it was the rich or the poor. Everyone needed a place to vent. At present, all the people were dissatisfied with the government because they felt that the financial crisis had caused them this loss, and the cause of the financial crisis was the government's incompetence. Now, the consul wanted to use the trial of the magistrates to shift the blame onto them. At that time, as long as they said that all the losses were caused by the magistrates' rebellion, and that the financial crisis was caused by the remnants of the magistrates' forces stealing the moon's spirit crystal, then the anger of the people would be transferred to the magistrates. The government would be at ease. Chapter 2886, 2886. Translator, 549-6903. After a brief chat about the sheriff, Jiang Fei continued down the stairs. He was not very concerned about the sheriff. The reason he brought it up just now was just a casual question. To Jiang Fei, the sheriff was not a key figure. His existence was just to disrupt the stability of the gamma space and help Jiang Fei integrate into the storyline NPC. After a fake investigation, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the core of the Life Extension Center. The trestle had collapsed. At the bottom of the trestle, which was more than 10 meters deep, many petri dishes had been opened. The clones inside had been activated and became the cannon fodder of the sheriff. The remaining clones had also died because the Life Extension Center had been destroyed and the life support system could not function properly. This destruction was undoubtedly devastating to the Life Extension Center. A large amount of equipment had to be rebuilt. Even the structure of the entire underground building had to be reinforced. Give a simple assessment of the scale of the reconstruction of the building. As for the equipment, That is none of your business, Jiang Fei said to the officials behind him. The officials nodded and began to get busy. At this time, the official who had just called the construction team had returned. Although he was extremely unwilling to return to this dangerous place, he had to follow the construction team down in order to protect his official title. As the construction team arrived, they also brought some tools and equipment. After Jiang Fei borrowed a long ladder from them, he went down the ladder to the bottom. At that moment, the officials were busy measuring the top. No one noticed Jiang Fei. This was the best time for Jiang Fei to handle his personal matters. Bang bang! Bang bang! Jiang Fei seemed to be casually strolling around at the bottom. However, he stomped his feet every few steps to determine if there was another layer of space underground. When Jiang Fei walked around the bottom of the space, he frowned. This was because Jiang Fei did not find any entrance to the underground. Even when he stomped his feet, he did not find any empty space underground. Every time he stomped his feet, there would be a dull sound. This meant that the ground was either solid or the layer in the middle was very thick. It was so thick that he could only stomp his feet. There was no way to find out if there was another layer. Jiang Fei had an idea. Because the gamma space was too strong to suppress spiritual power, sometimes Jiang Fei even forgot that he still had spiritual power to use. After that, Jiang Fei opened up his mind power and spread it down. However, very soon, Jiang Fei's mind power met with a powerful obstacle. When Jiang Fei's mind power was 15 meters deep into the ground, a gentle force blocked it, preventing Jiang Fei's mind power from exploring further down. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. This mind power that was fighting against him was very powerful. Although it was very gentle, it was extremely mellow. It was even stronger than Jiang Fei's mind power. After all, Jiang Fei had obtained a large amount of the will core. His spiritual energy could be said to be as vast as a sea of smoke. He could be invincible here just by relying on his spiritual energy. Jiang Fei was now confident. In the gamma space, the only thing that could rival his spiritual energy was the snow beast. After finding the snow beast, Jiang Fei felt much better. However, he did not plan to act now. The underground situation was unknown. He did not know what kind of snow beast it was. If he could not kill the snow beast, he would alert the enemy instead. Anyway, the Life Extension Center would have to be rebuilt under Jiang Fei's leadership. Jiang Fei had plenty of opportunities to get close to the snow beast. There was no need for him to turn the assassination of the snow beast into a one-time deal. He could take his time. First, he had to figure out the snow beast background and kill it in one fell swoop. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei withdrew his spiritual power. Then, he rushed up and shouted, "Two men, come down and survey this place." An official in charge of the project led 2 workers down the ladder to the bottom. Then, he began to survey the bottom. Jiang Fei asked the official, "Sir, it's hard to say. We have to first summarize all the measured data and then produce the blueprints. After you approve the blueprints, we can talk about the start of the project," said the official. "Okay, make the blueprints as soon as possible. I have to go and apply to the magistrate," said Jiang Fei. "Yes, sir. We will definitely make the blueprint as soon as possible," the official promised. Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to go up the ladder. The official asked, "I will ask the magistrate about that first." Jiang Fei did not answer directly. "All right, sir, you have to hurry. Otherwise, we will not be able to produce the blueprint," said the official. "All right, you guys do the measurements first." Jiang Fei nodded and climbed up. Leaving the officials to continue measuring the data, Jiang Fei left the ruins of the Life Extension Center alone and drove straight to the consul's country villa. After arriving at the villa, Jiang Fei quickly met the magistrate. The current Jiang Fei was no longer the same as before. He was currently the most popular person in the magistrate's eyes. Even Colonel Kono would not be able to meet the magistrate as easily as Jiang Fei. Now, he was just a step away from pushing the door open. However, he only needed the secretary at the door to inform him. There was no need to make an appointment. Jiang Fei greeted the consul as soon as he arrived at the consul's office. "Oh, you're here. The consul looked up at Jiang Fei and continued to write on the table. My lord, I'm here because I have something to ask you, Jiang Fei said. The consul did not even raise his head. It's about the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. As I do not know much about construction, I have come to ask you. Asked Jiang Fei, said the consul with a smile. Then he said to Jiang Fei, although you're quite a genius, you can't be all-rounder. Now that I see it, you can't do anything about construction, can you? I'm sorry, my lord, Jiang Fei said with a slightly red face. Chapter 2887, 2887. Translator, 549-6903. What's that a laugh about? After all, no one is perfect. The Archon said without meaning to, but Jiang Fei did listen. I have indeed been a little too eye-catching recently. It seems that I will have to keep a low profile in the future. Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, he said, Sir, you must be joking. How would I know anything? I just occasionally get a little clever. Haha, don't be modest. Regarding the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, we have already prepared the blueprint. You can just ask the officer in charge to follow this, said the consul. At the same time, he passed Jiang Fei a draft that he was still working on. Jiang Fei asked, This is just a draft. Give it to a professional and they will know what to do, said the consul with a smile. Okay, I understand, Jiang Fei nodded. In the following period of time, the consul asked Jiang Fei some more questions about work. Jiang Fei did not hide anything, and he answered truthfully. After leaving the magistrate's office, Jiang Fei drove straight back to the administrative office. At this time, the officials responsible for the investigation had also returned. After all, it had been almost a day. Jiang Fei handed the blueprint to the official responsible for the building. The official looked at the sketch and nodded. After all, he was a professional. Jiang Fei could not understand the diagram. He only needed 2 eyes to understand what was going on. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The official left Jiang Fei's office. While waiting for the official blueprint to be published, Jiang Fei suddenly became idle. In order to not let the poor people idle, he drew a few roads around the city and began to let the poor workers carry out the construction. Speaking of which, it did not take hundreds of thousands of workers to rebuild the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei was just looking for an excuse to sneak into the Life Extension Center and investigate the whereabouts of the snow beasts. The poor people wanted jobs and jobs that was mainly dependent on the construction of roads. After all, a road around the city was a relatively large project. At the same time, it could solve the employment problem of many people. As for what to do when the road was completed, then he would build another ring. Moreover, after the road was completed, the ring could be built. Once all kinds of basic projects were built, it did not matter whether they were useful or not. First, he would let these poor people have something to do. As long as they had food to eat, that would be enough. What sustainable development? That was not a problem for Jiang Fei to consider. He was not from the Gamma space, and he would not stay here for long. If anything went wrong in the future, that was not his concern. In any case, to Jiang Fei, he was spending tomorrow's money in the Gamma space to do what he did today. As for what would happen tomorrow, Jiang Fei would return to his own world. The Gamma space could do whatever it wanted. With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Fei did things boldly and decisively. He did not care about what kind of hidden dangers he would cause in the future. While he was waiting for the blueprint, Jiang Fei took the time to build a few buildings for Natasha. Jiang Fei had the intention to bring Natasha back to the three-dimensional world. When he was in the life building, Jiang Fei had seen the information about Natasha's brother. It was also from that time that Jiang Fei knew that Natasha was not her brother's sister, but a clone from the Life Extension Center. However, compared to the clone under the sheriff, Natasha was much happier. She was like a normal Gamma space person, having a complete life. She was born from a petri dish. She had also experienced the entire process of growing up from a baby. Moreover, Natasha's mind was not implanted with anything. Therefore, she was no different from a normal little girl. Moreover, Natasha's childhood was not like other clones who grew up in an orphanage in the Life Extension Center. She was adopted by her brother since she was young. She was no different from a normal little girl. The only difference was that Natasha did not have parents. She only had one brother. During these few encounters, Jiang Fei had tested Natasha's attitude. He wanted to know if she was willing to return to the three-dimensional world with him. However, Natasha seemed to be very reluctant to part with her older brother. Similarly, she was also reluctant to part with Jiang Fei. Therefore, she seemed to be in a dilemma. However, Jiang Fei did not force Natasha to make a decision. After all, he had not yet figured out the situation of the snow beasts. There was still some time before he returned to the three-dimensional world. After another 2 days, the new blueprint was finally completed. Jiang Fei brought the blueprint to the magistrate's office. "Sir, this is the blueprint after it is completed." Jiang Fei handed the blueprint to the magistrate. The magistrate took the blueprint and looked at it carefully for a long time. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Yes, follow this." Jiang Fei nodded. "All right, recently, the financial department has told me that their funds are a little tight. At the moment, they are unable to maintain the work-for-food situation. Moreover, the necessary infrastructure has almost been built." The magistrate called out to Jiang Fei, who was about to leave. "My lord, the poor have just been fed and fed. If we stop providing food for the needy, they will return to their original state in an instant. When that happens, there might be chaos," said Jiang Fei. "But the money that we collect from taxes cannot afford to spend like this," said the consul. "My lord, I have considered this problem before. So, I have calculated that we can print another batch of notes," said Jiang Fei. The magistrate felt that it was too easy to get money like this. He was afraid that there might be some hidden dangers. As long as the regime is stable, the currency will not collapse. You have let these poor people live a good life. Will they oppose you? Jiang Fei made a trap. He put the consul in. The consul nodded. Although he was not stupid, it was his first time coming into contact with the magical currency. He did not understand the concept at all. Jiang Fei deliberately changed the concept, therefore, it was expected that he would be framed. Chapter 2888, 2888. Translator, 549-6903. What you said makes sense. How about this? I will discuss your plan with the others. I will give you an answer tomorrow, the consul said to Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. He did not immediately agree to Jiang Fei's request. "All right, sir." Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to leave the consul's office. "Wait a moment." The consul called out to Jiang Fei again. "What is it, sir?" Jiang Fei asked. "It's like this. You see, we have basically passed the crisis. There are some things that we need to clear up," the consul said to Jiang Fei. "Please enlighten me, sir," Jiang Fei said. "You know, although the rebellion of the consul caused a huge loss to our world, it was fortunate that he did not succeed. In the end, he and his daughter were captured. His clone warriors have also been dealt with. However, this matter cannot end like this. I have to give him a fair trial," the consul said. Jiang Fei asked, "I thought about it before." The magistrate smiled and said to Jiang Fei, "My lord, this is not appropriate. I'm not a judge. I have never studied law." Jiang Fei said, "It's okay. The judges below are professionals. You just need to hold a post. When the time comes, you could just read the verdict or something," said the magistrate. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that he could not decline anymore. The magistrate was clearly trying to test him. In the end, Jiang Fei had joined the magistrate's camp before. If he did not betray the magistrate at the last minute, he would be carrying out the mission of assassinating the magistrate. Therefore, during the trial of the magistrate wanted to test Jiang Fei's intentions. He wanted to use this trial to see how Jiang Fei's attitude towards the magistrate was. At the same time, he wanted to see how Jiang Fei's character was. "Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first," Jiang Fei said after he nodded and accepted the task. "All right, go ahead," the consul said. "I understand. I'll make some preparations in advance." Jiang Fei nodded and left the consul's office. After leaving the consul's country house, Jiang Fei returned to his residence in the city. By then, the house that Colonel Kono had promised Jiang Fei had been completely renovated. He was also living in Crystal Street now, therefore it was very convenient for him to look for Natasha. After a simple meal, Jiang Fei sat on the sofa. He needed to clear his mind. Today, the consul seemed to be unintentional, but his intentions were very deep. For this guy to be able to sit in this position, he must be a wily old fox. Although in the financial field, he was fooled by Jiang Fei. However, that was because the magistrate and the entire Gamma Dimension had never come into contact with such things. However, in terms of power and tactics, the magistrate was just like every other person in power. He had countless schemes in mind. This time, he had asked Jiang Fei to be the main judge to handle the case of the magistrate's rebellion. It seemed simple, but in fact, it was very difficult to handle. Then, in the magistrate's heart, Jiang Fei would definitely be unable to forget his old master. His loyalty would be in question. However, if Jiang Fei did not care about his old friend during the trial and directly attacked the magistrate, then in the magistrate's eyes, Jiang Fei would obviously become a person who did not recognize his own family. Then, one day, when the political situation changed again, would he also do the same to himself? If that was the case, would the consul not be wary of Jiang Fei? Therefore, no matter what Jiang Fei did, the consul would be suspicious of him. If he wanted to avoid such a situation, Jiang Fei could only act appropriately and let the consul feel that he had no one to forget. He also did not have the temperament to be cold and indifferent. Leaning against the sofa, Jiang Fei was so worried that he was gnashing his teeth. The next morning, Jiang Fei had to go to the government office to work. He first handed the blueprints to the officials in the construction department and told them that the blueprints had been approved. Then, he asked them to prepare according to the blueprints. After all, such a large project could not be started with just the blueprints. After settling this matter, Jiang Fei went to coordinate with the road construction. After all, this was his biggest achievement right now. There were still 4 days before the court hearing next Monday. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not particularly anxious about this matter. His main task today was to wait for the governor's news. He wanted to see if he had approved his proposal and let the bank issue more money. When it was almost nighttime, the governor's order finally came. After discussing with his staff, the governor finally approved Jiang Fei's proposal. After a long discussion, the final conclusion was just as Jiang Fei had said. As long as the regime is stable and the currency is stable, it is no big deal to overpay. It is a pity that the consul, who does not know much about finance, does not know that a little overhair leading to a slight inflation will not lead to a financial crisis, but will stimulate economic growth. But the problem is that inertia is a fear of everything. Once he gets used to overissuing money, when the consul runs out of money in the future, he will think of this trick. And when he used this trick before, not only did nothing happen, therefore, when the time came, he would print money without even thinking. However, the problem was that once too much money was issued, its purchasing power would naturally decrease. No matter what the government said, the people were not stupid. Businessmen were not stupid either. When there were still so many goods, money would naturally be worthless. At that time, no matter what the government said, the businessmen would no longer sell their goods at the original price. However, this would not be reflected in a short period of time. Moreover, every time Jiang Fei overissued money, there was a calculation. He allowed the overissued money to maintain a healthy ratio with the growth of the economy. Therefore, when he did not want the economic crisis to occur, this healthy financial situation would continue to exist. Unless the governor skipped over him and directly understood that the banks were overissuing money. Therefore, for now, everything was still within Jiang Fei's control. After getting the money from the bank, Jiang Fei naturally started the second wave of road construction. The people had jobs, money to earn, and food to eat. Of course, everyone lived and worked in peace. Therefore, the entire Gamma space appeared to be thriving. This situation was even better than before the rebellion of the security officers. Chapter 2889. Translator 549-6903. After dealing with the administrative matters at hand, Jiang Fei took advantage of the fact that Natasha's brother was at work on Friday to spend another day with Natasha. Then, on Saturday, he rested at home alone for another day. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Fei decided to go and see the two people before the trial. At the very least, he did not want to appear too impersonal. Although Jiang Fei did not have much feelings towards the two people, even because of their actions. As a person from the three-dimensional space, Jiang Fei still had some resentment towards the two people. He was still a little nostalgic for their old friendship. Although this was not easy to grasp, Jiang Fei still felt that it was necessary for him to go. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei went to the prison where the magistrate and Lena were held the next day, which was Sunday. In order to avoid collusion, and because of the difference between men and women, the magistrate and Lena were held separately. After Jiang Fei arrived here, he first asked someone to bring the magistrate up. As the most popular person in front of the magistrate, and also the chief judge of the trial, Jiang Fei's request was quickly met. The magistrate was brought to him. After seeing the magistrate, Jiang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, the magistrate was still standing on a high platform, facing a group of clone warriors. But now, Jiang Fei could not even imagine it. The sloppy, listless, dull-eyed, middle-aged man in front of him was the former magistrate. "Lord Magistrate, we meet again," Jiang Fei said. The sheriff looked up at Jiang Fei. He had no impression of Jiang Fei at all. Back then, Jiang Fei was just an ordinary clone under the sheriff's command. He was not even a clone warrior of the direct line of descent. Therefore, how could the sheriff remember a small soldier like him? "You may not have any impression, but I was in your clone army back then," Jiang Fei said with a smile. The sheriff frowned. "I'm not a clone. I just happened to get in," Jiang Fei said with a smile. "Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore," the sheriff shook his head. "You'll be in court for trial tomorrow," Jiang Fei said. "Tomorrow?" The sheriff sighed. He looked even more dispirited. "I'm the chief examiner tomorrow," Jiang Fei said. "Do I really have no chance? Can you let me see the magistrate? I know I'm wrong now. Can you help me plead for mercy and let him go easy on me?" The magistrate suddenly held Jiang Fei's hand and said. Jiang Fei paused for a moment, then he continued, "I advise you to think about what other wishes you have. This is all I can help you with today. Let me see the magistrate. Please, let me see him. I don't want to die." The magistrate suddenly pounced on Jiang Fei. He grabbed Jiang Fei's clothes with both hands and pounced on Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sighed. This man was almost crazy. He only wanted to live. However, Jiang Fei knew that it was impossible. Take him down. Get him some good food. If he has any other requests, try to satisfy them. If you need to spend money, use this card, Jiang Fei said to the prison guard beside him. At the same time, he handed over a card. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars in this card. It was what he had obtained from Colonel Kono. It was also the reward for saving the magistrate. The prison guards nodded and left with the magistrate. "Bring Lena up as well," Jiang Fei said. "Yes, my lord. Please wait a moment," the prison guard replied. Soon they brought Lena up. At that moment, although Lena was not in a good condition, she was much better than the sheriff. At least, Lena still maintained her haughty attitude. Although Lena was wearing a prison uniform that was not very nice, she washed herself very cleanly. Moreover, her head was always held high, unlike her father who was sloppy. Jiang Fei did not expect that Lena would take the initiative to greet him. Jiang Fei nodded. "It seems that you have been promoted and made a fortune." Lena smiled and said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not deny it. Lena asked with a condescending expression. It was as if Jiang Fei was the prisoner. "That's not it. I've been quite busy recently. As you know, the entire city has been severely damaged. It needs to be rebuilt," Jiang Fei said. "Hee, I didn't expect you to climb up so quickly. From the looks of it, you have earned the trust of the magistrate," Lena said with a cold smile. "Yeah, he gave me the position of the chief inquisitor this time," Jiang Fei said. Lena said disdainfully. "You can't say that." Jiang Fei shrugged. "So you're not trusted." Lena immediately understood. Jiang Fei nodded. Lena asked, "After all, we are acquaintances. Although I cannot influence the outcome of the trial, at least I can satisfy some of your small requests before the trial," Jiang Fei said. Lena was stunned. Then, she looked at Jiang Fei and asked, "Can I see my father? I should be able to make the decision. However, you cannot communicate with him. I can only let you see him through the glass," Jiang Fei said. "That's fine. It's good that you can see him," Lena nodded. Soon, Jiang Fei had arranged everything. The sheriff was brought to an interrogation room. Jiang Fei brought Lena to the room next door. Through the one-way glass, Lena could see the sheriff next door. However, the sheriff could not see her. Lena muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei finally saw tears on this strong woman's face. Lena asked. The sheriff's dispirited look at that moment made her heart ache. No, Iswell is depressed, Jiang Fei said. Lena sighed. I've seen him. Jiang Fei asked. If possible, help us fight for a dignified way to die, Lena said as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 2890. Translator 549-6903. Faced with Lena's request, Jiang Fei was at a loss for words. When faced with death, human nature was revealed. He was so decadent. However, his daughter, Lena, although she was a woman, she was so strong. This made Jiang Fei have to look at her in a new light. I can't guarantee that either. However, I will help you fight for it. If possible, I will try to fight for an ending like life imprisonment for you, Jiang Fei said. Thank you for your kindness. I would rather die than spend my life in prison, Lena said. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. All right, I'm a little tired. Lena turned around. She was also afraid of death, but she did not want outsiders to see her cowardly appearance. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, a prison guard brought Lena away. After coming out of the prison, Jiang Fei drove straight to the magistrate's country villa. Soon, he met the magistrate. Jiang Fei greeted him formally. The magistrate asked with a smile. It was obvious that Jiang Fei's every move was under the magistrate's control. This time, the magistrate and Lena were the main judges. It was clearly a test for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not hide anything. The magistrate asked. The magistrate does not deserve to sit in his seat. Sir, you have made a mistake, Jiang Fei said. The magistrate did not expect Jiang Fei to say such a thing. His interest was piqued. So he asked, since you think that I have made a mistake, what is your evaluation of him? To do great things, one should cherish one's life. To see small benefits, one should forget one's life, Jiang Fei said. Interesting. The magistrate laughed. Actually, I already have this opinion about the magistrate. Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued. I'm not afraid to overthink it, sir. When I made the decision back then, I was purely weighing the pros and cons. I wanted to follow the person who had the highest chance of winning, not to die with the loser. The consul laughed. That's right. If I had continued to stay on the side of the consul and killed you, the outcome would not have been as simple as the consul had imagined. You would not have become the controller of the gamma space just because of your death. On the contrary, Colonel Kono might have become the person who would have the last laugh, Jiang Fei said. The consul asked, It's because of my previous comment. The consul is a man who cherishes his life for the sake of big things and forgets his life for the sake of small benefits, Jiang Fei said. The consul seemed to be even more interested. Although I have not been with the consul for long, I can tell from his decision-making that he is a coward. Moreover, he is short-sighted. He is obsessed with the interests in front of him. Therefore, he is not enough to achieve anything. Therefore, I am certain that even if I kill you, he is not a match for Colonel Kono, who wants to avenge you, Jiang Fei said. You haven't told me yet, asked the consul. Jiang Fei paused for a moment, then he continued. The first time was when we were fighting in the streets of the city. At that time, although you had the advantage in terms of military strength and more mechs, the military and police were clearly a little timid during the battle. It was very obvious that they were afraid of hurting the rats. Although I do not know what they were afraid of hurting, I can foresee that as long as we hold on there, you will eventually choose to give in. After that, we can negotiate or think of other ways. However, it is still better than being driven out of the city. The soldiers would not even be able to eat. The magistrate nodded. At that time, he did have some taboos. If the clone army of the magistrate chose to defend, he would not dare to attack them all. Also, when we were stationed in the suburbs, the magistrate and his trusted aides were well fed. However, they let their soldiers eat the food of livestock. Even so, the soldiers could not eat their fill. When the army was defeated, the magistrate could only rely on these soldiers. If he had any brains, even if it was just for show, he would have to share the joys and sorrows of the soldiers. However, he enjoyed it alone and did not care about the suffering of the soldiers. Jiang Fei continued. The magistrate asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he continued. In the last decision, when the magistrate's soldiers were all hungry, he did not choose to attack the granary nearby. Instead, he chose to travel a long distance to attack the distant D5 industrial area. To be able to make such an unwise decision, his talent is not much better. This magistrate has already been described as useless by you. The magistrate asked. Jiang Fei's answer surprised the magistrate. The magistrate asked. He gave birth to a good daughter. Jiang Fei said. The magistrate asked. I don't need to praise Lena's ability too much, but it is at least several times better than the magistrate's. Jiang Fei said. It seems that you admire her, said the magistrate. Jiang Fei did not deny it. Asked the magistrate. I'm here to plead with you, said Jiang Fei. Asked the magistrate with a smile. The magistrate must die. I will not do such a useless thing, said Jiang Fei. Asked the magistrate. Jiang Fei readily admitted. The magistrate continued to ask. Let her go, said Jiang Fei. Let her go just like that. The magistrate was stunned. In his opinion, Ralph really did not play by the rules. To Lena, there is not much difference between you killing her and not killing her. She is different from the sheriff. The sheriff is the main culprit. Not killing her is not enough to deter evil officials. Moreover, if you do not kill the sheriff, the people will not be able to answer to you. However, Lena is different. Whether she lives or dies is not that important. Moreover, she does not pose a threat to you even if she is alive. It can even be said that if you forgive her sins, you can show your mercy, said Jiang Fei. Ralph, I only thought that you were a genius in the field of administration. I did not expect you to be so good at lobbying, the consul said with a smile. Chapter 2891, 2891. Translator, 549-6903. My lord, you flatter me. I'm just speaking my mind, said Jiang Fei. I can agree to your request and release Lena. However, I have a condition, said the consul. My lord, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Even if you don't release Lena, I will do my best, said Jiang Fei. The consul nodded. Then, he looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, Then, tell me, what is your identity in the three-dimensional world? Jiang Fei was clearly stunned. He really did not expect the consul to suddenly ask such a question. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei secretly shook his head. It seemed that he was still too ostentatious. There were so many problems in the gamma space that even the elites could not solve. For a guy who came from the slums to solve the problem right away, there must be something going on, Jiang Fei said to himself. Back then, even Lena could doubt his identity, let alone an old fox like the Archon. However, Jiang Fei was not very nervous about this, because he had already thought of a countermeasure. Jiang Fei smiled and asked, It was just a guess before, but now I'm very sure. The consul smiled and said. Jiang Fei asked, Why would I call them? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. The consul smiled and asked, There are some things that I have been hiding from you. However, you should be able to understand. Jiang Fei said with a smile, That is the truth. If it were me, I would definitely not tell anyone about it. The Archon nodded. Like Lena, the consul did not think that Jiang Fei had come to the Gamma Dimension on his own. He also thought that Jiang Fei was a baby born in the Life Extension Center. However, he did not know if it was due to God. His memory had been partially or completely retained. Unlike other babies born in the Life Extension Center, his memory had not been completely erased. It's good that you can understand, sir, said Jiang Fei. It seems that you have hidden quite well over the years. You have so much knowledge, yet you are willing to live in the slums. It seems that you are quite good at hiding it, asked the consul calmly. It was as if he did not care that Ralph had retained the memories of his previous life. Who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity when it's right in front of them? Jiang Fei asked. The consul nodded. Although the children from the Life Extension Center looked like ordinary people, they did not have parents or family backgrounds after all. Therefore, it was obvious that they would not be able to survive in the rich areas. In the end, most of them would end up in the slums. Therefore, the consul was not surprised by what happened to Ralph in the first half of his life. The consul asked, "You should have guessed it, right? We are all smart people. Why bother with this charade? Since I've come, I'll just settle for it. Although I still have a part of my memories, the three-dimensional world has nothing to do with me anymore. Although this place is far less exciting than the three-dimensional world, I can't go back," Zhang Fei said with a carefree smile. As expected, the Archon said with a smile. The reason why he did not attack Ralph after he guessed that Ralph might have retained the memories of the three-dimensional world was because he felt that Ralph was a smart person. Since he could not return to the three-dimensional world, this place would be his home. He had to live here. Therefore, he could not destroy this place for the sake of the three-dimensional world. As a ruler, as a person standing at the top of the gamma space, the consul could not understand the concept of sacrifice because in his view, everything had to serve him, and he had to sacrifice himself. To exchange for the happiness of others was something that only an idiot would do. A smart person would not do such a thing. Therefore, the consul had never thought that Ralph would sacrifice himself to destroy the passage between the gamma space and the three-dimensional world in order to save the three-dimensional world. Moreover, according to the consul's knowledge, Ralph could not know anything about the snow beast. Even if he wanted to destroy it, he would not be able to find the way. Based on these thoughts, up until now, the consul still felt that Ralph was a useful person and did not choose to get rid of him. After all, there were many difficult situations in the gamma space that required his advice. "All right, sir. I said everything that I need to say. As for my identity in the three-dimensional world, I really can't say it out loud. I only have a part of my memory. As for my identity, I seem to have a very high status in the universe empire. However, I don't remember the specifics," said Zhang Fei. The magistrate nodded. He actually did not care about Zhang Fei's specific identity. The purpose of a showdown with Zhang Fei today was to know whether Ralph would deny it or face it calmly. If Ralph refused to admit it, the consul would have to be more careful. However, if Ralph told him everything, it meant that he had really thought it through. He wanted to start over in the gamma dimension. He could totally continue to use it. Zhang Fei asked, "I can let her go, but what about after I let her go? What do you plan to do with her?" The consul showed an expression that all men understood. "My lord, don't joke around. I personally sentenced her father to death." Zhang Fei shrugged. "Women, you don't have to be careful. You can just have her," the consul said with a smile. Zhang Fei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the consul. "All right, you don't have to say anymore. If you want me to let her go, then you have to take her in. Only then will I be at ease. If you don't want her, then I will just kill her directly," the consul said. Then, "All right." Zhang Fei bowed to the consul. However, in his heart, he knew that these old schemers were not to be trifled with. After leaving the consul's place, Zhang Fei returned to his residence on Crystal Street. Tomorrow was the day of the public trial. Although the consul was bound to die, he had at least saved Lena. However, Zhang Fei had saved Lena not for some private affair. Instead, he had saved her for the sake of leaving a seed for the Gamma Dimension's chaos. Chapter 2892. Translator 549-6903. After returning to his room, Zhang Fei lay down on his bed. He began to recall everything that had happened in the magistrate's office today. Zhang Fei nodded to himself. All this while, Zhang Fei had thought that he had fooled the magistrate. However, how could a person who could rule a region be stupid? Even Lena could guess that Zhang Fei was related to the three-dimensional world, let alone the Archon. Fortunately, Zhang Fei had been prepared from the beginning, so he did not panic at all. He immediately brought out the words that he had prepared beforehand. This was because the people of the Gamma Dimension had never thought that people from the three-dimensional world could come to their territory voluntarily. In fact, in their understanding, it was impossible to take the initiative to cross over from the bottom up. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Lena or the Archon, none of them had ever thought that Zhang Fei was someone who had come to the Gamma Dimension from the three-dimensional world and had the ability to return. It was precisely because they had never considered this possibility. Therefore, although they had their suspicions about Zhang Fei, it was within a certain limit. Moreover, As high-ranking people, they had never had any thoughts of self-sacrifice. Therefore, when Zhang Fei said that he was willing to stay in this space and live in this space, the consul and the others did not doubt him. When people were thinking about something, they would subconsciously put themselves in it. They would put themselves in their shoes and think about what kind of choice they would make if they were in that position, whether it was the consul or Lena. If they were clones whose memories had not been completely erased, they would definitely be content with the current situation. They would live in this space as a gamma space person and use these memories. They would seek a better life for themselves, just like what Zhang Fei was doing now. It was precisely because of this kind of empathy that made selfish people like the magistrate and Lena feel that Zhang Fei's actions were justifiable. Although I have managed to muddle through for the time being, I cannot let my guard down. Since the magistrate has become suspicious once, he will have a grudge in his heart. He will not be able to trust me as much as before. Zhang Fei thought to himself. Regarding the trial that was going to start tomorrow, Zhang Fei thought about it. The magistrate was obviously hopeless. However, in order to win Lena over, he decided to help the magistrate again, although he had no right to help the magistrate avoid the death penalty. As Lena had said before, he could still help the magistrate find a relatively decent way to die. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Although Zhang Fei slept for a while in the second half of the night, he did not sleep too well. The next morning, Zhang Fei opened his eyes. After washing up, he did not eat breakfast. Instead, he drove to the court. There was only one city in the entire gamma space, so it was not very big. Almost all the administrative offices were near the administrative hall. Therefore, Zhang Fei was quite familiar with the place. Chief Examiner. Good morning, Chief Examiner. After Zhang Fei arrived at the court, everyone took the initiative to greet him. After all, everyone now knew that he was the most popular person in front of the magistrate. Zhang Fei nodded to everyone who greeted him kindly, even though he had no idea what these people were doing. After waiting in the lounge for a while, someone came to inform Zhang Fei that the trial was about to begin. Although Zhang Fei did not understand the procedure of the trial at all, as the magistrate had said, he was just going through the motions. Other than the final reading of the verdict, there were naturally professionals who would handle everything else. After Zhang Fei took his place, a lot of people came to the court. Other than the prosecutor and the other judges, there were also a large number of reporters and civilians in the gallery. The meaning of the magistrate was very clear. He clearly wanted to rely on the public magistrate to put all the blame on him. He wanted to channel the anger of the people onto the magistrate to reduce the pressure on the current government. After about 20 minutes, everything was ready. A judge at the end of the court shouted, "Bring the defendant." Then, a bailiff brought the sheriff and Lena up. Zhang Fei looked down at the sheriff and Lena from above. It was obvious that both of them had been dressed up. Lena was fine. Her previous state was not particularly bad. Now, it was not much different from yesterday when Zhang Fei saw her. However, the sheriff was different. He was clearly well-groomed. The messy stubble on his beard had been shaved clean. His face that was full of oil had been washed clean. He had even been given a clean blow on his head. The magistrate obviously did not want anyone to find any evidence that he had abused the magistrate or even tortured him into confessing. Now that he was the victor, he could make up the charges against the magistrate at will. So he paid a lot of attention to these details. He did not want to let these small matters affect his reputation. Soon, the sheriff and Lena were brought to the dock. They didn't carry any instruments of torture on them. Didn't put any instruments of torture on the father and daughter of the sheriff. Although the consul did this so that he could have a reputation of being merciful, in fact, it also saved the last bit of face for the sheriff and Lena. After all, they used to be at the top of the gamma space. If they were to appear in court with their arms and legs shackled, it would be a humiliation to them. The judge shouted. Then, the prosecutor next to him began to read the indictment of the magistrate. This was a 35-page indictment. According to the description in the indictment, the crimes of the magistrate were uncountable. Death was not something to be regretted. Zhang Fei listened quietly. The contents of the indictment were half true and half false. Even if it was false, it was not the wish of the magistrate. It was just that the magistrate had shifted all the responsibility to him, It was very obvious that the magistrate intended to use the death of the magistrate to shift all the class conflicts onto him and then eliminate them all. The 30-odd pages of the indictment were read out by the public prosecutor for nearly 2 hours. The reporters below were fine. After all, they were doing this job, but the commoners who were listening and could not take it anymore. At first, these commoners were still excited when they heard about the crimes of the magistrate. One by one, they wished they could eat his flesh and his blood. But in the end, everyone's patience was exhausted by this lengthy indictment. They all began to feel drowsy. Chapter 2893, 2893. Translator, 549-6903. Finally, the long and boring indictment book was finished. Even Jiang Fei, who was sitting in the courtroom, was drowsy from listening to it, let alone the ordinary people who were listening to the trial. After reading the indictment book, it was time for the sheriff's defense lawyer to appear. However, this time, Jiang Fei really felt that the consul had gone too far because the sheriff's defense lawyer had betrayed him in court. Not only did he not defend the magistrate, he even scolded the magistrate for his crimes. How could he still be a lawyer protecting his client? Jiang Fei thought to himself. However, this was not arranged by the magistrate. It was the lawyer who made the decision on his own. It was impossible for him to win this case. Even his defense would not have any effect. Therefore, in order not to appear too incompetent and not to affect his reputation as a lawyer, the lawyer decided to betray him in court. He began to criticize the crimes committed by the magistrate in a righteous manner. Although he was a defense lawyer for the magistrate, the justice in his heart did not allow him to defend this villain at all. Even if he had to sacrifice his own defense success rate, he would still send his client to the gallows. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Fei had long heard that some people in the profession of lawyers were very shameless. Today he had really opened his eyes. Seeing that his own lawyer was throwing dirty water on him, the sheriff was expressionless. He was already numb to it. Yesterday, he had been able to beg Jiang Fei to let him meet the magistrate. That was his last attempt. He had not been able to meet the magistrate until the court session. At that time, the magistrate had already understood his fate. He had given up fighting. Lena scolded the lawyer. Why'd you have to scold me? You be *TCH. You just use your father's power to do whatever you want in our city. The lawyer said fiercely to Lena. Even if we die, it's because our careers have failed. As for you, Lena said disdainfully. Your Honor, the lawyer complained shamelessly to Jiang Fei. In his opinion, as the chief examiner, Jiang Fei was definitely arranged by the magistrate. Now that he was openly pointing at the magistrate, it was obvious that he was on the same side as the chief examiner. Therefore, Jiang Fei would definitely help him. If she was insulting the prosecutor, I would definitely make a fair judgment. However, as their defense lawyer, you should be on the same side as them, right? It will be difficult for me to interfere in your internal dispute. Moreover, you were the one who insulted Miss Lena earlier. If you insist, I think I should punish you first, Jiang Fei said calmly. Your Honor, the lawyer was stunned. In his opinion, Jiang Fei should be on his side. Why would he speak up for Lena? Jiang Fei ignored the lawyer. In Jiang Fei's eyes, the trial was a farce that had been arranged. All he had to do now was to wait quietly for the results to be read out. Yes, although the lawyer was dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's favoritism towards Lena, he did not dare to say anything. After all, in the court, Jiang Fei's authority was not to be challenged. After that, the trial continued. The public prosecutor began to read out Lena's crimes. As they had previously reached an agreement with the magistrate, the public prosecutor's prosecution of Lena was only a minor offense. The most serious offense was to cover up for her. She did not mention anything about Lena's important role in the rebel army. She also did not mention that she had brought people to assassinate the magistrate. During the subsequent debate, the lawyer continued to smear the magistrate's name as usual. In the end, Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore. In a fit of anger, he kicked the lawyer out of the court. Although the lawyer was kicked out, the magistrate had clearly accepted his fate. He did not defend himself at all. On the contrary, Lena continued to defend her father and berate the magistrate for his evil deeds. Her speech was blocked by the media. Although there were reporters interviewing her, this trial was not a live broadcast. The content of the trial could only be broadcast to the people after it was reviewed by the censor team sent by the magistrate. The people who came to listen and were also loyal supporters of the magistrate. Therefore, the real content of the trial would not be known by the ordinary people. They only knew what the magistrate wanted them to know first. As the trial progressed, Jiang Fei felt more and more bored. Sometimes he felt sorry for Lena because her passionate defense would not have any effect at all. Not only would it not have any effect on the trial, it would not even be known by anyone outside of the court. On the contrary, the magistrate had a better understanding of human lives. He had to accept his fate because in the entire Gamma dimension, there was no one who could save him. The only person who had a chance to save him was Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to pay an extra price to save him. In the end, the outcome of the trial was out. It had nothing to do with the process in the middle. This outcome had already been decided before the trial. As the judge spoke, everyone stood up, including the reporters and the people in the auditorium. Jiang Fei stood up as well. He held the result of the trial in his hands. Jiang Fei took a deep breath, then he continued to read aloud. Former Sheriff Rodermo has committed treason, conspiracy to subvert the state, and murder. War crimes. Multiple offenses are punishable by hanging. Immediate execution. Lena, guilty of covering up, sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment, suspended for 2 years. Unlike the ashen-faced magistrate, Lena widened her eyes. She never thought that she would be sentenced to such a light sentence. Jiang Fei did not say anything, but nodded at Lena. Lena gave Jiang Fei a pleading look. Clearly, she hoped that he could save her father. However, Jiang Fei only smiled bitterly and shook his head. This was not something that he could do. Your Honor, I request that you sentence me to death. I am willing to be hanged together with my father, said Lena. Do you think that the law is a game? Do you think that the court is a place for playing house? The verdict has been handed down. This is the final judgment. Jiang Fei said with a dark expression. Although it was against the rules to have the first trial be the final judgment, it was specially approved by the magistrate. In a regime that was close to dictatorship, it was not a new thing to deal with traitors like this. Many people were even executed without trial. Chapter 2894. Translator 549-6903. As Jiang Fei forcefully ended the trial, Lena and her father were taken away. When Jiang Fei finished packing his things and came out of the court, Lena was also going through the release procedures. Although she had also been sentenced to a year of imprisonment, she had a 2-year probation period. That year in prison did not have to be spent in prison. Moreover, as the Gamma space was not very big, there was no fear of the suspended prisoners escaping. Therefore, when Lena was released after going through the procedures, she was not even required to put on electronic shackles or anything like that. She was directly released. Lena asked, I'm partly responsible for your father and daughter's arrest. Although I could not save the sheriff, I will try my best to save him, Jiang Fei said. Lena looked into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, I don't need your gratitude, Jiang Fei said calmly. From a pampered girl who spent her days in the upper-class society to a prisoner to a homeless person, I could no longer be accepted by the upper-class society. I could only end up in a place like the slums. Do you think that saving my life is a mercy to me? Lena said desperately. At this moment, she no longer had the calmness that she had before. You can live with me, Jiang Fei said. Hee. Have you finally revealed your true nature? When I was still a princess, I proposed to be with you. You did not agree. Why? Lena said with a cold smile. I think you need to calm down. You have already lost your rationality, Jiang Fei said calmly. Yes, I'm not calm now. But how can I calm down? My father is about to be executed in front of me. What about me? I live with the person who killed my father. Teach me, how can I be calm? Lena screamed. It did not matter who said it, but no matter how calm she was, no matter how intelligent she was, Lena was still a woman. In the face of such a tragic situation, The fact that she did not break down showed that her mental capacity was strong enough. Her voice was hoarse. Jiang Fei could completely understand. Cry, all of you. When you have calmed down, I will take you to see your father one last time, Jiang Fei said expressionlessly. Although he felt that he had let Lena and her father down, he did not feel too guilty. After all, both sides were on completely different sides. The reason he came to the Gamma Dimension was not to benefit this place. Lena rushed forward and punched Jiang Fei's chest repeatedly with her small fists. Jiang Fei did not resist, but he did not do anything else. Sobi. Lena seemed to have cried out all her grievances. She threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms and cried bitterly. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and wanted to hold Lena in his arms, but in the end, he gave up. Lena cried her heart out. At first, she was still beating Jiang Fei madly. Later on, she simply threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms and hugged Jiang Fei as she cried. Jiang Fei sighed. He did not move. Instead, he let Lena cry loudly in his arms. After about half an hour, Lena gradually stopped crying. I'm sorry, I lost my composure, Lena said to Jiang Fei. At this time, she had already regained her rationality. The wanton crying just now had allowed her to vent all the emotions in her heart. At this time, she had returned to her usual intellectual and capable state. It's okay. It's fine as long as you cry. Jiang Fei nodded. Lena asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Thank you, Lena said. You're welcome, Jiang Fei replied. After that, Jiang Fei went to look for the prison guard who was responsible for escorting the sheriff. Although he was sentenced to death by hanging, he could not be executed on the spot. Therefore, the sheriff had to be sent back to the prison. They had not left yet. Lena asked if she was on her way to meet her father. I'm not sure. I'll have to ask the sheriff about that, Jiang Fei said. Lena asked. Jiang Fei asked. Yes. If it's possible, I want to help him collect his body, Lena said. I will help you ask, said Jiang Fei. Thank you, said Lena as she nodded at Jiang Fei. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at a reception room at the back of the court. The sheriff had been brought here under the custody of 4 bailiffs. Lena walked in. The sheriff was silent. Father, I'm sorry. I could not save you, said Lena. The sheriff looked out of the window. His emotions were very complicated at the moment. Although he couldn't escape death, his daughter was still alive. This was something worth being happy about. Unfortunately, he couldn't be happy. After all, he wasn't the kind of warrior who could look at life and death with a smile. Lena had 1,000 words to tell her father. The sheriff waved his hand. He didn't want his daughter to see him in this state. He still didn't want to leave a bad image in his daughter's heart. Lena came to the back of the sheriff and lowered her voice. She said in a voice that only the magistrate could hear, Father, I will avenge you. I will kill the magistrate with my own hands. And that, Ralph. Lena, the magistrate turned around, his eyes full of complicated emotions. Lena said. In the end, the sheriff didn't say anything. He turned around again, with his back to his daughter. The sheriff knew his daughter too well. What she had decided to do, no one could persuade her. Moreover, his persuasion would expose Lena's desire for revenge, which would attract the suspicion of the governor. That would be letting Lena down too much. Therefore, the magistrate gave up his persuasion in the end. He was already a dying man. Whatever Lena wanted to do, he would let her do it. Dad, I'm leaving. When that day comes, I'll come and send you off, Lena said to the magistrate. The magistrate waved his hand without turning his head back. At this time, his face was already covered in tears. Chapter 2895. Translator 549-6903. After coming out of the meeting room, Lena looked at Jiang Fei. Lena asked if she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei nodded. Then what do you want me to do? Become your lover? Bait. Lena asked with an indifferent expression. It was as if she was not talking about her own fate, but someone else's. We only live together. This is the condition for the magistrate to release you. He asked me to keep you by my side, or I will kill you, Jiang Fei said honestly. Lena nodded. She was so smart. How could she not understand the magistrate's thoughts? Although the magistrate had shown great trust in Jiang Fei, how could she not test him? That's good. When the time comes, you will live in my house. Although I will not restrict your freedom, it is best that you do not go out. The consul will definitely push all the responsibility to you and your father. You might not know this in prison. Previously, the entire city was in an economic crisis. During that period of time, it could be said that there were starving people everywhere. The wealth of the rich had also been greatly reduced. Therefore, everyone hates you and your father. If you go out alone, I am afraid that someone will harm you, Jiang Fei warned. Lena nodded. Then, she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked, "Don't you have any other requirements?" Jiang Fei asked back, "I eat your food and live in your house. Don't you charge some interest?" Lena asked expressionlessly. Jiang Fei shrugged. Asked Lena. "Yes, very beautiful," said Jiang Fei. "I'm really starting to doubt your orientation now," said Lena. "Don't make wild guesses. In short, I have no intention of crossing the line with you." "You can rest assured about that," said Jiang Fei. Asked Lena in return. "I am not willing." Jiang Fei directly refused. Lena did not say anything else. She just obediently followed behind Jiang Fei and returned to the residence on Crystal Street with him. "This is my home. You will live here. Just treat this place as your own home." "You are welcome," Jiang Fei said. Lena nodded. Then she sat down lazily on the sofa. Although she was still wearing her prison uniform, her lazy and relaxed appearance still looked very attractive. "There is food in the fridge. You can make it yourself or order takeout. I have some cash on the table in the living room. You can use it as you wish. I'm going to work now." After leaving Lena at home, Jiang Fei turned around and left. At the moment, Jiang Fei did not want to have too much contact with Lena. He had to give Lena some time to calm her down and let her think about a plan for revenge. Jiang Fei kept Lena by his side. Firstly, it was to reduce the Archon's suspicion of him. Secondly, it was to let Lena use him. He needed someone to cause trouble for the Archon when he was not free. That way, he could focus on finding a way to get close to the Snow Beast. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei went to the construction department to ask about it. The reconstruction plan was almost ready. Now, the basic preparations were almost complete. It was estimated that in 2 to 3 days, they would be able to break ground and start construction. Other than the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center, the nationwide road construction project, led by Jiang Fei, was also proceeding smoothly. One ring after another of roads were laid down. Jiang Fei deliberately reduced the investment in construction vehicles. The purpose was to increase the number of jobs so that the young and strong laborers could have jobs to do. The main factor of social instability was that the young and middle-aged had too many jobs. Such a group of young and strong people were wandering around the market all day long. Moreover, they lived without meals. If it was not chaotic, it would be strange. However, these young and middle-aged laborers were sent to the construction site. They were tired to death every day. If they went home and wanted to sleep, they would not have the experience to cause trouble. In addition, with work, there would be income. With income, his entire family would be able to eat. With a peaceful life to live, who would be willing to make themselves uncomfortable? The people who were struggling in hunger and poverty were actually very easy to appease. As long as there was food to eat and work to do, they would be easily satisfied. Only if the conditions were good, they would not have to worry about food and clothing. If the government had nothing to do, they would be given welfare. That was where the unruly people were the most likely to appear. The scariest thing was that after these unruly people were spoiled, they would still ask for welfare benefits in the face of disaster. Author's thoughts on Ice Punk equals, smiley face, at night, Jiang Fei returned home. As soon as the structure entered the door, he could smell the aroma of the dishes. He turned around the living room and came to the dining room. There was a whole table of delicious dishes. He counted them casually, and there were actually no less than 7 or 8 dishes. Jiang Fei was stunned. "Thank you for taking me in. This table of dishes is my thanks to you," Lena said to Jiang Fei with a smile. At this time, she was completely new. The prison uniform on her body had long been removed. Not only did Lena change her hairstyle, but she also bought a few clothes that were very homely. Moreover, she was very relaxed. It was as if she was not the one who was on trial in the morning and was not the one who was separated from her father. Jiang Fei thought to himself, to be able to hide her hatred so quickly in the depths of her heart and act as if nothing had happened, such a woman was too scary. You're welcome. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. Wash your hands and eat. Try my cooking, Lena said as she hung up her apron. Then, she handed Jiang Fei a hot towel. Jiang Fei took the towel and wiped his face. Then, he washed his hands and returned to the dining table. At this time, Lena had already helped him fill his food. Lena used a pair of chopsticks to pick up some food for Jiang Fei. Then, she took a bite of it herself, seemingly unintentionally. Try this. This is also very delicious. Lena kept picking up food for Jiang Fei. However, every time she picked up food, she would personally taste it. Although it seemed unintentional, the meaning was clear. She wanted to prove to Jiang Fei that she did not poison him. She had no intention of harming Jiang Fei. She wanted him to eat it without worry. Hee, it's very delicious. Jiang Fei laughed. In fact, he was not only worried that Lena would poison him. He knew that Lena would definitely want to kill him too. However, that was definitely after killing the magistrate. Before killing the Archon, Lena would definitely not touch Jiang Fei. If she did not use Jiang Fei, she would not even have a chance to get close to the Archon, let alone take revenge. Chapter 2896. Translator 549-6903. After dinner, Lena took the initiative to clean up the dishes and did all the housework. Lena, you don't have to do everything. I could do all the housework too, Jiang Fei said to Lena. This was the third time he had been chased out of the kitchen by Lena. Lena would take the initiative and do all the housework. Jiang Fei even wanted to drink water. However, before he could take the cup to the water dispenser, Lena took the cup and poured the water in front of him. Although Jiang Fei understood that Lena was trying to make him lower his guard and make use of him, he still felt a little uncomfortable being waited on so meticulously. It's okay. I can't stay here for free. Lena had always used this as an excuse. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed and turned around to go upstairs. He did not want to get involved in such a small matter. Lena wanted to make use of him, and he needed to be used by Lena. The two of them could be said to have gotten what they wanted. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not expose Lena's intentions. After going upstairs, Jiang Fei took care of some personal matters. Then, he went to take a shower. However, when he returned from the shower and was ready to go to bed, he found that Lena had already washed her body until it was white. After changing into a set of very sexy pajamas, she leaned on his large bed. The translucent lace pajamas made Lena's body faintly visible. Almost any man who saw her would have a desire to conquer her. Even Jiang Fei was no exception. Jiang Fei frowned. He forcefully suppressed his instinctive desire as a male. Lena asked in a very seductive tone, "Very beautiful, but you can go back to your room and sleep now." Jiang Fei said expressionlessly, "I just saw lust in your eyes. This means that your orientation is normal. Moreover, I am also within your aesthetic acceptance ability. But why aren't you moved?" Or, Lena looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Lena's observation ability was too strong. "You are very beautiful, but you are not my type," Jiang Fei said. "You can't lie to me about this. Just now, your eyes clearly showed a desire to conquer me." "Why?" Lena said, as she gently stroked her thigh with her jade-like hands. Her slender legs under her flesh-colored silk stockings looked especially alluring under her snow-white little hands. Jiang Fei turned around and left the room. He closed the door behind him. He had to admit that this woman was too powerful. She knew how to seduce men too well. Jiang Fei knew what he was capable of. He did not want to continue staying here and fail in the gutter. Jiang Fei knew that he could not have anything to do with Lena. Firstly, he had to be honest with his brother who was still in the three-dimensional world. No matter what, Lena and Han Tianyu had a romantic relationship. Secondly, Jiang Fei knew his character very well. If he slept with Lena, based on Jiang Fei's character, he would definitely not be able to use Lena purely as a target. When that time came, there would definitely be many complications. Therefore, in order to avoid these troubles, Jiang Fei chose to avoid them. Fortunately, there were many rooms in Jiang Fei's villa. After he came out of his room, he went to the room next door and locked the door. When Jiang Fei entered the door, he heard Lena coming out of his room. He wanted to chase after her, but unfortunately, the locked door blocked her outside. Lena asked from outside, "Let's sleep," Jiang Fei said. "Okay, open the door. We'll sleep together," Lena said. Jiang Fei did not say another word. He knew that if he continued to chat, this topic would never end. Lena spoke a few more words outside. When she realized that Jiang Fei was determined not to answer, she could only return to Jiang Fei's room resentfully. Even if Jiang Fei ran away, Lena did not return her room. Instead, she returned to Jiang Fei's big bed and wrapped herself in the blanket. "Father, don't worry. I can sacrifice everything." Only when she wrapped herself in the blanket, even when she hid her head in the blanket, did Lena become her real appearance. Tears continued to drip down from the corners of Lena's eyes. As a lady from a wealthy family, Lena was not a shameless slut. She seduced Jiang Fei so shamelessly in order to avenge her father. However, when she hid under the quilt, all the humiliation surged into her heart. As a girl who was only in her 20s, Lena cried her heart out. The night passed quickly. The next day, Jiang Fei woke up very early. He wanted to go to work before Lena woke up. However, when he came out of his room, he found that Lena had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen. "Morning." Lena smiled and said to Jiang Fei as if nothing had happened last night. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not say much. He simply washed up and ate some food that Lena had prepared in the dining room. Then, he got up and prepared to leave. "I won't be back for lunch. You can do it yourself. If you don't want to cook, you can go out and eat. You can also order takeout. There is some money on the table." Jiang Fei had just placed some cash on the table. It was enough for Lena to use. All right. Lena acted as if she was the mistress of the house. As she agreed, she came up to Jiang Fei and tidied up his clothes. She then sent him out. After getting into the car, Jiang Fei looked at Lena, who was waving at him with a smile. He thought to himself, "This woman is indeed powerful. She would really do anything for revenge. However, this is also good. You have the determination and ability to help me attract the attention of the magistrate." Then, Jiang Fei started the car and went straight to the city hall. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei first took care of some things on the ring road. Then, he began to focus on the work that he was focusing on, the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. Jiang Fei called a construction department official in front of him. "Master Ralph, the preparations are ready. The demolition of the surface buildings is now underway," the official replied. Chapter 2897, 2897. Translator, 549-6903. As the underground structure of the Life Extension Center had been destroyed, it was obvious that simple reinforcement would not meet the requirements. Therefore, everything had to be done over and over again. Therefore, the first thing to do was to demolish the surface buildings. The next step was to excavate and clean up the underground buildings. Only after all the underground buildings had been cleared could they be rebuilt. The underground buildings of the Life Extension Center had as many as 7 floors. Each floor was 4 to 5 meters tall. Therefore, the entire project was very large. "Okay, I got it. Inform me when the excavation is completed," Jiang Fei nodded. The official replied. As the supervisor of this matter, it was only natural for Jiang Fei to go and inspect the place after the completion of the first stage of the mission. In the next few days, Jiang Fei would come to the city hall to work as usual. At night, he would go home to eat and sleep. Lena would prepare dinner every day and wait for Jiang Fei to return home. After dinner, she would change into all kinds of attractive pajamas and go to Jiang Fei's room. Even if Jiang Fei ran away quickly, she would not mind. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jiang Fei went to his office as usual. However, before he could start dealing with official business, his phone rang. Jiang Fei picked up the phone. "Hello, Sir Ralph. I am a secretary of the magistrate's office. The magistrate would like to invite you to his official residence," the other party said. Jiang Fei confirmed. "Yes, Sir Ralph," the secretary said. Jiang Fei asked again, The secretary confirmed again. After Jiang Fei put down the phone, he stood up and left his office. The officials who were passing by greeted Jiang Fei when they saw him. Yes, I have something to do. Jiang Fei nodded. After leaving the city hall, Jiang Fei drove to the magistrate's mansion. Previously, a part of the magistrate's mansion had been destroyed during Lena's assassination. However, after a period of repair, it had become brand new. When Jiang Fei arrived at the magistrate's residence, the magistrate was drinking tea in the living room. Gulme. The magistrate beckoned Jiang Fei to sit across from him. Jiang Fei asked, "Why? Are you so busy right now?" The magistrate asked with a smile. No. Jiang Fei lowered his posture. The consul nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed Jiang Fei a cup of tea and said, "Here, try my tea." Jiang Fei took the teacup and took a sip. The consul asked. Jiang Fei nodded. At this time, not only was the tea not bad, even if it was rotten grass, he had to say that it was good tea. The consul said proudly. Jiang Fei asked directly. Seeing that Jiang Fei did not want to exchange pleasantries, the consul said, "How are you and Lena doing?" "That little girl is developing quite well." After the consul said that, he showed an expression that any man would understand. Jiang Fei nodded. "Huh." The consul laughed loudly. Jiang Fei pretended to be embarrassed and smiled. "The reason I called you here is because of Lena," the magistrate said. "Sir, please speak." Jiang Fei nodded. "The execution date for Rodermo has been fixed. It will be the day after tomorrow." The magistrate asked. "Lena is his only family member. It's only right that she goes to collect his body," Jiang Fei said. "If that's the case, you can make the arrangements. I'm too lazy to do this," the magistrate said casually. Jiang Fei did not say anything else. Although it seemed like the magistrate had said it casually, it was clearly a test for him. At the same time, it was also to cause trouble for Jiang Fei in front of Lena. Although he knew everything, Jiang Fei could not refute the magistrate. He could only accept the mission and go to jail for the magistrate. All right, that's all. The magistrate then pulled Jiang Fei to chat for a while. After about an hour, Jiang Fei finally came out of the magistrate's official residence. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei continued his work for the day. He was now on the right track of providing food for work. After the last additional investment, the poor people also had some money in their hands. When the commoners had money in their hands, the economy of the entire gamma space became active. Subsequently, the development of the entire gamma space was stimulated. That was the best news. If money was like a pool of stagnant water, staying in a certain place without moving was the greatest crisis. Therefore, when the people had money in their hands and began to spend, the entire economy of the gamma space began to operate. The entire society began to flourish, including those poor people who work for the government. They all saw hope. Everyone's faces were filled with smiles. The magistrate was very satisfied with this. He was very glad that he had discovered a talent like Ralph. If it was not for this kid, the entire gamma space would have suffered a heavy blow during the economic crisis. Who knew how many years it would take to recover? Although Jiang Fei was busy with these things, his attention was always on the reconstruction of the Life Extension Center. In a week's time, the surface buildings had been demolished. Now, the construction team had begun to demolish the underground buildings. They were also cleaning up the rubble outside. Die. Quickly dig to the last floor. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He was now waiting for the construction team to finish. Once all the underground buildings were cleared, it would be the easiest time for Jiang Fei to get close to the snow beast. When that time came, Jiang Fei was ready to detonate the seed, Lena. He wanted her to cause some trouble for the magistrate, so that Jiang Fei could have a chance to assassinate the snow beast. Once the snow beast was killed by Jiang Fei's quest in the gamma space would be completed. When that time came, he could return to the three-dimensional world. Chapter 2898. Translator 549-6903. That night, Jiang Fei returned to his own house. As usual, Lena had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Jiang Fei to return home. "You're back," Lena was the mistress of the house. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not in a hurry to mention that the sheriff was going to be executed. Instead, as usual, he washed his hands, wiped his face, and sat down at the dining table. As Lena did not know that her father was going to be executed the day after tomorrow, she kept putting food into Jiang Fei's bowl, as usual. Lena's cooking skills were very good. She cooked dinner for Jiang Fei in a variety of ways every day. During these few days, there was almost no duplication. Only a few dishes that Jiang Fei loved to eat were cooked by her once or twice. During this period of time, Jiang Fei's life was indeed pretty good. This made him even like this very regular life. He went to work on time every day and then returned home on time. There was also a woman at home who had prepared a meal waiting for him. Jiang Fei actually yearned for this kind of life. Unfortunately, this kind of life was destined to be out of his reach. Even if one day he solved the thread of the gamma space, Jiang Fei would return to the three-dimensional world. As well as his status in the three-dimensional world, these would not allow him to live such a mediocre but very happy life. After dinner, Jiang Fei did not rush upstairs. Instead, he sat down in the living room. He held the remote control of the television in his hand and changed the channel from time to time. Lena walked out after cleaning up the dishes. However, as soon as she said this, her expression changed. Lena bit her lips and asked. With her intelligence, she had already guessed that Jiang Fei was here to tell her something. The content was most likely about her father. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. Lena did not say anything. However, tears were dripping down her face. Jiang Fei only tried to persuade her. He could not say the rest of his words. How could he continue to persuade her? Her father was about to be executed. At this time, unless she said that she could save him, everything else was nonsense. Words like condolences were useless. No one would be able to handle this matter. Jiang Fei stood up from the sofa and walked to Lena. He pulled her into his arms. This was the only thing he could do now. Lena finally could not control her emotions anymore. Although she was mentally prepared, she still could not control her emotions when it came to the situation. Lena cried for a very, very long time, until her throat became hoarse and her tears dried up. She still lay in Jiang Fei's arms and sobbed. "Live well. Your father will definitely hope that you can live safely," Jiang Fei said to Lena. "Yes," Lena said in a hoarse voice. "I can arrange for you to meet tomorrow," Jiang Fei said. "No need." Lena wiped her tears and said. She did not want her father to know that his death was imminent. If she did not tell him 1 minute earlier, it would be an extra minute of torture for him. Waiting helplessly for death was always the scariest and most torturous thing. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he asked Lena, "Do you need me to prepare anything for you? Help me prepare a plate of roasted mutton from Old Fortune at 14th Crystal Street." "That's my father's favorite," said Lena. Jiang Fei nodded. "I want to go back and rest first," said Lena to Jiang Fei. "Okay." Jiang Fei nodded. Following that, Lena returned to her own room. This was the first time since she came to Jiang Fei's house that she had stayed in her own room. Previously, she had stayed in Jiang Fei's room and forced Jiang Fei to go to another room. Lena really did not have the mood to flirt with others anymore. Although Lena had returned to her own room, Jiang Fei did not go to the master bedroom to rest. The smell of Lena was everywhere on the big bed. Jiang Fei was not that perverted. He went back to his room and slept for the night. The next morning, Jiang Fei thought that he would have to eat something outside. He did not expect that Lena had already prepared breakfast, as usual. Jiang Fei asked, "I'm fine now. I'm really sorry for crying last night." Lena smiled at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could not help but exclaim in his heart. Lena had managed to suppress all her sadness and hatred in just one night. How strong was her self-control? At the same time, when this woman had the opportunity to unleash her full power, Jiang Fei could almost foresee how brutal Lena would be at that time. Jiang Fei's heart suddenly trembled. Although he was deliberately hatching the seed of Lena, he did not want Lena to hurt that girl Natasha. After breakfast, Jiang Fei went to work as usual. Today, as usual, the Life Extension Center was still under construction. The infrastructure of the entire gamma space was also continuing. Everyone was busy, It was a sign of prosperity. However, at this time, there was a group of people who were idle. They were the members of the development team, including Natasha's brother. The number of players in the game began to decrease rapidly. By the time the financial crisis broke out, the number of players who were still in the mood to enter the game could be counted on one hand. Although the rich had never been worried about food and clothing, the First Mate's shrinking assets also made these people busy. They had to work overtime to earn back all the lost wealth. In the meantime, no one's in the mood to play games. Because of the loss of a large number of players, leading to the three-dimensional world side of a much easier. Without these players to mess around, the three-dimensional world ushered in a long-lost peacetime. Correspondingly, because there were no more players entering the game, the development team had nothing to do, but the game could not be stopped. After all, after the crisis was over, Gamma's space still pointed to the game to expand the supply of souls in 3 dimensions. So all this time Natasha's brother had been checking into the office, doing some simple maintenance work, then getting off work at midnight, and sometimes even getting home early. Chapter 2899, 2899. Translator 549-6903. The idleness of the development team had allowed Natasha's brother to leave work early. This was not good news for Jiang Fei. Because Natasha's brother had been at home for a long time, it was not convenient for him to look for Natasha. No, I have to find something for the development team to do, Jiang Fei thought as he sat in his office. After that, Jiang Fei took the opportunity when he had nothing else to do and drove straight to the magistrate's mansion. I want to see the magistrate, Jiang Fei said to the magistrate's secretary. When the secretary saw that it was Jiang Fei, he did not dare to be negligent. Now, everyone knew that Ralph had become the second most important person under the magistrate. His position even surpassed that of Colonel Kono, who controlled the military. Jiang Fei nodded. All right, Sir Ralph, you can go in now. The magistrate is waiting for you in the living room, the secretary said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled at the secretary and nodded. Then he walked in. After entering the living room, Jiang Fei found that the magistrate was drinking tea again. He seemed to be very fond of tea. The consul pointed at the chair next to him and poured Jiang Fei a cup of tea. Jiang Fei bowed to the consul and sat down. Why? The consul asked. I did not encounter any problems. I just happened to have an idea, so I came to report to you, sir, Jiang Fei said. Oh, the magistrate asked. Jiang Fei organized his words slightly. Then he said to the magistrate, Sir, you see, the Life Extension Center is still under reconstruction. It is temporarily at a standstill. Even if there are souls in the three-dimensional world that want to be sacrificed, it is impossible to convert them into our population. Moreover, the number of players has been severely reduced. The members of the game development team are basically idle. That's true. The consul frowned slightly. Whenever he mentioned the Life Extension Center and the development team, he would instinctively be very cautious. Jiang Fei was already at the core of the power. He could indeed access these secrets. Otherwise, the consul would have already given the order to arrest them. I think we should let these people idle, Jiang Fei said. Give them something to do. The magistrate laughed. Sir, you're joking. These people are all technical talents. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The administrator asked with interest. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and said, The management system we're using now is very old-fashioned. Since the elites of the development team are idle now, I think it's better to let them develop an administrative system to use this system to distribute labor and allocate resources. If we have such a system, our management efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. It will also save a lot of costs. The magistrate was interested. The government was very short of money right now. Although Jiang Fei had already suggested printing more money twice, it did not cause any problems. However, the magistrate instinctively felt that this was not a good idea. Therefore, he had always been against this plan in his heart. However, he did not have any other solution, so he could only let Jiang Fei print more money. Now that he heard that Jiang Fei could save the government expenditure and reduce costs, the magistrate's interest was immediately piqued. If he could save some money, he would be able to live a more comfortable life. Yes, sir. Now, we're using a purely human-based management model. No matter how big or small it is, we need someone to operate it. This requires too many managers. Moreover, the authority of these managers overlaps with each other. Sometimes, there will even be conflicts. This has caused a great waste of resources. If we have a system that can connect everything together, we can save at least 30% of the human cost. Jiang Fei said the truth, however, the data was just nonsense. The magistrate asked, "My lord, the development team is free anyway. Moreover, you are paying them every cent. Even if it is useless, there is nothing to lose." Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei's words really touched the magistrate. "It was a waste of money. Then we'll do as you say. After the execution tomorrow, you can go to them," said the magistrate. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. Asked the magistrate, "Nothing else for the time being. I just felt that the efficiency of the office was a little low today. That's why I thought of this," said Jiang Fei. "All right, then you can go back to your work. Don't forget to supervise the execution tomorrow," said the consul as he served tea to send the guests off. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded and left the consul's mansion. After returning to the city hall, Jiang Fei continued his work. After getting off work in the evening, he returned to his own residence. When he reached home, Lena had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Jiang Fei to return. Jiang Fei handed Lena a food box. Inside was the old foghorn roast mutton that he had ordered people to specially buy. As this shop was an old-fashioned shop, and the taste was very good, there was a long line every day. Moreover, there would not be any more if he was late. Therefore, Jiang Fei had asked one of his secretaries to line up early in the morning. Although this was a little suspicious, who would go against Jiang Fei over such a small matter? After all, he was currently at the height of his power. Lena took the roasted mutton. Her expression was a little lonely. Jiang Fei washed his hands and sat down at the dining table. When they were eating today, Lena did not take the initiative to put food in Jiang Fei's bowl. In the end, Lena was still unable to overcome the emotions in her heart. Especially when she saw her father's favorite roast mutton, Lena could not hide the emotions in her heart even more. After a simple dinner, although the dishes today were much worse than before, Jiang Fei did not say anything. He went straight back to wash up and sleep, leaving Lena alone in the living room downstairs. Chapter 2900. Translator 549-6903. The next morning, when Jiang Fei woke up, he realized that Lena was not waiting for him in the kitchen as usual. She had made breakfast. After Jiang Fei washed up, he went to the kitchen and poured some milk. He baked some bread. His culinary skills were not on the same level as Lena's, but he could still fill his stomach with simple food. After breakfast, Jiang Fei waited in the living room for a while. Today, he did not have to go to the city hall to work, so he was not in a hurry. About 20 minutes later, Lena walked out of the room with a haggard look on her face. That night, she almost did not sleep. She watched as her father was executed. However, there was nothing she could do. This made Lena suffer the entire night. Although she had already known about her father's ending and was planning to avenge her father's death was approaching. Lena was still in pain. Lena said to Jiang Fei, "Go and wash up. I made a normal breakfast. Take a few bites, and we'll be on our way," Jiang Fei said. Lena nodded and went to the bathroom. About half an hour later, Lena returned to her room. After a while, Lena walked out of the room. Jiang Fei could see that Lena had put on makeup, but not heavy makeup. The main purpose of her makeup today was to cover up her haggard appearance. She did not want her father to worry about her when he was dying. Today, Lena's attire was very simple and very solemn. It was similar to attending a funeral, but it was not as solemn. Jiang Fei handed over the milk and bread. Lena shook her head. She wanted to control her emotions, but she really could not. "All right, forget about the bread. Let's drink the milk and leave," Jiang Fei said. Lena nodded and drank the milk. Then, she took out the food box from the fridge. Other than the sheriff's favorite roast lamb, there were also a few of his favorite side dishes and soju. These were all prepared by Lena for him yesterday. After bringing the food box, Lena and Jiang Fei walked out of the house and got into Jiang Fei's car. After that, Jiang Fei drove straight to the prison where the sheriff was being held. As the entire Gamma Dimension City was not very big, an hour later, Jiang Fei arrived at the entrance of the prison. The prison guards at the entrance had been waiting for Jiang Fei for a long time. They knew that today was the day of the sheriff's execution, and Jiang Fei's incarnation, Ralph, was the prison officer. Jiang Fei asked, "Sir, don't worry. I specifically told them that no one would dare to mention the sentence to the prisoner." The warden immediately said. Jiang Fei asked, "He's still the same. He's a little dispirited, but he's still okay," the warden said. Jiang Fei nodded and walked into the prison. Lena followed behind Jiang Fei with the food box in her hand. Logically speaking, Lena and the things that she brought with her should be inspected. However, she had followed Jiang Fei in, after all. The warden would definitely give Jiang Fei face. Moreover, today was the day of the execution of the prisoner. Even if Lena brought some things in, it was not a big deal. Anyway, the Gamma space was too small. Breaking out of the prison was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, the warden was not worried at all. After entering the prison, Jiang Fei and the rest were led by the warden to the prison where the sheriff was being held. "Sir, he is in the innermost cell." The warden tactfully stopped at the end of the corridor. Naturally, his men were also there. Jiang Fei nodded at the warden and then led Lena into the prison. Jiang Fei asked. Lena nodded. Then, Jiang Fei gestured to the warden. The warden pressed the remote control button, and the lock on the sheriff's cell was unlocked. Then, Lena pushed the door open and walked in. At that time, the sheriff was still sleeping. However, he was a very light sleeper. The sound of Lena entering woke him up. The sheriff glanced at Lena. "Yes, Dad, I brought you some food," Lena said. The sheriff asked. "I'm Fine," Lena said with a determined look. The sheriff shook his head. He knew that Lena was referring to the matter of avenging him. But now, the sheriff had already accepted it. As Lena spoke, she took out the dishes from the food box. The food box had the function of heating, so the dishes had already been heated up. So sumptuous. The sheriff did not wash his hands and directly grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. "Yes." The sheriff's eyes lit up, and then he asked Lena, "This thing is not easy to buy. You've been waiting in line for a long time, right?" Lena squeezed out a smile. The sheriff said halfway. His expression suddenly froze, and then he looked at Lena and asked, "Don't lie to me. Today, right?" Lena nodded with tears in her eyes. "Sigh." The sheriff sighed. At this time, he was not as afraid of death as before the trial. Perhaps it was because these days he had thought it through. Or perhaps it was because the approaching death had made him open his eyes. In any case, the death penalty was already unavoidable. Therefore, the sheriff knew that no matter how much he struggled, it would be useless. He might as well face it calmly. "Dad, don't worry," Lena said through gritted teeth. "Forget it. You're a girl. Just live the rest of your life obediently." The sheriff poured himself a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. "I won't forget it," Lena said firmly. The sheriff sighed and said to Lena, "Come, have a few drinks with Daddy." Lena nodded with tears in her eyes. Her tears were constantly dripping into the wine glass. "Don't cry, silly girl. The winner takes all. I lost. This ending is natural. I'm already very happy that you survived," said the sheriff. Lena finally couldn't help but throw herself into the sheriff's arms and burst into tears. The sheriff didn't say anything. He just held Lena in his arms and gently patted her back. Chapter 2901. 2901. Translator 549-6903. Lena cried for a long time. Jiang Fei, who was outside, stopped the warden. "Give them some more time," Jiang Fei said. "Sir Ralph, I will give him another half an hour at most. You know that there is a specific time for the execution." "I cannot afford to delay it," said the warden. "HMM, I will not make things difficult for you," Jiang Fei said as he stuffed an envelope with a stack of bills. "Sir Ralph," although the warden said that, he did not hesitate to accept the red envelope. After taking the money, the warden waited outside with Jiang Fei. However, half an hour did not take long. Jiang Fei did not go in to urge him. Therefore, Lena cried and cried. The time was up. "Sir Ralph, we really cannot wait this time. There are still procedures for the execution. If we delay any longer, it will be too late, said the warden. Jiang Fei nodded and turned his back. The warden pushed open the door of the cell and walked in. The warden said with a smile. The warden sneered. Your case is closed. The warden laughed. The warden rolled his eyes. No, no, no. You don't like it. The warden waved his hand. He didn't want to be associated with the sheriff's bad luck. All right, cut the crap. This is what we do. The sheriff looked at the warden and said, Can you at least let my daughter and I have another drink? The warden took Jiang Fei's money, so he would still give him face. After all, a glass of wine would not take long. The sheriff first took 2 pieces of roasted mutton and put them in his mouth. Then, he chewed as he muttered to himself, Sigh, let's take this opportunity to eat a few bites. In a while, we won't be able to eat anymore. The sheriff's words made Lena, who had just calmed down a little, burst into tears again. The sheriff raised his glass. Lena drank a glass with the sheriff while holding back her tears. Then, the sheriff stood up and said to the warden, Lead the way. The warden was also very polite. He did not let the prison guards escort the sheriff at all. Instead, he made a gesture of please. After that, the sheriff strode out, leaving Lena crying in the cell. Jiang Fei asked after the sheriff walked out of the cell. Help me take care of that girl. Don't let her do anything stupid, said the sheriff. He knew Jiang Fei and knew that this guy was the judge who had judged him that day. Moreover, Lena had also mentioned this person to him. Although Jiang Fei agreed, he knew that he could not complete this task. Firstly, Lena had already set her mind on revenge. Secondly, Jiang Fei also needed Lena to disturb the Gamma dimension. After that, the sheriff was taken away by the warden. Jiang Fei was led to a room by another group of people. There was a large one-way glass window in the room. From Jiang Fei's room, he could see the room next door. However, the room next door could not see this side. Looking through the glass window, the room next door was very simple. There was only a gallows that had been set up. Other than that, there were 2 burly executioners. After a moment, the magistrate was brought to the room next door. Then, under the escort of the 2 prison guards, he walked up to the gallows. After he was on the gallows, the 2 executioners took the magistrate from the hands of the prison guards. The 2 executioners opened the rope of the gallows and said to the sheriff. The sheriff looked at the 2 executioners and asked. The 2 executioners looked at each other. They didn't know what the former sheriff meant. But the sheriff didn't say anything and took the initiative to stick his head into the rope. Things had already come to this point, so it was useless to say anything. The 2 burly executioners were not going to be polite. Instead of letting the other party subdue them and stuff them into the rope, it would be better for them to die calmly so that they would have more dignity. Seeing the sheriff get into the rope, the warden under the hanging platform looked at his watch. There was still about 5 minutes before the execution. The warden asked. The warden looked in Jiang Fei's direction. Although from where he was standing, it was a solid wall. However, the warden knew very well that Jiang Fei was in the prison next door. The warden asked, Tell him that I lost. I admit defeat. All the dirty water can be poured on me. But I beg him to stop making things difficult for my daughter, the warden said. There was no reply. Jiang Fei could not bear to lie to another person who was about to die. The warden did not dare to make such a promise for Jiang Fei. The security officer looked in Jiang Fei's direction. Time's up. After a moment of silence, following the warden's order, the 2 executioners next to the security officer pulled the switch. The floor beneath the security officer's feet suddenly cracked open. His entire body instantly fell down and was hung in mid-air by the rope. Due to the effect of gravity, the moment the fall stopped, the sheriff's cervical vertebra was torn off. He lost consciousness, and his body could only twitch instinctively. After a few minutes, the sheriff was completely dead. Sir, the interrogation is complete, the warden said after checking. Yes, let's bury the body. Jiang Fei nodded and came out of the room. At this time, Lena was squatting in the corner of the corridor with a lonely look on her face. Is he? Lena asked when she saw Jiang Fei coming out. Jiang Fei nodded. Lena asked. Jiang Fei nodded again. Lena stood up and bowed to Jiang Fei. She knew that Jiang Fei had pleaded on her behalf. Otherwise, as the public security officer of the trader, it would be impossible for the family to retrieve the body. Sai, don't be too sad. You still have to live. You have to move on, Jiang Fei said. Lena nodded and walked out of the building. On the other hand, Jiang Fei went to talk to the warden. After the body was buried, he found Lena and left the prison with the magistrate's body. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.